And welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of this 16-star live time attack event. I'm Electric, joined in the booth by Meter, and we've got a pretty impressive leaderboard set up to go ahead and get things started today, with Tag 609 with the 1458 taking first place for now, Green Squeegee with a 1501, Slippery Nip with a 1505, and then Flixer and Cheese with a tied 1532. If those times stay till the end of the event, we're going to go ahead and retime those to figure out who's fourth, who's fifth. But for now, dead tie for those places, and then Luigi and Trey Bordeaux following up the back of the leaderboard with a 1537 and 1605, respectively. Now, you can actually influence how much time these runners have to go ahead and improve these times, since if we hit $1,500 total raise today, we're going to extend the stream by an hour. But for now, we're looking at just a few more hours left of attempts. And Meter, what are you kind of thinking these runners are thinking through, especially these guys that are at the very top of the leaderboard with some really impressive times? You got 3 15.0x's so far and 114 already. Do you think that these runners that already have those sorts of times are happy with those sorts of times, or do you think that they're like definitely gunning to improve them pretty substantially?
Hey, Electric. These guys are never satisfied with any run, but I really want to address that. I'm sorry, I can't. There's something big we need to talk about that happened last night that is, it's the elephant in the room until we do, and it's major. That's a world record. World record was broken last night. Have you heard about this? Have you seen this?
I guess I'm out of the loop.
Well, perfect. It was Suiji. Couple hours after we finished streaming here, he just kept playing. He streamed for almost 11 hours last night, and at like 10:55 hours in, he broke world record again. It took 5 seconds off of the current world record. It is now 14:43.58 according to his own retime. Not reflected on speedrun.com yet, but it's impending. And a 14:43. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that is a ludicrous time. I realize now that I overheard some people on I think a 70-star runner stream talking about it, but I didn't realize what they were talking about. That after I can't believe someone did attempts after the session was over, and not only that, but PB'd. That's insane.
PB'd as the world record holder, fought it down another 5. It was amazing. I watched it a couple more times this morning. I watched his own reaction to it. Incredible. His LBLJ was almost instant, so fast. He's chatting on Discord half the time. You see him very distracted. He does the glitchy Bowser grab perfectly. Salt class. He had a bonk and womps on the Wild Blue Star. So there's time to save on this run. Tomopless was clean. He had a ground pound miss in LLL in the volcano. Missed the star completely. So there's some time save available there. His triple wall kick in emergency exit in HMC was amazing. But then he missed the box jump and ended up losing a little bit of time there. A little bit of time save there. He had a over 10, leaving HMC a 10:02, which yesterday we were seeing him sub 10, which was crazy. His fire C, he had like an advanced ultimate fire C. The guy was on fire. His BLJ's upstairs, if you have not watched this run, at minimum, do yourself a favor, watch the upstairs. He is the definition of instant BLJs. He saved 4 seconds from bits to getting upstairs. Incredible. TAS long jump in there. He went safe ending, no ultimate ending at the end, and he didn't really like his third Bowser throw. He said he took it pretty safe, but world record is undeniably an amazing event, and it could happen again here today because we've seen him on even better picks.
It's crazy too that I think that extends the PB gap now to like 10 seconds between first and second place, because I'm pretty sure second place is still a 14:53. That's just incredible, to be able to push the time that much further than anyone else. But of course, that really begs the question. You're able to achieve that sort of time outside of the live time attack session. So does that form a little bit of a mental block? You know that you can get the crazy time, but are you able to get it during the window you need to? Since, like you said, it did take him a few extra hours of attempts last night.
That's always the question, right? That's the thing about the LTAs is you're on a time limit there, which is why extending it is always hype, because let's imagine we could have extended it for an extra 2 hours. All of a sudden, world record happens live, and you're here for it on Speedrun. That's massive. And the other thing to note is here today, he's doing, Suigi is here and he's doing 16s, but he said at the end of his VOD there, he knows he can pull a 14 3x, but he's just burnt out. He's gonna take on another category and he's coming for the 70 star next. He has some goals for the 70 star. So, Slippery was in chat. We know Slippery's hot on his tail. We saw Slippery pulling some 14 3x yesterday, getting real close, even into bits 14 3x pacing. So exceptional work by Green Suigi to fight that down further. His sum of best segments, 1429. Unreal. Sorry, I had to get that. I have been buzzing for 16 hours now, waiting to talk about this in depth, and this is majorly exciting.
Yeah, it's crazy how new records come at just the most random times, even though like there are people grinding this category all the time. Like chat reminding me, of course, Slip has a 1450 right now, and Slip has been grinding for I don't even know how long. And like I'll tend to pull up his streams like pretty late at night, just to have 16 star going in the background. But like the run, just you never know when it's gonna come. You'll look over and see like, oh, this runner's like getting out of HMC on like sub 10 pace. That's crazy. But then just attempts come and go like nothing pretty much. And so it's really impressive to be able to to get a new world record in the middle of one of these events at all is crazy, but to have it happen between the two sessions, that's just surreal material right there.
It is. And Suigi himself, he had extreme emotions just pouring out of the guy. It was really cathartic to watch, to be able to see all of that tension for how long he's been playing this game, and then an 11-hour session on top of that, all come out all at once, and just the amount of like the change in demeanor. And to think at the beginning he's not even taking the run seriously. He's chatting about, hey, I'm hungry, I'm gonna go right after this run, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. He's turning off his AC, he's talking to someone on Discord and helping them out with how to do something. Like, incredible. You never know what run is going to turn into literally the best run in the history of the world for this category.
And we were kind of talking a bit yesterday about how, like, oftentimes the runs that get to, like, say, HMC or past DDD on the best pace ever, those tend to be the runs where the runners are so nervous that they're not quite able to finish out. But like you said, like, with that very early time save in Womp's Fortress, I'm sure a lot of the early games, Luigi just no nerves whatsoever because it wasn't the best pace ever. But then, of course, with those instant BLJs on the ending, you suddenly have yourself on best pace ever right in bits as long as you're able to pull off a solid ending.
Yeah, I mean, he was green for maybe the entire time. I don't know if he hit red ever. I think he was 0.0 leaving Dark World, and then he was still somehow in the negative after Womp. So regardless, like, incredible run. There's room for improvement. It's undeniable, but not a lot. The wiggle room is nothing. You're looking at needing a new pair of shoes if you're on the other end there.
Let's see, Slib getting out of Dark World with a 243. Pretty good start for the day. If we get a lot of 243 Dark Worlds, there's definitely the potential to have some really impressive basement paces. And that's one of those building blocks. Once you start a session of attempts, it's sometimes you'll start a session and you have a lot of trouble getting out of Dark World and Womps, and then sometimes you'll just keep getting runs out of Womps. So
yeah, I mean and sometimes you think early on you bonked in Wild Blue, like Suigi did last night, and then he was red. Thank you, TJ, on that, saying he was red out of Womps. Then he switched over to his balance splits, and he was green for the rest of the run. So like, exceptional work. You think I'm not on pace with where I was, but then you get the best run by 5 seconds, and it's unreal. And
the fact that you're still able to get a record by 5 seconds in this category is just mind-blowing. Like that really just goes to show, like, I feel like Suigi has definitely taken sort of the Nindide style approach of doing things that really shouldn't be humanly possible in a run, and just doing them long enough that they become consistent for you-ish. As consistent as nearly impossible can be. Because it really, some of the strats that he pulls out in a run, you just sit there and you wonder, why do you make this so hard on yourself? And then you see the final time and you just go, oh, that's why.
I mean, yeah, it ends up working out pretty well for him in that regard. Um, that's I can't believe the amount of world records this guy's gotten already, and fighting this time down so far is unreal. And I do firmly believe that a 3x could happen here today. By at least 2 or 3 of these runners could pull out at any time a 3x.
I mean, for sure. We haven't seen a ton of attempts out of Ouija, especially with the power outage yesterday, but Ouija's another one of those runners that he's able to get some really impressive paces going. And like we talked about earlier, you never know when the run is going to come up, so we've definitely got multiple 3x capable.
And you mentioned it yourself. Some of these guys had power issues yesterday. So it's really nice to see all 7 of them up there. Trey and Ouija are there. And they're going to be able to get their runs in today. So it's going to be really good to see everybody getting runs in.
Exactly right. And speaking of getting runs in, we've got Tag back on attempts again, currently first place spot with his first ever 14-minute time. And so I feel like it was kind of up in the air, like, is Tag going to come back to doing runs after, like, beating that big mental milestone? And, yesterday it was pretty obvious that he was just going to go ahead and take the rest of the day off, celebrate. But he's right back at the grind, like, going hard at it again today. And, I mean, you got to wonder if his approach is going to change at all now that he's got the 14. Because we saw during that 14 run, he took a few like safer little liberties towards the end of the stream. So, maybe in these attempts, he's going to be going for like task long jump, maybe going for ultimate ending in bits, maybe going for like some of this stuff that would just be completely insane when you're going for your first ever 14. But once you've got that mental barrier out of the way and you're just trying to push that time as low as you can, like, who knows? Maybe we'll see him wild out.
Yeah, it's totally possible. And to get back to your point that you've been making here, I think that you walk away with a world record like Green Suigi did. You can already do it. Not only once, but twice. You can do it better than the 1501 multiple times. And on top of that, there's improvement to be made over that. And you're not planning on running this category outside of the SWRC. So like, I think that takes a lot of the pressure off, and it could provide opportunity for him to score really well here today because there's not a lot of that pressure.
Yep, and at this point, he's got so much room, but like, it's ridiculous to say that a 1501 is like, what is that? 18 seconds off of his real PB? Like, that's for just about all of these other players. Like, a 1501 is within 10 seconds of their real PB, and this Green Suigi over here, like, nope, that's a suboptimal time for me. So, you're right that, like, especially proving that he can get such an insanely low time. He's definitely proven to himself that he can improve that 1501 substantially within like just a few hours. But I wonder if if he takes a little while in the lobby and has a lot of paces die like pretty early on, if that'll start getting in your head and start getting frustrating. Like you start thinking to yourself, come on, I got the 14 4x last night and I can't even get out of the lobby now. And like if you're not careful, that sort of mental stuff can really build up and like form a mental block before you even realize.
Totally. And I mean, anybody could fall victim to that. But when you're playing at this level, I truly believe that doesn't stick around for long, because if it did, these guys wouldn't be in the position they are. This is not a time to get frustrated. This is the time to make it happen. And there's only one way to do that, and that's play at your very best. And we've seen Green Suigi. What did he do yesterday? 2 hours worth of practice before starting a single run, and then immediately boxed first place. Like, incredible. The guy knows what he's doing and knows how to not be frustrated, how to get over when he is frustrated, and keep things moving forward. And I think that's true of everybody here today.
Yeah, just incredible consistency with these really fast pacers. And Tag on a pretty decent attempt now, getting a 423 Womps exit.
Indeed. He
his team pace, that's certainly doable, especially given a good basement.
Yeah, I believe his got retimed as well, and got a 1458, and actually bopped up a place. I believe he's in 6th now, right So amazing. Once again, I think did he pass Aki in that? I think he did.
I believe so, yeah, because I think
Aki's got a
Aki's is a
59.
59, and then Kano's was a 58.
Aki's is like a 59.06 and Tax is like 0.98. It's really close. It's down to frames.
I think that's 2-3 frames off. Like that's ludicrous. I
But
still
how
just
well
can't believe, like, you can tell how nervous Aki was on the very first 14 just based on, like, I want to say he was like 1456 pace in the sky or something. Like it was that was just such a nutty run in general, and like the sky you can tell is just a really nervous sky, but it's like anyone would be nervous trying to break a human milestone like that. Like no one had ever gotten that time before.
that
So it
number
just
milestone was huge, and people breaking those massive milestones, it's a massive deal. I mean, you have people who hold the leaderboard for so long, like Cheese in 120 star, Cheese, Puncation, even Tago in the 70 star. And then it takes somebody new to come along and break into that new, unless you're D whatever, and then you're hold it for 2 years and bring it down a full minute past 47 to 46. But that's a completely different fish. Sometimes it takes somebody else to kind of pop in through that, because there is that barrier, like you're saying, that mental barrier to get through. I'm at this. Now I got to break through this 1 second gap to drop down the minutes hand.
especially like once one person proves that it's possible, and then you get a couple new strats that make some of the really inconsistent stuff a little bit easier to deal with. Like that just suddenly motivates so many people to just take another fresh look at the category.
It does. It does. And I mean, all of these categories, they're so hot and so fierce. And you see runners jump between categories. She's famously has done that significantly, taken world records all over the place. So seeing him in 16 is really exciting, because it keeps the competition really fierce. At some point, if he wants to keep grinding it, he's going to get major times, easily top 10 at some point if he wants to do the grind. But historically, we've seen him push himself all the way to first and keep pushing times down. But where the run's at right now, it's going to be hard to top what's happened so far.
Exactly, but Cheese has really been like impressive with how much work he's put in on 16 star specific stuff, and you can see him practicing right now the Fire Sea. Like he's pulling out strats like Fly Guyless that I never would have expected a 120 runner to try to pick up, but like he's really showing that like he definitely wants to be competitive in every category, and like he's showing that he wants to put forth the effort for whatever it's going to take to be competitive even in this category, even if it is like a pretty different skill set from what he's normally used to for like the marathon type runs. Like it still is like he's going to put in the work.
Learning a new trick has never been an issue for Cheese. He is not afraid to push himself and thereby push everybody. Because when most of the time he's been leading the pack in that regard, and when you're leading and you're pushing yourself, it's a beautiful thing, because everybody rises.
Exactly right. We've got Ouija actually pulling up on attempts now, so we've got 3 runners going at attempts.
I love when we get into everybody being in at attempts. There's some anticipation leading up to that, where some people are starting and you're kind of trying to get a feel for where they're at. But a lot of times these early starts are heavy reset, which to me is pretty near the same as practicing, except with practice you can't get the opportunity to turn it into a run if you're doing something hot, and the other way around. It takes a little bit longer to get the practice in if you're doing them on official runs.
Exactly. And that is certainly the balance. If you're having troubles with especially like the mid and later game, it's definitely going to be a bit better to stick with practice at first. But if you end up practicing for a really long time and just focusing on the late game, it can get really frustrating when you start trying to do attempts and you just can't get through the early game. So it's sometimes pretty difficult to strike that balance between like making sure that you've got adequate practice at everything, but also starting runs early enough that you can deal with, if you've got to do a few lobby resets.
Yeah, no, that's well stated. Something else about this point of people jumping between categories and switching, and with runners who are able to do so and learn the tricks of the different categories. it just makes you a better player all around because you can bring things, sometimes change routes, and bring new tips and tricks to categories that otherwise don't currently utilize them. Hey, I do this thing in SSL in the 16. I can use that in a different course altogether in 120 that 16 doesn't even use, that nobody's thought to do yet because there wasn't that cross there, and it connects in your mind. It can be really cool and grows the overall collective conscience of moving the Mario, which is what these guys are good at.
Yeah, and people will tell you, like, when you start running this game, if you're really interested in improving, to try to do one of the longer categories like 70 or 120, and then come back to like these shorter categories like 16 after a little while. And it's really, really impressive how much you'll be able to improve just by exposing yourself to a lot of different movement in a longer category. And then, like you said too, like when you're at the really top echelon of world record in this game and you're trying to go for like hyper optimized 16-star times, you're focusing on things like how to do your Bowser throws, how to handle like the inside the pyramid movement in SSL, and these other really small things that for a longer run you'd never bother focusing on. But then once you move to 70-star, like you said, you get to take all of that hyper optimized stuff with you that other 70 runners don't really have because they haven't really thought through, how do I do like a quarter spin Bowser throw in Fire Sea? And a lot of it too is in these shorter categories doing some of that really optimal stuff. It's less painful when you lose a run. It's less painful to lose a run to the Fire Sea throw here as compared to like in 120 star where it's an hour in.
You got a little more wiggle room, although all of these runs get to the point where you're seeing insane gains, and they're really, really tight in execution, even at an hour and a half long. Check this out, though. Tag's kind of on a pace early here.
Yeah, 610 SSL exit, not bad at all.
Oh, he's minus almost 3 on his SSL split. So this is nice to see early on. It's nice to see an early pace in the first 30 minutes of the runs here.
And we've got Slip heading down into basement as well. I can't quite see the pacer, but it looks like just +3 or so on Womps. 447 Womps is not too bad.
No, not at all.
Something to go ahead and get started with the day.
It's early on here, guys. We saw a lot of runs yesterday. We saw a lot of runs after stream yesterday. Who's everyone got in chat? Who do you have, Electric, here today for? Ooh, poor Tag. Volcano taking a victim there. Who do you have for best time today and best time in the tournament?
Oh, well, best time today will probably end up being the best time in the tournament so far.
Most likely.
I'm thinking we're see, I don't know, because it's really up in the air. I really think Sweegee's going to, or not, I think Ouija will end up being the one to watch just because his current leaderboard PB really, it's just from a couple of hours worth of attempts. He had that power outage yesterday. I think he's the one with the most hidden potential there. But with every other player, I think there's certainly a bit of a question mark. Like with Tag, you got to wonder if there's that bit of a PB afterglow where it's going to be kind of hard for him to keep up on the grind while, he still is excited about having gotten the first 14. With Sweegee, there's going to be that bit of a debate on, like, whether or not after getting world record, he's going to be able to just instantly pull out another good attempt just like that within a few hours. So I think Ouija will certainly be one to watch. And, I mean, we're seeing Slip already get into attempts and get decently deep into attempts. I mean, but between any of those four, Sweegee, Ouija, Tag, and Slip, I think we could certainly see some really, really big shakeups on the top of the leaderboard today. And then, of course, Cheese as well, like showing off that he can get a real PB during the Double Down event. And,
nice.
Like, just yesterday, he's already had runs that were, like, 15-0x pace coming out of HMC. So, you never know.
That's all extremely true. I think it would be a shame not to mention Trey too. I think when you're talking people who have the best opportunity to see the biggest gains, you're talking Trey. His PB of 15:11, his time right now 16:05. We're talking almost a minute. The guy could save just getting his PB, whereas Ouija would need world record to save a minute on his current time. So I think Trey has the biggest opportunity for gain, but Ouija is definitely the most likely to gain off of what his current time is.
Definitely. I can certainly agree with that.
I saw Cheese was doing a little wet dry world practice just in case he clips through there. Pick up a quick star if you're 3 or 4 minutes ahead heading into bits. Imagine
Gives you
being
like
3 or 4
plenty of
minutes
space in
ahead
your
heading
death
into
world.
pits, going into wet dry world. Like, what do you do? What do you do? Do you play wet dry world real quick?
Yeah, because if you exit course, well, great. Now you get to do the upstairs BLJ again, and I there's not really a quick way of taking a death like there would be in like HMC, let's say. I guess you could just bonk into the speeder over and over, but
We got lots of predictions here in chat. We got a lot of people thinking Suiji, that the grind's gonna make it happen at least a sub 15. Quest saying 14:59, and then after he's gonna go 3x. 14:37 is the official prediction there.
and I can certainly see like Suiji being able to pull out like just a nice 14.5x, like just on like just kind of a medium pace run in general. But it just I've also just got to wonder like if he still is kind of in that world record grind type mentality, and he's gonna have issues continuing things that aren't like 420 Womps exit, like 606 like SSL exit or something insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. And yesterday we were
Is
seeing
606
Suiji
even
do.
possible? I'm not even sure.
Yesterday we were seeing Suiji on, the crazy exits from HMC on wild pace, and all the way to bits we were seeing. I remember Slippery had one in bits at there was 3x pace. Like, if you're that far in 3x pace, that's near guaranteed for a world record if you can finish the run, even with some minor mistakes in bits. So it's massive potential across the board, I think, is the name of the game. And the redundant point here is anything can happen between these guys, and anything that does happen that changes where the current position is bound to be extremely high.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of, we've got Ouija here with yet another super cycle here out of Dark World, but that's going to be a ground pound, and unfortunate on that movement. Almost had the instant front flip to go ahead and save that. That would have, like, as a backup, that really wouldn't have lost that much time considering the magnitude of the mistake there.
Yeah.
Like that he kind of had to go for it to maintain the pacer, but it's like that. That's just yet another sort of like most other runners would have taken a simpler backup, but lost a lot more time to that. And like Ouija just going, no, I want this to be a pacer that I'm going to be happy with.
And I feel like that again comes down to moving the Mario, knowing when you need to do what movement in order to change a thing, because you're going to have to call some audibles at time. You're going to have you're going to have to run things that you weren't expecting, because you're in a position that you're not expecting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're not going to play frame perfectly all the time, and if you notice that you got a button press or frame off or something, and you need to change what your next bit of movement is to save yourself, like it's a lot better to lose a second on a backup than it is to lose the entire run just because you were trying to play only perfectly.
Yeah, and then perfectly is what these guys are striving for. We've seen it, but Suiji last night showed that you can do you can do sub perfect. You can miss a couple of small things even early on, and you can make up for it in other areas. None of the runs, even world record, are perfect. There are places for improvement. You just need to be almost perfect.
Right.
Which, of course, much easier said than done. A lot of questions about the format here. We're running 1 to 8 Eastern time, so we're about 30 minutes in right now to a 7-hour marathon here, and you all, have an opportunity to extend the length of time that these guys are going to get to play. And we know world record can happen sometimes right after the bell. So having that extra hour could mean the difference between world record happening live as part of this tournament and being worth $400 or not. So if you want to see more Mario, head on over, type in !donate, and drop a buck or two over to Urban Arts. They're absolutely fantastic group. They offer multi-year college prep programs, teach students both the arts and technology of game design, and their senior student teams actually get to make their own video game as a final project. So it's not just talking the talk. They have them do some walking too, and I think that's really, really cool.
It's super, super impressive, the stuff that they do. And they actually have a Twitch stream. I believe it's just like twitch.tv/urbanarts. where they'll show off like the video game projects that the students actually complete. And it's a really wonderful program for a lot of students that otherwise may not have a lot of opportunities to be exposed to like a game design teaching program. And so they're doing really wonderful work in their community, and we're super happy to be partnered with them for this event.
Exposure to education is such a noble thing, and it benefits everybody. So highly suggested, ! Donate, and help out the cause for them and help out the cause for these runners.
And speaking of, we're going to go ahead and roll a quick ad break. We'll talk a little bit more about urban arts.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And welcome back, everyone. We've got a number of runners going ahead and starting attempts now, but seems that the lobby is having to claim its early little tributes, if you will. But we've got Ouija and Tag and Slip, it looks like, all on their own attempts. And Cheese.
I believe Ouija just fell off and had to take a reset, but he was on a bit of a run. But it's the first of many. It is very early. Still waking Mario up, getting the hands warm, and gonna make some big moves here. Today's gonna be a really exciting day. I'm expecting something big to happen.
And there's a lot of potential for something big, like with Tag getting his first ever 14s, Ouija getting a new world record last night, like Ouija just being like really well rested after not having done a ton of attempts. Like there's so many runners that have the perfect groundwork laid out for just an explosive run to come out.
Yeah. Hey, we got a donation. Oh goodness, I didn't read that before saying that. It's from Wes for $1, and it says, "Did you know that Caster Meter is also a speedrunner? They're currently 11th place in Quest 64 Any%." That's true. It's the glitch category. I am 11th out of 11. So that's a real feather right there.
11th out of 11 is still a place, though. That's what counts.
I think if I shave 2 hours off, I'll be like in the top 3, and it's only an hour and a half speedrun. So, very much appreciated the $1, and it's a great way to get whatever you want said live, and you can make me say embarrassing things about myself.
And that's one thing that's really pretty interesting with this game is like most people that run this game, for how brutal it is, like they'll have some other game that they also speedrun just because you can't really only play this game. And so like there are a lot of like Pokemon Snap runners in the community. There are a lot of like a few people moved over to Ocarina of Time for a little while. A couple of people played around with like Paper Mario, like just all sorts of other random speed games.
Yeah, that's the thing about everybody in this group is they're all so good. I know Gerbies was doing some runs yesterday. He's part of this community, and he has 2 world records in Mario Party and 2 second places. Markinator is for In Fisherman Bass Hunter. He's got first, and a bunch of people with co-op 64. I have a lot of info on what everyone's doing and like who's the top people in all of these games, and it's really impressive the amount of talent that is in this community, and that's just in all of the different gaming communities in general.
Exactly right. And I mean, if you're gonna get to like the upper echelon of this game, like you end up having to be like this sort of person that you're probably good at some other games too, and it's just really cool to see all the different games that people have like just really optimized to a crazy level that like they'll end up coming back to this game at some point. But
yeah, I mean,
it's easy to see that dedication put towards other games as well.
I agree, and it was said yesterday, speedrunning is a mindset. It's a mentality. It comes down to actually knowing how to push yourself beyond what other people think is possible, knowing your own limits, and then saying, I can do better than that. And that's what we constantly see from these guys. That's why even when they have world record, Cheese, Suigi, D whatever, countless names, they continue to get world record over themselves because that's what they do. They go fast. They win.
Yep, and we got Ouija, unfortunately, falling off that Womps Pacer on Owlus. It's always rough whenever you finally get it out of Dark World, you finally get Salt Plus, and then Alice just doesn't want to cooperate.
Yeah.
But we actually got Cheese over in SSL on a 432 Womps exit, so he definitely has some room to improve his leaderboard PB with this run. I think it's a 620 flat SSL exit.
I mean, he's green. We know that for sure. So you like seeing the green, and you're rooting to see more of it. It's a beautiful thing.
Exactly right.
I could read off accolades for Cheese for days. The guy is an absolute monster because he's been around for so long. His level of play is so high, and he is never satisfied with, that was a good run. That's the best I can do. I don't know if he would ever say that's the best I can ever do. It's unfathomable to me because he just keeps pushing himself.
And it's really crazy what he's able to achieve, like bumping down his 16-star PB by like 15 or 20 seconds during the last event. Like bumping down your PB at all during a live event is pretty tough to do, and then doing it by that much of a time gap, like that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it really, really is. I know.
The pole skip not quite coming out, but he did fail it the better way, where you do just lose the 1.5 seconds to having to jump off the pole.
Well, fair enough. We'll see how he comes out at the end of LLL and see if we can get some good stuff going here. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed exactly what you said. You were talking about tag, weren't you?
Oh no, I was talking about cheese with a pole skip ending to lava boost there. Well, like you're wanting the kick to make it so that you don't grab the pole, so you can just jump right off the edge of that platform. But then cheese was just a little bit too close to the pole, and so ended up taking a pole grab anyway.
I mean, world record yesterday. There was a mistake in that exact star. And I know Suiji didn't like the obvious ground pound. That was a big mistake. Missed the star completely. But it was the luck he needed. It gave him the ground pound for luck, right? And then
right.
He didn't like how he grabbed the pole either. He didn't grab the pole, but he didn't like his entrance onto that pole section either. But proof's in the pudding at the end of the day. That was some world record pudding there.
Exactly right. And we got Slip. Slip has been having some awful luck with Salt Plus today. I've seen so many unfortunate fails there. I think that's kind of holding him back from getting a lot of attempts going through the basement. And it's always rough when you've got this barrier forming early on. Like if you're able to get out of Salt Plus pretty consistently, that lets you get more attempts at pillarless and go ahead and get comfortable with everything going on in basement. But when you get stuck in just this early game slog over and over, it can be really demoralizing.
Yeah, but these guys, they're going to push through anything, because all it's going to take is one run that's on a good pace. And I feel like sometimes it can be demoralizing to lose a good run or to be stuck. But sometimes it's also invigorating because I know I can do better than this. I've seen myself be on pace to break world record, to beat my PB, to beat whatever the PB is at the moment for the tournament. You know you can do it. It's about execution. And early on in the competition, they have the stamina. They're ready to go. They're here today. They know it's for a while. They have the opportunity. I think we're going to see a lot more resets early in the competition than we will later on. We'll see them kind of stick through some of them later on.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, because there's going to be a point later on where, like, even if you're like a few seconds down on where you'd want to be on the pace, you don't want to reset and then end up the rest of the session just be stuck in wumps and not able to hit Salt Plus. Because that's 6 seconds down, and so as long as you can get a run that's like within 6 seconds of the pace you want to be on out of wumps, like, you may as well continue it as long as you can keep it on that sort of pace, just because there's no worse feeling than resetting a run and not being able to get something as good as that for the rest of the session, and having to keep telling yourself, like, man, I wish I would have just kept with that run earlier. I'd be on a decent pace right now if I would have just kept with that run.
Yeah, that backwards, that everything's, 2020 in hindsight, that backwards mentality of, yeah, I wish I had, can be super dangerous. I don't think a lot of these guys, hopefully, fingers crossed, will fall into that, and instead will keep positive on themselves and keep pushing to be better. Look at the pace that the cheese is on right now, though.
Yeah, we got a 10-18 HMC exit here and a pretty good nip split coming out here. Out of all the strats that Cheese is choosing choosing to include, like, it's interesting that he's not punch grabbing nips. Like, he's always diving into nips.
Yeah, I mean, potentially something that he hasn't practiced to that degree, or he doesn't think it's worth the time save versus the risk. We see him not do chip either. So, some people might think that that's there's a failure there, but he knows what he's doing. He's one of the greatest to ever move Mario. So,
I think that's almost certainly like just a personal choice sort of thing where like he knows that it's going to lose. I think like with the Mitch punch grab, like you lose, like, I want to say 6 or 7 if you miss, and so like with such a minor time save, it's he's just saying it's not quite worth it yet.
Yeah,
18-15 best possible going into Fire Sea. As we've seen, she's definitely capable of ultimate from here.
That's true. This could be a decent, but we'll keep optimistic. I see some green over for tag as well. Some other guys taking a quick pause and some resets. Lakitu and Peach on screen. The jump dive Lakitu is just, it's so pretty. When I started watching, back in the 2019 season of the SGA tournament there, people weren't doing that. There was none of that. People weren't even doing Ultimate. They weren't doing Owless all the time. Most of them were, but not all of them. It's just exceptional how far everything's come.
Exactly. Things have certainly come a really long way, especially in the past couple of years. Beautiful fire suit that OPG's there.
Every time somebody gets a new world record, the question becomes, can that be beaten? Are we there? Have we hit the best we can ever do? And I know you and I were talking during the break. We both don't feel that way.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a minute before this game truly gets pushed to the point where we have an unbeatable record. And it certainly is getting to the point where if you want to get the 16-star world record, you may as well buy a cabin in the woods and self-isolate and just train relentlessly for years. But it still is possible, I think, for a person to come into this game now and in a few years reach these sorts of times. But I do certainly think that there's going to be someday where we see someone just get some statement time where it's you would have to play literally perfectly to try to beat it, and that'll kind of be the point where I feel like it'll end up being where we see one strat that was truly considered task only be pulled out in a world record run. That'll be the point where we really have to say that something is unbeatable.
Those
were some BLJs right there. 15-18 best possible still.
Yeah, and I mean he took a -11 addition to his splits, so BLJs in whatever he's splitting against here were not of the highest caliber. Oh, that face of oops, ain't done that in a while.
Do the silly kicks up, but
huge
moving right side, very nicely done. No ultimate ending. We'll see how these throws go. The Goomba a little bit in the way. Moving on into throws, got 20 seconds, and yeah, this is the PB that does have no time save on the throws, because I think this leaderboard PB they... Oop. Okay, there we go.
I mean, throws, Final Bowser, this is something that's in every category. This is something he has done for years and years. Always an added addition.
Oh,
that's on a pace.
That's gonna. I think this might still be possible for a leaderboard PB, but it's gonna be kind of iffy. And he thought he was close enough to the tail for the glitch grab, but he was just a little bit too far away. And that's always unfortunate when you think that you can get that grab, but not actually able to. And with that, that's gonna do away with the event PB. So he's just gonna go ahead and reset that, not even bothering with watching the ending there. It's an unfortunate ending, but I mean. Still, I think that's his second or third, 15-1x, 15-0x type pace into the throws. So,
yeah, I mean his PB is not terrible. The 15-13, 14th, so very, very good, and he was pretty darn close to that there with a little bit of bits. Bits will get you. It is a massive run killer and arguably the hardest stage in the game. So we've seen it here.
It's really just the fact that it's at the end, and it's so hard when you're on incredible pace to just make your brain shut up for the 1 minute to focusing on the game that you still have left. You're kind of you almost feel this pre-relief of oh, I just need to get through Sky and I've got the PB guaranteed, and that sort of you're daydreaming a little bit about when you finally finish the run and you're not really focused as much on every input and then you just suddenly miss a jump or something, or you're internalizing no one has ever been on this pace before. I have to play perfectly to get world record, and that stress just messes with you. It's a relatively simple movement, but whenever you've got all the pressure of that potential PB on your shoulders, it really it gets brutal, and especially with how accurately you have to time everything. Like, and especially if you're going for stuff like task long jump, or if you're going for like ultimate ending. Well, like the level of awareness that you have to pull those tricks off in anything but the perfect conditions, like you really, really need to be focused. And on that sort of pace, it's hard to stay focused like that.
Yeah, especially at the very end. There's a lot of things vying for your attention, and you can get pulled out of it. It's definitely a possibility. We saw Green Suigi last night on world record. He was a little distracted at the beginning, all the way through Womps, and then he focused in quite a bit. But that shows that though there's a lot of inputs and a lot of them are very, very precise. These guys have done these things so many times and they're so good at it. It feels like second nature. And sometimes having that little bit of distraction, not being so caught up in it, can be the big benefit where you're less stressed. Wow, the long jump, saltless. That was beautiful.
Oh man. He's trying to get a 420 Womp segment. He's not going to be happy with a 421. Let's see if he goes ahead and cooperates this run.
Chat's saying it's nice of Suichi to wait until day one was over to get the world record. Said Tech could still be the day one winner.
Oh, double jump quest just not working out for Ouija. Just a little bit too low on the cage. Mario just attempting the ledge grab instead of clearing.
It will happen. That one is pretty tight. I know now it's gotten down to very, very clean. People very, very good at the owl list. Even doing the double jump now.
Some people even claim that the double jump setup is easier than the triple jump setup, but I think it does kind of come down to what you're more comfortable with as a player, whether you're comfortable with like very tight timing inputs, or if you're just more comfortable with like having to try to like reduce Mario's speed for the triple jump and kind of like do that air strafing stuff.
Yeah, I know when
doing the triple jump setup, you got a little bit more room to land that actual triple.
That's true. I know when I was learning, I was going off of the triple jump. I was going off of the Simply tutorial for the triple jump, and able to land it a few times that way and get not great at it. But seeing the double jump, it's just so clean and so fast. It's exceptional that these guys continue to push this down. The community as a whole. You just have so many people doing runs and continuing to innovate.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really like the name of the game is just innovating, and that's like so many players have like just really like not even just implementing strats, but also just like kind of revisiting strats that were previously thought to be too hard and seeing like, could I use a different camera for this? Could I experiment with like how I'm approaching this like jump or this wall, you know, and make this more consistent somehow. And like that's another thing that's just been crazy to see with this category. Like the little stars that people had previously just kind of blown off as freebies, and like having just a slightly different way of approaching it, saving like a third of a second or so.
Yeah, all of them, every single stars has been touched on and optimized. And when you look at single stage records, you know, people have obsessed over getting world records, pushing world records, being the best and proving it. And that's what these guys do. They're just so excellent at innovation and pushing things forward.
And Trey Bordeaux on a pretty decent attempt here, just has the Pyramid Star and SSL still, but looks like he's the first to go ahead and do away with the lobby curse in a little bit.
Wonderful to see. Looks like Slippery has some minuses on his own end. Fantastic. Suigi in practice mode from the looks of it, as is Flixer. Cheese and Ouija taking a break together on the bridge out front.
It's just a nice comfy spot to go ahead and chill for a bit. You know, hear the breeze of the Lakitu just floating right in front of you.
I got a question for people in chat. What do you think is the hardest trick here in the 16-star route specifically? I know yesterday we talked about what we think is the best stage and the hardest stage, but how about the hardest single trick to do And this is not necessarily for everybody. Everybody will have a different one. What about you, Electric, when you were doing runs?
No, I wasn't doing the same route that these guys were doing. For me, with the no LBLJ route, the hardest thing that I was trying to implement was just side hop. Like obviously BLJs are going to be really difficult to be truly consistent at. I really think that this ending that people are doing now, like just across the board at world record level for Lava Boost, like with the one pull ending, like that's really, really tough to pull off correctly. And in addition to that, like it's not necessarily hard, but I've seen a lot of inconsistency with triple box jump in HMC. Like that triple jump is very hard when you're on really good pace to just pull off perfectly. And I've seen so many runs just go ahead and die right there. Just because like, it can be pretty finicky. Like if Mario is a little bit closer or further away from the box than you're used to, the timing for when you actually press A for the triple jump might be like just a split second off. And so, and that's like that can kill a run, even though it's like not that much time lost. But
it can for sure. We got some answers here from people. Lakitu skip, BLJs. I mean that we see tons of those make or break runs. Couple of little jokes in here, carpetless, which of course, you know, if you're not talking 16 star, that could be a legit answer there. Obviously Toad Star is the right answer. Logless, which I believe is the same thing as side hop. Tama, a lot of the TAS long jump. Oh yeah, TAS long jump is that's one that was theorized back when I started watching, and now it's just a thing that gets hit.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those tricks that like we were talking about yesterday, that like within Sky alone, like a lot of runners like Suigi will consider the ultimate ending harder than the TAS long jump, but like both are really this sort of like what really makes TAS long jump so formidable for me is that like it's like the Hail Mary type move where like you're committing to go for it, and like most of the time you're gonna break even with Manamo cycle. If you get the wall kick and have to like take the ledge grab, like you're gonna probably cut about even with Manamo. And like sometimes you'll get that extra 2 seconds time save, but so much of the time you're just gonna bonk and fall and die. And like that's such a huge risk at the beginning of literally the last stage of the game. But
yeah,
for 2 seconds, it's what people are just doing now.
It's true. It's, we got a lot of Suki. I mean, the Tsukishima is exceptional when you're able to hit it, so I can get behind that. Fly Guyless, Kano long jump, I can dig it. And you know, people saying you know, 7 Yosh Tama's easy. I mean, I don't think so. I've never been able to hit it. Granted, I'm not a particularly good runner, which is why I would much rather talk in the booth and get to watch, be a fan, than doing the runs myself. But I think it's definitely a difficult thing to do, personally.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it just speaks for how like ridiculously brutal some of these other strats in this run are. Like, because it is really one of the harder individual strats within like the whole 120 stars of like, especially if you're doing 70 star, Tom is going to be probably one of the harder things that you're going to have to learn within that route. But like with like pro lava boost, like pro bits, pro fire sea, like there's so much other stuff that just makes it seem tame by comparison. I mean, Fly Guyless, even within the same stage, like Fly Guyless makes Telma look like a breeze.
Yeah, that's a good point, and this is very similar to what Porridge is
that's
saying.
going to be a chip flip miss from Trey on a really, really nice pacer here. This is against his real PB, and unfortunately that's going to be like 8 or 9 seconds down, but not to fret. Slippery Nip also on a pretty impressive pacer coming through HMC.
Yeah, +0 splits out of HMC, 0.8 after MIPS. Like, that is heartbreaking to see that big loss there, going for small gains, but you got to go for the hype every single time. Keep the same route that you do, and we'll see how much time he lost here. Regardless, you know, he's at a 16:05, and if he's splitting against his PB, he's got a lot of wiggle room.
Exactly. Just needs to be able to finish this out pretty cleanly here. And I believe it's a 10:05 HMC exit from Slip, so just 2 seconds ahead of his event PB here, and certainly still 14 capable.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, you know, it's somebody in chat, Two Chords, was making the same kind of point you were there, that when you're a top runner, there's more tricks to worry about than Tama. But, you know, for sure, if you're a less experienced runner, it will be hard. So a lot of really good insight there from chat into what people think is the hardest for them or the hardest in general. And it seems like it's a lot of that final stage, and some of these tricks that are, we once thought, I mean, one of them's called TAS long jump. We thought it was only TAS possible. Like, how hard is it?
Yeah, exactly. And I still just remember whenever like Kano or other players like started pulling that out, I was like, okay, this is going to be something that one player messes with for like a few weeks, and then it's just going to go by the wayside, and then everyone does it now. Like, I just can't believe stuff like that has become consistent enough for people to say, yeah, I'll do that in a run.
Yeah.
I'll commit to like trying to play my heart out perfectly for like 13 minutes straight, and then just put the whole fate of the run on this one long jump.
Yeah, it's definitely exceptional. The level of play that they have to be at and what they do is great. This is Slippery is on one heck of a pace, and Trey is heading upstairs. So we got two really good runs going right now that should at least beat their current tournament time.
Suichi practicing a pretty wild backup for Fly Guyless if he gets the bad angle there. Trying to go for a firstie off the side of the maze in order to get back over to the pyramid.
How much time do you spend on practicing backups just in case? How much time do you think would be appropriate for runs like this?
I think it certainly depends on the runner. For me, what I usually try to do is just if I notice that I've been resetting a lot on like the different parts of the star, like I'll try to continue on attempts even if I have like a minor mistake early on, just to kind of get used to like if I make that same mistake in runs, what do I want to do about it? But like I don't really. I do think it's really useful to do what Suigi did just then, which was like, you know, go ahead and save state with like Mario's going to land on the pyramid a little bit wrong, and like what do I want to do accounting for that?
Poor Trey. You hate to see it.
I think we could still see an improvement on the leaderboard PB, but it's going to be a lot closer now with that death. That's unfortunate.
Slip's on a really hot pace himself, but Trey is closer to the end here, so we'll stick with it and hopefully see the end here of this. And we'll go
ahead and get Slip on the main though, because that's first try catch on the first staircase. Oh, but isn't going to quite build up enough speed. Worst case scenario stuff there, but still has enough time that like I think this could still improve. Just cannot get this. There we go. Yeah. Finally gets the catch, but it's going to be a little bit too late.
Indeed, Trey still making his way up the Bowser in the Sky stage here, heading to Bowser. 16:05 to beat, and another bonk on the moving right. I would not be surprised to see a reset from Trey, but he may want to just get the practice in bits, and I would fully support that as well.
Oh, and Slip goes for TAS long jump, just not quite.
It's me, Mario.
And with that, we're going to be just right back in just a moment. We're going to have a short little caster break, but stick around. We'll have some more runs for you in just a little while.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? There we go.
Everybody get it out.
All four.
There we go.
All four.
whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
Welcome back. So glad you all could join us here at Speedrun. We are watching the 16-star tournament here, day 2 of the SWRC. Is the world record circuit. We have 7 of the best in the world. Every one of these guys, a top 20 player in the 16-star category of Super Mario 64. We'll do a quick status update here where everyone's at. It looks like most everybody is either practicing or very early on in their run. And of course, so far in the tournament, Tag 609 coming in with not only a PB, but a sub 15 yesterday. That was absurdly hype. I was so honored to have been here for that. Chat exploded. Donations came rolling in. It was a madhouse, and well done by Tag. Another congratulations, well deserved for the work he put in for that. And then Green Suigi, current world record holder, 15:01 in the tournament last night. Just a couple hours after tournament over, PBs, and by PBs I mean world records again, pushes it even further down. Does what some people said was impossible. Everybody thought was impossible just years ago. And lands another world record. Slippery Nip has been on several paces, even including today, that would not only break his own PB and his tournament PB, but some of them, even world record. We've seen some 3Xs going into bits even. Flixer and Cheese, dead tie right now. We'll have to retime those if one of those times do not improve. And in 4th and 5th at the moment, and then we have Ouija and Trey. Both of them had some issues last night with their power. They lost a bit of time to what could have been 7 hours, plus the extra hour we were able to get for them yesterday, which came in handy to give Trey a little bit more time to play some Mario when he lost some in the beginning. So everybody has some room for improvement here. Tag, the only one currently at his PB. But we are really, really excited here. And every one of these guys is just, they're so good. I really can't stress that enough, how good these guys are and how playing in a format like this, not only, you know, you're here playing for 7-8 hours, but you're also playing against the other best people in the world, and you're playing for a prize, and you're playing for pride. It's really big, and it forces these guys to continue to improve and be better and better. Questions about whether Slip had a 3x into bits or Suigi. I believe they both did at different times. And I am fine if I'm wrong, and I will apologize if that's the case, but I believe at least once Slip also had a 3x going into bits and lost it into bits, but I am willing to be corrected if that's incorrect. I know there was also a lot of talk about Tago. He's not in this one. Tag 609 is instead. But, you know, Tago done pretty darn well in his own right in the 16-star category. He's been in the top 25, 28 months. The top 3, 43 months in the 70-star, including 2 world records. Held world record for 3 months total. And the 120-star, top 10 for 71 months. So pretty good. Just give it a little call out there for someone not in the tournament, but tournament adjacent in a way.
And it's been exciting to see Tago come back to the community after quite a while away, trying to like keep up with his hands and having to just you know, keep up with mentality stuff too. Because this game can get really, really brutal when you're grinding, especially like super long term. Yeah. And then that 70 world record that he got was really like the result of fighting like day after day after day just for inches, really. Because I think at one point he got a time that was 2 frames off the current record. So it was tied basically with the world record, but it technically wasn't record because it was 2 frames slower. And like getting through an hour-long run and ending up with like a 2-frame tie like that is certainly a very hard thing to continue the grind after. But
yeah,
we've got Ouija on a 420 flat pace coming out of Womps here, and kind of an interesting start for Fly Guyless, but oh, that's not quite going to trigger the star. Do have room for the backup at least. Oh, that's not going to work out. No way to roll back out, unfortunately.
That will happen. Let's get a reset, and you got a lot of time here to come in and pick up something good, get yourself first place here in the tournament, maybe a world record casually if you're one of these top guys.
Yeah, let's see, we got She's here just kind of trying to work his way through Dark World. We got a lot of runners starting up attempts now, at least. It took a minute for some of these runners to go ahead and get going. They wanted to go ahead and stick with some practice for a little while, which, you know, absolutely understandable. You know, you want to make sure you're really adequately warmed up before you start trying at these attempts. There's no point to fighting your way through a good Sugi Dark World and get a good Salt Plus if you're not able to play through the basement.
That's true, and we saw it work for Suigi yesterday, and we'll see if it does again today. And failing the box jump in the practice there, it's something that he he messed up in his world record attempt, so surely, or not attempt, his world record run, and surely that's why he's given some extra attention to it now. And we've seen that from a lot of people who have been really good in other sports and in other competitions. And that's when they mess up on something that they know they can do normally. Give it extra time, give it extra practice, do it again and again and again. Reset that muscle memory and make it very firmly in favor of the correct way to do things. And then you can just rely on that.
Exactly right.
You know, we're here today to watch these guys. We're here today to see some fantastic Mario play from the best in the world. We're also here supporting Urban Arts. The dono link is in chat, !dono. Donation will get you it as well. This is a great organization. They're helping people, underprivileged students. They're from a diverse group of new game developers. Over 90% of Urban Arts students are people of color. 50% of them are young women. You can learn more about how they're inspiring the next generation of diverse game designers that the game industry is begging for by checking out the link in the chat and dropping a donate. And of course, you can also leave a message there. Cheer on your favorite runner. Make predictions about what you think the time is going to be. What do you think the best time today is going to be? Anything you want, really.
Yeah, we got a lot of runners capable of some pretty insane pacers, and as we saw last night with Sweety's new world record, an insane time can happen just at any time. So
That's true.
and now we've got looks like 6 runners total going at attempts now. You know, we're almost certainly bound to see something come up eventually. We
Yeah.
got Slip coming out of the dark world yet again here, and after that really crazy pacer in the BLJs, I feel like Slip has certainly got to be in a particular like Zen mode zone where it's like he knows that he can get something like really solid going, like 14 pace into the late game, and now it's just kind of a matter of replicating that run and finishing it out strong.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of green out of him early on here. We're seeing a lot of runs that are actually getting through in comparison to his peers here. But you know, to your point about being able to extend, having that goal. If we hit the extra 750 today, the 1500 total, then we'll be able to add an extra hour. And it's the later times. Jeez, just missing that star. The extra time. That's when these guys are most warmed up. That's when they're getting some of these big runs. It wasn't until the 5 to 6 hour that we got the tag got his sub 15, and it wasn't until after the stream had already gone off and he was more than warmed that Suiji was able to get world records. So that last hour, it's a big deal. We want to see it on stream. We want it to count. A lot of people come in asking, why isn't the world record on the screen? It's got to be during the event, and we can help make sure that happens.
Exactly. And if you're a big Sweetie or Slip fan, that extra hour could make a huge difference here because, as it stands, even though Tag's only got 114 under his belt, he's got that 14 during this event, so that's the time that counts, and so that's what puts him in first place right now. Like, if you're Tag, that's got to be a really interesting mental position to be in, where you've only ever achieved this just insane time once, and like you've got these other guys that like Sweetie has to have like double digits 14s at this point, just from the no resets and just all the other runs that he's completed. And like Slip and Ouija both have like a couple of 14s under their belt, but none of them have gotten a 14 at this event. So Tag gets to be in the lead. And it's got to be an interesting feeling from him, but he also knows that that's a precarious lead. It's not guaranteed that a 1458 is going to win this event, especially when you've got players who in previous LTAs have already gotten like lower 14s. So.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, Suiji got a 1450 at the Double Down in Vegas back in July. So it can definitely happen. We've seen it happen here. We saw it happen there. And I fully anticipate that somebody else here today can get a 14. I would go out on a limb and say I think somebody will. I think the possibility is very high that somebody here today is gonna break that 15 again.
Absolutely. I can certainly agree there. We've got Cheese on yet another pretty decent pacer coming out of SSL. I think his previous run was like a 620 SSL exit, so 616 is certainly a good improvement there.
Yeah, Cheese has been having great runs here today. Cheese and Slip both. I know Slip had a little slip up there in Womps and kind of took a little break, left the level, came back into the level. And I'm sure looks like he's gonna probably go in and do some practice now. So that's a good call. Get some practice in and see how things go. And kind of pick up there. But Cheese keeps getting on good paces early on. I absolutely love that. I want to see the guy continue to move up in the standings.
Same here. Definitely same here.
Chat saying Suiji practices all tournament time to get a world record after it finishes. I mean, show me the lie.
Right.
And it's fantastic because it could have very easily happened a couple hours earlier and been on stream. So it's totally possible, and he knows he can do it. The pressure's off. He's got the big time. He's pushed it further. He didn't even think it was real after he got it. He kept saying, "What the? I've never seen you be able to stand there before. I always fall down that hole." He kept saying it feels unreal. I'm looking at that time; it doesn't even feel real. So there's no pressure in that regard.
Exactly. Yeah. And she's with an interesting sequence of events in that HMC so far, but still maintaining pretty good pacer here.
Yeah, talk about some backups. It's somehow saved himself from falling down in that emergency exit. I mean, I hope you're right, Crow, that everyone hits world record today. Let's just keep fighting it down.
There we go. See upslide coming out just fine this time from Cheese, but the boulder just barely too close to him. That third boulder, like, you don't really think of it being that big of an RNG factor, but if it gets too close to Mario, it can make the timing so tight for getting that wall kick.
Yeah, that's true. Looked like Slip was practicing Kless, which is actually super interesting to me. I know the 10X class is extended category, and he has second place in that. So he's not unfamiliar with class at all. First, of course, being fellow commentator Zeus, who we'll hear from later today. The only one to say that they have a better time in that than Ouija. Beautiful dive by a Cheese to pick up Nips. And even with that weird scuff in HMC, still double-digit green.
Yep. And I mean,
Not sure what splits
looks like a 15-10 best possible against. It doesn't quite look like it's event PB since it's a 15:39. I'm not really sure what run this is.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Do not expect to see Chip, but front sub for sure. Ouija back in Dark World. Flixer. Some early runs here. LBLJ given a tiny bit of trouble. Ag 609. Early green
She's a little bit too far to the right on the approach for front sub. And that's been a consistent issue for him. I've seen that impact at least one other run as well.
Still green. Lost significant amount on that bad boy, but still good to see the green on the board.
Absolutely right.
Although, to be fair, he needs green just to event PB by, is that a 6 or a 9? By at least, 5 or 6 seconds. Oh!
Goes for the fire CBLJ, but doesn't quite clear all the way to the other side. It would have been the only way it would have made a positive difference there, unfortunately.
The cheeky smile when he starts going for it. He's like, I know this is fat chance that it works, but I'm gonna try it anyway.
Yeah, it starts like that, like, if that ever happens in a world record 16-star run, then I think the category will be officially dead after that. But, like, if you manage to land that BLJ on, like, 14.3x pace or something, like, I do not envy the nerves you'd have to play under for the rest of the run after that.
Right?
Like, that'd be worse than, like, a 0-star run right after hitting world record pace DDD skip. Like, that's... Nothing would compare to just how nervous you'd feel on that, like, literally once-in-a-lifetime type of pace.
I mean, for now, that is how it is. At some point, that's going to become standard. That's how these things happen, is they get discovered,
I
they
don't
think it's
want to
cast
live to
only.
see the day that there's a standard BLJ in a Bowser stage.
Why not? That's wonderful. That's awesome. We're gonna keep pushing the limits of what we do. That's what speedrunning is. We say it's gonna be cast, we implement it, and then it becomes standard.
That's just pushing the limit until it just straight up breaks right there.
Well,
same as, like, there's a reason you don't see that HMC BLJ in 120 star too often for Amazing Emergency Exit, I think it is. Or no, Toxic Maze, but
yeah.
In any event, we'll be back in a couple of minutes for a quick ad break.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And welcome back, everyone. We've got a few pacers going here for you with Tag 609 still trying to beat that 14-minute time that he put on the board yesterday. And it looks like he's going to be the furthest along right now, as meanwhile everyone else just kind of trying to work their way through that early game slog. I'm Electric, joined in the booth by Meter. How are you feeling as we're starting to get into, like, the second hour of attempts today and starting to see, sort of the way that these runners are getting pacers going? Like, what are you expecting to see throughout the rest of the session today? And who are some of the big names you're really keeping an eye on?
I'm expecting to see constant improvement. I know Trey is really pushing to drop down below 16. That's going to be first goal. So I think we're going to see a lot more runs that go deeper in from Trey early on. Ouija, we know, is pushing very hard. We've seen a lot of good pacers, more than anybody else, I think, so far here today, getting into basement and better in the green. And when Ouija's green, big things are coming. And then we have people who are PBing, including world record growth. So those guys, they're on that hype. They're riding the high. I'm expecting to see really, really big things here today. And I am not going to be surprised if my jaw drops at some of the things we see. We already saw a backwards long jump in Fire Sea. What's more hype than that?
Oh, and it looks like we do have a donation here from Iluvatar. Going to be $40, donating to contribute to a successful day 2. Well, thank you so much, Iluvatar. And a friendly reminder with that donation that if we get to $1,500 total raised today, which we're just a little over 700, a little over 700 still away from that, we'll be extending the stream by another hour. So, if you're a big Slip or a big Sweegie fan or a big Ouija fan, and you want to give these runners a really good chance to, maybe be able to bot Tago here, who unfortunately Tag just lost that run to Mips, which it happens. We've seen multiple other runs lost to the Bunny today, but if you want your runners to have an extra hour at attempts, maybe have some extra time to get that low 14, go ahead and get those donations, and we'll be able to hit that donation goal, get that extra hour.
And who knows, world record could happen right after we get off stream if we don't have that extra hour. So make it happen. Ouija lost right around the same time in SSL. So we had a couple of resets on deeper runs, but Trey, he's got a minute to save, give or take, of course, a couple seconds there. So he, even in the red, if he's in the red 30 seconds, it's still worth him finishing. Joker has a question for us in the booth. Question for the commentators. Why are you both so good looking?
I woke up like this.
The compliment very much appreciated. Not sure which window you're at to know the answer to that.
I thought I locked all my house doors.
Well, come on in. It's much cooler in here. I got the AC going.
And Adelia is asking another really good question here. How's the BLJ fatigue? Most of these runners will kind of have a way that they decide to approach LBLJ that will kind of lead to a bit less fatigue, generally. A lot of runners will have like a very specific kind of match they're going for where they're trying to be a little bit easy on their hands alongside trying to go as fast as they can. And that's kind of a bit of what you see the difference between like players that are getting like a 121 LBLJ pretty consistently compared to like getting a 119. Like the 119, you have to really push the mash. And if you want to keep your hand health together, you got to put a lot of time into making sure you've got both a fast but also like safe and, ergonomic mash, if you will. But some of these other players will just opt to like mash a little bit slower. And that is one thing that's a bit nice about LBLJ, the way that BLJ is set up. You can mash to an extent as fast as you want to. So if you want to slow your pace down just a little bit to be easier on your hands, you can do that, and you won't fail the trick. It'll just take a little bit longer to build up the speed you need.
And the nice thing is they're not super long. You're not mashing for super long. Some games, some speedruns, you do. You have some sections that are massive amounts of mashing, but not too long you're doing it, and hopefully you're getting enough runs at a lobby that you're not mashing, over and over and over. It's a small bit of mashing, play a bit of the game, 10, 15 minutes of the game before you get a mash again. And they also take breaks, things like that.
We got a big donation coming in now from Fizz Pistol, $100 just with a donation comment. Bing, bing, woohoo! Thank you so much, Fizz Pistol. And just like that, we're just a little bit over $600 now from that 1,500 goal. Keep it up. So much generosity from chat. Thank you so much, both Fizz Pistol and Ilivitar.
It's very true. Early on, I know yesterday we were at about 200 early on in the first 2 hours, and I'd love for us to at least be able to beat that early on here. We started at 750, so let's keep that pushing forward and beat the 200 by the first 2 hours, and make sure we hit that 750 by the end, the 1,500 total. It's going to be very good, and we'll get to see more Mario. That's exactly super generous, though. Fizz Pistol, $100. Donations don't have to be that large either. 1, 2, 5, 10. It all makes a huge difference in the long run for Urban Arts and supporting all of the things that they do in providing merit-based scholarships for underprivileged students.
We got Trey Borda on a pretty hot pacer right now. Certainly some room to go ahead and improve that leaderboard PB. And we got Weak Frank asking what the ideal pace is for BLJs. It actually depends on which BLJ you're doing. So the 50-star and the Endless Staircase BLJs, those do have like an ideal rhythm that's kind of about like 440 to 450 BPM, give or take. The technical, like how exactly you want to do those BLJs to get them to work is you want your second jump to be 2 frames after your first jump, and your third jump to be 1 frame delayed from your second jump. Which, like, doing like a 440 to 450 rhythm, if you're going to mash in a consistent rhythm, that's about the best way of having that happen most often. But then for LBLJ, there isn't really a best rhythm so much as just you don't want to over mash, because if you mash too quickly for LBLJ, you'll just eventually like get a single jump instead, I believe. But like to an extent, you can mash as fast as you want to, and the only difference will just be that you build up speed faster. It's due to the way that, like, because in the pillar Mario's against like a wall and ceiling type arrangement, well, like the speed at which you have to mash is a lot more lenient than on the staircases upstairs, where like there's nothing behind Mario and you really do have like a frame perfect window to actually get the speed build up to start happening.
Well answered. If you tap too quick, game thinks you're holding down the button pretty much. Trey missing chip again. And then front sub, the approach looked off, so pulled back to try and go up left side now.
This is such a difficult trick to back up with all that lag, and of course you're so frustrated after you initially fail the trick that like the adrenaline kind of builds up, and that prevents your ability to focus quite as well. And like you gotta be really focused to like play properly through that much lag.
Yeah, that's true. And that sub, man, the lag, it is brutal. You have your lag reduction strats, but even still, it is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, my pet theory is that like some 3D modeler was just really proud of his submarine model, and they were like, we'll throw it into the game, sure. And they just put it in and didn't bother testing the lag for it at all or anything, because it really. It makes you wonder, why did you want to put this really big submarine here if it's going to slow down the whole stage?
I heard somebody theorize, I think it was someone from GSA, that it could have been like a demo of some sort, like a product demo that was used to show off the capability of the N64 at some point. And then they're like, we might as well put it in our Mario game. Since it launched with the system, it makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I think I do remember, like, in some SGI demo or something, seeing, like, a similar-looking submarine, but I'm not exactly sure. I've always wondered, too, because both the water stages in this game are, like, the really big high points for lag, and I've always kind of wondered if they were more okay with lag in those stages because it feels swimmy or some kind of explanation like that, you know? Because, like, I don't feel like the lag really, when you're playing the game casually, you don't notice it quite as much because, like, you're already swimming around slowly in the first place.
Sure. We got a donation here. $1 from Yogi. No comment, but in chat, there is a comment from him. If everyone watching donates $1 now, we get an extra hour of Mario. I mean, that's an absurdly good point. $1. goes to a good cause, and we get an extra hour of Mario. And in that hour, it could easily be a PB, tournament PB, maybe even a world record. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'm just saying the possibility is definitely there. And right now we plan to stop at 8 Eastern. That will be 9 if we're able to get those donations in. So move it forward.
Yeah, we'll see if we're able to go ahead and get a donation train going. Thank you so much, Yogi, for that $1 to go ahead and start that train. And now Trey, on pace to go ahead and improve this leaderboard PB by a little bit if we get a decent bits here.
Indeed. You know, I said much earlier, maybe back at HMC or before, that even on a plus 30, he would probably still finish a run because it's going to improve his PB, but I did not intend that to be an invitation to have a plus 30. More a, hey, you got breathing room, you got wiggle room.
Oh, narrowly missing moving right side. We're going to go ahead and just go for standing left instead there, looks like. And yet again, just the wall kick not quite clearing out from the edge there. It's so difficult, like, trying to hit the very, very edge of that wall there, but not going over by accident. And there are a lot of little ways, too, that you can end up, like, hitting the ceiling first, and then like, Mario can't wall kick. But, I don't think the event PD is quite possible anymore, but Trey's still going to go ahead and finish this one out for the fans.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's the right decision at this point, to continue to do what you can to at least get through bits. Bits is a nightmare. At least for me, I have nightmares with bits.
But... Everyone does. I've woken up in a cold sweat, like, multiple times. It's okay. And then Trey Bordo just gonna go ahead and redo the fight here. Such a, like, weird way of missing the second throw. He just doesn't want to go ahead and continue that one. We'll go ahead and get a fresh attempt at the fight.
Fair enough. No matter what, this will be the first run to actually finish today, and that's exciting.
Exactly right. Yeah. Oh, Mario gonna miss just a little bit.
Actually, did Cheese finish his run earlier? Because he had one too, right?
I don't think he ended up, he threw the third throw, but then as soon as he saw it missed, I think he reset.
Somebody put Bowser down. I saw the amazing Padronis pop up in chat. Welcome.
We got Tag attempting the 2-pole ending there, but gonna go ahead and grab the second pole for a little bit of time loss. But pretty good pacer comparing right against his 1458 right now.
Yeah, I mean, plus 0.2. That's very good, and there's time save on every run you do. So, really good opportunity here. This little side hop.
And this is Tag's real PB. Yes, Tag did get a 1458 yesterday, so his first ever 14-minute time was during this tournament. So, super hype stuff that he's able to run against his PB and have that PB. That's gotta feel good to be able to run against a 14-minute time that you earned. Like,
yeah, that's true. Speaking of feeling good, we got some more donations here. That donation train is in effect. We got $1 from Anonymous. We got $2 from Hamron saying bet to Yogi. Making it happen. Trojan with $20 saying he'll spot 19 other people. Choo choo. Dr. Ravioli with $1. Extra Mario to make Mario go longer.
Thank you so much for all these donations. Like, already got 5 people joining in on that $1 train.
Let me take a second run at that one. An extra $1 to make Mario go Yahoo longer. I missed the Yahoo. That was important.
The Yahoo was the most important part, but of course. And Tag getting a beautiful C-up slide. Boulders not quite cooperating. The third one, yet again, just slamming down on Mario's skull as he's trying to get the wall kick.
Those boulders. Trollders.
Yep. That's the only term for him, is just trollder, because There's no other way to describe just how nefariously they act.
Yeah. And it's always when you're on some of your best runs too.
Yep. They never get in your way when you're on just like a throwaway pace, but it's always when you're on that deep PB pace. They're just right in the worst spot.
That's true. We started today at 750 on the dono, and we're at 916 at the moment. We have a $1 dono train going, chugging down the tracks. Need some help keeping that bad boy moving. Add some coal to the fire. And we're at 166 on the day right now, trying to hit 200 by the 2-hour mark, which is just 12 minutes away. So we only got a little bit more, just $34 to hitting that 200 by the 2-hour mark. I'd love to beat that. That was yesterday's what we hit. That was the pace set yesterday. I'd love for us to be on a better pace here today, get that green split, if you will.
And speaking of green splits, we've got 10-12 from Tag here, slightly red on his splits, but certainly does have the room to go ahead and improve things into the green before too long here. Nice punch grab on Mips there. We'll see how these door clips go, but certainly we started the heat on a decent pacer here. Beautiful first clip there. So confident in that drop spot. Like he did not watch that shadow at all. Beautiful glitch clip there. Just killing that second there. Beautiful stuff on the MIP split here. We've got 1453 best possible moving on into DDD.
You know, we got times on runs dating all the way back to 2003. Back when there were only 2 people with times on the board. And we're still, as of yesterday, getting better times as a community. That's unreal.
Yeah, like to have this long and this storied of a record progression is just unheard of with nearly any other game. Oh, they're going to be slightly early on the dive. A not coming out before B, and that's going to be it for that attempt. Unfortunate way to have things end, but I mean, when you're dealing with front sub, that's one of the many ways that things can go wrong. Just you're trying to go for the jump then dive, and the A press comes out slightly early.
It does. I know he's not the first person today of our runners here to fall victim to front sub and the lag we've talked about before. Jump over to who many regard as the GOAT, Cheese, on a decent pace himself. Seeing some green there. Cheese better known for the 120 star, 17-time world record holder, 11 times. He was beaten by the same person himself. Was that blue?
Oh, yep, unfortunate wild blue mistake there.
I think he already had gotten that star too. It looked like it was blue.
Well, and then he ended up messing up that single jump going up to it.
Which, you know, same thing Suiji did in world record just last night. She's 63 times, or 63 months. He's been in the first place position. He's been in the world record position. 91 months in the top 3. That is unreal for 120 star.
It's just insane dominance. We'll see if anyone else is on any kind of pacers at the moment. Just kind of, we got Slip actually coming out of Dark World on 243. We'll see if he's able to get through Salt Clots. It's been causing a few issues this morning, but we have also seen, like, once Slip is able to get out of the lobby, he's been able to go on an absolute tear. Like, he already had, I think, a 14.4x or 14.5x pace into BLJs.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good runs from a lot of these guys. But we have yet to see anything that's really gotten me super excited. I'm really excited, honestly, for Trey to nail one of these runs. He is underrepresented himself thus far. He was robbed of some time early. We know, everybody knows his potential is exceptional. And right now he has a 16:05. He's gonna break that today, and I'm pumped for when that happens, and to see how much he breaks that by. Maybe how many minutes he breaks that by. We got another donation here from Pika, $5. One more hour, let's get it, chat.
Already getting the total up to $921 raised during this event in total.
We got 8 more minutes. Can we hit the 950 before the 8 minutes? A couple of $1 donations, 5 or 10. We'll get there very, very quickly. Let's make that happen. Let's hit that goal.
And Slip's going to be getting out of Womps here. Going to be 423 Womps exit.
Another green split heading into basement. Slip's on something today. I know yesterday he was also, and he didn't quite get what he wanted. A 15:05 is nothing to sneeze at, but he didn't get quite what he wanted. We're expecting to see sub 15 from him. Maybe I firmly believe he can get 15-3x. Him and Suiji, I think, have the best opportunity to do that, and either one of them could pop off at any time and nail that. But right now, green again. A lot of green coming out of Slip.
Yeah, just needs to be able to nail that finish because, like we saw with the 15:05, like there was a lot of really, really good backups coming out, like accounting for just some really, really weird mistakes in different spots. And stuff that, like, you know, a lot of other times in other runs, you know, you make a mistake and the whole run ends up falling apart afterwards. But Slip really did manage to hold things together super solidly for that 15:05. But now the name of the game is really just replicating the early game in that run and just trying to clean up some of those mistakes, which is certainly a tall, tall order. But you can see Slip already getting a medium bomb on plus, so that's going to need a retry, but does have Fly Guyless on this run, and with a big bomb Tama, we could still see him only just a second or two behind. And that is always frustrating when you grab the medium bomb there, because that's just pressing B 1 frame too early on Pillarless, but it does only lose you about 3 to 4 seconds or so whenever you go for the top of the pyramid backup immediately instead.
I mean, you're green in basement. There's no reason to not keep that. At least push yourself through.
Yeah, and with that good of a Tama, like, you may as well just keep it going. Excellent stuff there. It's 616 SSL exit. This is comparable to what we've been seeing Cheese play around with leaving SSL sometimes. So.
Yeah, we got a 15-13 best possible here for Flixer. Right now with the 15-32 exactly tied with Cheese.
And there's something about these two runners that they just can't help but constantly tie each other at all these events.
It is quite a thing to be able to say. Is every live event I tie with Cheese. That is exceptional. Really shows why Flixer's up here on the stage with these other 6, continuing to push and be better and better, and do so for himself and for everybody else. Anytime somebody is pushing and improving, especially world record, but even anybody in the top 10, top 20, it's making everybody else do the same.
Exactly right.
Lava boost.
Whoa, that's an ending right there.
What a grab to save.
Full grab.
That is thinking on your feet. See some green for tag. Slip is only a little bit red there in LLL.
Is still maintaining a really solid pace outside of SSL. We got Trey Bordeaux, also nice plus here.
And he's running against his PB, his real life PB, all-time PB, not his tournament PB. So being a +2 right now, it's a good spot to be. Definitely a huge improvement.
Exactly right there. Exactly right. We've got 3 runners now just cruising on through basement. And Ouija as well. Ouija getting a nice Tama plus here. Perfect pyramid approach. And Ouija's about to get like a 6-0x at SSL, I'm pretty sure. Like, this is a nutty run from Ouija.
We're seeing a lot of really good runs right now. This is some of the most exciting stuff. It's nice to have this many people running at the same time in these LTAs, so you always have somebody doing something really cool to watch, something exciting happening. But when multiple are, it just exemplifies, it just amplifies how good everything's happening here.
Yep.
That excitement level.
We got Slip with a minor slip up there on Rolling Rocks, but still going to be a perfectly continuable run. Meanwhile, Ouija enters LLL 607 SSL exit. That's just nasty. That's the sort of time that, like, you know, you expect someone to make up in chat and be like, oh yeah, I got a 607 SSL, I just didn't record it, lol. And it's like, okay, troll, sure, but like, Ouija actually plays that well. Like,
Yeah. It's very, very true.
I feel like Ouija would be that kid that, like, tries to tell other kids on the playground about some cool thing he did in Mario, and everyone else is like, oh yeah, sure, buddy. But he's like, no, really, I did it this time.
You know, you can beat the game with only 16 stars? Okay, sure. Look at him now.
So we got Flixer on a 1026 HMC exit, so he's got some wiggle room to go ahead and improve that tie. As meanwhile, Slip is going to be, looks like a low 10-1X here. Yeah, 10-12, so not a bad time at all. Still has about 15 or so seconds of wiggle room between that event PB and best possible.
Couple of breaks happening for Suigi, Cheese. Theories going around that there's some push-ups and Doritos going on. Suigi turning on the face cam too. Saw it last night in the world record. The distraction, then the focus, then the emotion, and then it was all smiles from there on out.
We got Ouija exiting LLL. This is still a ridiculous pace. -1 off of his real PB. This isn't his event PB that Ouija's green against. That's his real PB. So this is still easily, like, I think the best possible is still a 35. Like, that's... To be this deep in the run and still have a 3x as your best possible, like, that's just ludicrous.
It really is. And it's something you come to expect from these guys, so I think we tend to take it for granted when they have sub 15, and we're like, well, oh yeah, they're on a sub 15, but if it's a 3x, it's good. Yeah, I mean, even low 15s is exceptional.
Yeah. And right now, Slip also on a really, really clean pace for potential 14. And as soon as I say that, the ground pound in the worst possible spot in Fire Seed. And with that attempt is just going to go completely by the wayside. That would have been iffy to even get early Ellies off of at that point. Like that's one of the worst ground pounds you can take. And that's, again, if you press Z one frame before A, you'll get a long jump. But if you press them on the same frame, you'll always get a ground pound. And so... like, right there, Slip just trying to be a little bit too quick with that long jump and ending up getting the wrong move entirely. And we'll see if we can go ahead and get Ouija moved up onto the main 3 screens here, because this is some kind of pace right now. Like, Ouija's really showing off right now why he's kind of known as, like, the community sum of best machine. And Trey Bordeaux, unfortunately, going to dive instead of long jumping where he needed to for the HMC entrance, as Ouija with the ludicrous, amazing emergency exit. And with that, that's barely going to be a 10:01. Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
I was really expecting that to be a 9-minute exit, but I mean, hey, this is still incredible.
I'm just going to say this. It doesn't mean anything. Suigi yesterday leaving HMC, 10:02. That's all I'm going to say. It doesn't mean anything, though.
We got the punch grab on Mips. We still got a lot more game to play, though. As Ouija gets the wooden door, no door frame punch. We'll see the glitchy kick here. And it's good to go. We're heading into DDD ahead here. Let's get those chips out in chat. I want to see just a flood of bat chests if Ouija hits this chip clip. Bat chests and Doritos. And here it is. There we go. Second save as we're heading on over for front sub. Pressure's really mounting.
Ooh, and Flixer heading into bits himself.
We've got the lineup here from Luigi, and beautiful stuff with the opposite side camera too. That's the same cam that she keeps having issues with, but Luigi just making it look free. And right now we're headed into SWRC ahead of his personal best. Let's see what sort of performance we get out here. Needs pole glitch to come out. Perfect pole glitch setup.
SWRC. I'm sorry, I know that was...
Perfect ultimate ending here. Oh, but not quite getting down far enough in order to land on the platform again, and that's early Ellie's completely shot.
Bullied too.
Quick reversal of fortune there.
That's surely going to be a reset. No, looks like he's going to keep it moving forward.
Oh, he was going to
That's
try
true,
for the triple jump wall kick, but that's going to be it. The backup not quite coming out, and with that pacer is going to be going by the wayside. Rest in peace.
1537. It does make sense. He was keeping that bad boy going. So.
Yeah, and with that, I guess we should go ahead and let some other casters into the booth for a little while.
Yeah.
But it's been an absolute pleasure, Meter, co-casting with you again, and thank you so much, chat. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see y'all again later.
Yeah,
Stick around.
same
We've
here.
got some more run action coming for you.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? There we go. Everybody get it out.
All four.
There we go.
All four.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
And welcome back, everybody. We couldn't have come back in at a better time, as Tag 609 is currently on PB pace here in Hazy Maze Cave after what I assume was a clean Toad talk there. You're now welcome into Hour 3 of the Speedrun World Record Circuit 16-star tournament here on twitch.tv/speedrun. Westdog joined alongside here, Zeus_VA. Zeus, what an amazing day we had of Super Mario 64 yesterday. We had so much happen both in this event and outside of the event. Honestly, like, what would you say was your biggest highlight personally?
I think it's gotta be Tags 14. Like, without question. Tags 14 yesterday was something that's been kind of been building up for the last couple of months, with him getting multiple low 15s, multiple paces into Bowser in the Sky, into BLJs, with that 14 capability, and just never quite being able to finish it out. And then, of course, yesterday, being able to finally get those throws, get that bits, get those BLJs, and clutch it out exactly the way that we all wanted to see.
I would have to say, for anybody who was not aware, by the way, Green Suigi, who you can see in the bottom right corner of our screens here, broke the 16-star world record. He already held the world record at 14 minutes and 48 seconds and brought it down to a 14:43. Maybe this is just my opinion here or speculation, but I gotta say that if Suigi somehow continues to grind 16-star and gets closer to that 3x, the category is probably going to be dead for a while, if not until the next big optimization comes out of nowhere. Green Suigi is single-handedly destroying the 16-star category, and on top of just that being, in my opinion, one of the bigger events of yesterday, also shoutouts to Armada UGS for the 47. I think, yeah, 16 stars probably finally reaching its peak. As we see Tag perhaps reaching the peak of the sub. Let's go. He's still on pace.
Yeah, it's incredible that he's able to still get these kinds of runs after having already gotten his 14. I mean, again, going into HMC rather, 14:45 best possible time, -3. Like, he was already, like, 14:58 is already an insane time. To be able to stay being green against something like that is ridiculous.
Yeah, with the 10:09 HMC exit, as we see Trey Bordeaux getting a good run too, still comparing against those personal best splits. He's 6 seconds ahead, but that's going to well be above his event PB pace, perhaps looking for that leaderboard shift to Bop Ouija to get out of last place. We'll see how that plays out, but Tag with a clean ultimate is now coming into the Bowser throw. Everybody's favorite Bowser fight, in my opinion.
I think Fire Sea is, in my opinion, the most terrifying stage in 16 star. I think Fire Sea, while Bowser in the Sky arguably has more points of error that you can make, Fire Sea has much less forgiving mistakes. I mean, you get burned, you miss early cycle, that's what, 12 seconds? 8 to 12 seconds? And then past that, you know, you get one extra burn doing left side and you've only got one shot to get a one burn. Otherwise, that's it. Or if you're doing right side after having gotten ultimate, you know, suddenly you're losing 2-3 seconds per burn, and it can screw up your momentum, possibly end up resulting in you getting more burns. Fire Sea is very brutal, and I would argue it's probably harder and potentially worse than Bowser in the Sky.
But of course, not as brutal as the backwards long jumps. We see Tag struggle to get that 50-star door, BLJ, and then of course, instant try on the second go-around, and of course, instant try for the infinite staircase. That first try was all that was needed to kill a chance at the PB/event PB opportunity, but it looks like he's still going to try to finish this one out, as meanwhile, Trey Bordeaux looks like he's lost a little bit of time, but is still trying to keep this going for event PB.
I mean, Like, you can't blame him for finishing these runs. You know, yesterday, Tag really was struggling with bits. And so I think it's fair that he wants to at least get some run-throughs, especially on throws. Any opportunity to make sure that your throws are locked and ready, you want to be taking, because he's after that lower 14, and he's playing well. I mean, we saw earlier, of course, that -3, nearly -4 out of LLL. We know he can do better, but his biggest wall is going to be this Bowser in the Sky and these throws. So any opportunity he can get to finish them is major for him. And of course, Trey, as well, with Fire Sea as well, yeah, we got Trey. Sorry for cutting you off. Yeah, nope. Trey going into that throw.
Where we're on the same page there. Trey unfortunately missing the throw and having to wait ever so patiently for Bowser. But meanwhile, it looks like we got Luigi potentially on a good-looking pace there in Lethal Lava Land. She's also green in Hazy Maze Cave, and Flixer playing close to event personal best pace. Good to see that we've got some runs in the basement, and Slippery Nip is also green in the basement. I can't recall the last time so far over this event we've seen 4 quality runs inside the basement. I hope I'm not jinxing this.
Well, the last time was probably sometime early yesterday at this point. We had so many people on incredible runs yesterday. I mean, we were almost... we almost didn't have any real, like... what's the word? Womps. We didn't really have much Womps time over for most of the event. At least not while I was in comms.
Alright, Trey Bordo needed a couple extra jumps. For those who don't know at home, it's best that when you're going for the backwards long jumps, that you get Mario up against the 50-star door itself, because if you get him up against the walls, you have to take a couple of extra jumps in order to phase through, just for that extra little bit of speed. So Trey Bordo needed a couple of extra jumps. Unfortunately, does not look like he needed much more. Unfortunately, he takes the fall in Bowser in the Sky, and that's probably going to do it for Event PB there, most likely. It was a quick death, but I do not believe it can be it can beat a 1605 at this point. But we see Flixer now coming into the Fire Sea.
15:09 best possible time into Fire Sea. 8 seconds off his sum of best. Flixer has had a couple of runs like this throughout day 1. The consistency in those runs is incredible. And I mean, yeah, being green going into Fire Sea, everyone wants it. Bit of a scuffed ultimate cycle. But
you're saying being green going into Fire Sea, you're talking about being green on splits or being green Suigi, like in harnessing the power of the green?
Honestly, at this point, both. At this point, it really is both. You know, slight mistake in Fire Sea, but I don't think that's going to change too much. In the end, I mean, he's still undoubtedly PB pace so long as he hits this throw. And that he will.
Speaking of PB pace, you love to see Cheese. It looks like he's still comparing against his 1539 PB he had a couple of months ago, maybe about 6 weeks ago, and he's on a fat green pace here right now.
Yeah, honestly, seeing this amount of green, somebody's been saving up their vegetables. So we've got a lot of green right here. A lot of green. Like, we got a full course meal, because I'm seeing some meaty runs.
My goodness. I missed Ouija, unfortunately. Looks like he had to reset, so I don't know what happened there. Probably just took a little bit of an extra burn or a spill somewhere, and unfortunately had to reset the run. But the top half of our screen is still all green as Flixer connects on the backwards long jumps.
Not necessarily what he might be wanting in terms of an ideal 50-star door, but a first try clip through is always nice.
Meanwhile, we got Slip with the 1004 HMC exit, and Cheese with the look to be a high 12, maybe low 13 Fire Sea exit, so things are very much heating up right now. We honestly could not have asked to come in at a better time.
Unfortunate endless staircase for Flixer, but yeah, as a result of that, PB is going to be dead However, he can still get an event PB and break his tie with Cheese.
Which looks like Cheese might not be too far behind himself as he's now connecting on the backwards long jumps. Did he just... he lost his speed.
He got the door. He got the door. Oh, no.
You saw him move his Mario around a little bit. He must have just touched the top of the frame to lose his speed, and it's gone. The run's gone. It's dead. It's gone.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Whereas Flixer here is going to be entering the pipe at 14:43 just about.
Well, with perfect throws, this should be low 2x capable. He will break his tie if he gets 3 for 3.
Oh no, his controller.
Oh no. What happened there?
I think it was. I think his controller switch must have had a slight malfunction and forced made his neutral be down right or something like that.
Come on, Flixer. Yeah, even Event PB is dead, unfortunately, due to that controller malfunction. Oh, rip.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
But you know what's not unfortunate? A Slip right now is heading for Ultimate Cycle in Fire Sea, -8 on his Event PB, potentially 14 capable, as he connects on the backup there, still looking pretty good in Fire Sea. Let's hope he's able to connect on this throw. As he gets the one dive approach into the funnel. Whew.
This had he gotten ultimate in this Fire Sea, I think this would have just about been PB pace almost.
Yeah, 14:45, best possible time from Slip. Love to see it. Still could be PB time if he just casually plays the rest of this to gold capability.
Yeah. It's gonna be... Yeah, he's gonna be losing around 2 seconds from missing out on ultimate, but still a very, very, very lovely run. That, you know, we love to see a run like this.
All right, chat, you know what to do. We're going to potentially see Slip competing for not only first place, but Copium personal best. So drop those praises in the chat right now if you want to bless this run. I know I want to bless this run, guys. Praise in the chat as Flixer letting us know Hori suck. So blame it on the Hori.
Honestly, in that situation, he has every right to. Every right. He didn't miss his throws. So it's not a... It was not human error.
Oh, he had
no!
Lost it.
The partial clip onto the stairs.
That should be
That's
good
through.
enough.
But with that, 14 I think might be dead.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the infinite staircase goes.
Yeah. That's gonna be 14 gone.
Event PB
also,
yeah,
unless he gets like community best,
he will have to go all out right now. Ultimate ending. We're talking the Kano long jump. Bingo. We're talking about perhaps getting a moving right side, and of course the ultimate ending if he's willing to go for it all. We'll see how this.
Now just get Kano throws with that, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Here's the moving right. Does he get ultimate?
He's not going for it.
It's me,
I think he tried to, but then it didn't quite line up properly.
Man.
Very unfortunate that all of those brilliant runs were lost in such unfortunate ways.
And it looks like Slip is now going to be moving to the practice ROM as we've got 5 runs starting up. In the beginning, almost a near quintuple sync. Love to see it. And Tag has got one going here in the basement.
I gotta wonder if perhaps we might see a buttless from Slip while he's on the practice ROM.
Buttless Rainbow Ride for the fans. Perhaps just get those 70, get that 70 warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe some Fire Sea Reds, who knows? The Tags run looking pretty solid. It's going to be very hard for him, I think, to improve upon his 14:58, just because his ending was really, really fast. Like, I mean, we saw earlier, you know, minus 3.7 out of LLL, and even then, you know, he got a really good finish. And I mean, of course, you need to get a good finish in order to pull out a 14, but it's just like even for tag, like that ending was very quick, very clean. He has to have a good beginning, and yeah, he needs to get that good beginning and be able to continue that momentum throughout the rest of the run, which is not easy by any means.
And while we're waiting for Tag to close out the Hazy Maze Cave, let's remind everybody about why we're here today. Folks, this event is brought to you in part by the Urban Arts Foundation, a pre-college program that gives opportunity to the underprivileged students. Oh, Tag.
Mario.
You hate to see it. Well, going on about urban arts there. If you don't want to see the futures of children sink into the hole like that Mario in the Hazy Maze Cave, go ahead and donate to the Urban Arts Foundation. It helps teach underrepresented and underprivileged students the art and science of video game development. The Urban Arts program allows game design as an entry point to teach computer science and higher level coding, while students develop skills in project management, narrative design, and entrepreneurship. So folks, anything and everything helps the Urban Arts Foundation. $1, $1 and 1 penny, and if you're feeling really generous, maybe even $2 or more. Just everything and anything helps out the kids. Exclamation point donate in the chat, or exclamation point U8 if you'd like to help out, or if you'd like to learn more about the Urban Arts.
And while we're waiting for people to get some runs, I think it'd probably be a good idea to go for a break for a little bit.
All right, yeah, you know what? We'll go to an ad break, and guys, I believe our next ad will tell you more about Urban Arts Foundation, so don't go anywhere. More Mario coming your way soon.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And welcome back to Hour 3 of the Speedrun World Record Circuit 16-star tournament here on twitch.tv/speedrun. West Dog joined alongside Zeus VA here in the commentary booth. We'd like to give a quick shout out to Anonymous, who during the advertisement break donated $50, $50, saying GL on all the runs. I don't know what GL means necessarily. Maybe it's good looking or great Lucifer. I don't know. What do you think GL means there, Zeus?
I think GL has got to mean something along the lines of good LBLJs for everyone.
Ah, yes. Good LBLJs on all the runs. That makes perfect sense there. This is why we got Zeus in here, guys.
Yeah, we all want to see some good LBLJs from the runners so we can get more runs into Dark World, out of Dark World, and then eventually, if we keep following that cycle, finishing up bits, hopefully with a personal best.
Something that we came to learn during the advertisement break as we're waiting for runs to get out of the lobby here is, guys, did you know that according to Nintendo lore, Mario is about 25 years old? He is only 5 feet 1 inches, or 155 centimeters for the rest of you who are on the metric system. And he weighs 300 pounds! 136 kilograms. 300 pounds! Has anyone ever seen a 5'1", 155 centimeter man weighing that much? That means this plumber is completely built with nothing but muscle. It's no wonder we see absolute thickness out of his clothing. I cannot believe the amount of muscle this dude has.
He's like, his weight to height ratio is like a mythical orc that you would find from someone's Dungeons and Dragons character.
Or maybe you're even thinking like along those lines. Maybe like what I imagine a dwarf might be from the Lord of the Rings franchise.
Yeah, exactly.
Just knowing he has that much weight to carry, you can just look at this. He's gonna jump that high, throw the bomb, and just do all of this crazy stuff. I mean, I can't. I'm barely like 240, 230 pounds myself, and I can't imagine doing all this crazy stuff. Mario's actually next level.
Man, and that's like, that's his base weight. Imagine how much he weighs when he gets the metal cap.
My god.
He'd be shifting tectonic plates with a ground pound.
Well, thankfully, this is 16 star. We'll never have to worry about something like a metal cap.
Currently, yeah, we have Tag, unfortunately, losing his run to Fly Guyless. So, we still, aside from that run, we still have yet to... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Sweegee's also in SSL. I was about to say... I didn't see that for a second.
And it looks
He's
like
green.
he's comparing against his new world record split, so he's technically on a world record pace right now.
Oh, my word. Sweegee is genuinely on a different level.
Oh my goodness.
He is another beast. Like, you don't find anyone in any category this dominant that has actually been this close to meeting their potential. Of course, you've got Liam in 120 star, but he hasn't been able to quite reach that point where he is close to his limit, the same way that Sweegee is.
With only a 608 SSL exit from Green Sweegee, I think he probably needs to reset at this point. The run is basically dead. I don't even know why he's continuing, but you know what? Good on him just trying to inhale a little bit of that extra copium and keep this going.
I mean, yeah, you're red out of SSL. I don't even know why you try anymore. You might as well just reset.
It looks like he was not able to get the double jump dive off, but let's just see if he does connect on the side hop there.
Yeah, who needs a double jump dive?
Now, actually, something I realized, I said earlier, mistakenly, that unless Suigi decides he wants to grind lower for the lower 4x or the 3x, that this category is, if not already dead. But I forgot that after he got his 1443 last night, and after he rewatched it with the fans in chat, he did say that he is completely satisfied with the 1443, and he's looking to make a move in 70. Now, if there's anybody in chat who knows this, I think he was only grinding 70 for about a couple of months and casually got a 47-48. I could not imagine what kind of 70 time he might be capable of once he shifts to that category full time.
I believe he was grinding for about 2 and a bit months, and yeah, he got that 47-48. He missed a throw in that run.
Oh my.
As I recall, he entered Bowser in the Sky with the best possible time of 47-31, I want to say.
Oh my goodness.
I was recently watching back all of the top runners' first 47s to see their reactions, and I remember seeing Suigi's one and being mind blown at the pace he was on into throws.
Yeah, best possible time was a 47-31.9, and this is just a kid who unfortunately takes a spill here in the Hazy Maze Cave, saves himself from the hole, and is going to go for the Rolling Rocks backup. But only 2 months, and was basically flirting with a then top 10 time right there. So my goodness, there's something we might have to look forward to. Is a 70-star lifetime attack with Suigi in it.
That'll be an interesting one. Suigi could be the person to knock Benny out of the top 10 for the first time in years. Actually, even though we've got Suigi a bit in the red at this point, getting the insane emergency exit. We've also got Slippery Nip in LLL, -4 on his 1505.
Electing for no pole skip, playing it safe. We've also got Flixer playing close to event PB pace in SSL. So we got 3 runs again in basement. All 7 runners off and running. Nobody practicing, nobody taking a break. Great time to see everybody active and going.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be hard to match some of the turnouts from day one. I mean, yeah, Tag with his 14, Suigi 1501, Slippery Nip 1505. The only way that we really see this changing very much in a similarly crazy manner is if, we get Suigi pulling out maybe a 4x, possibly Slip getting a 14 in an event, and maybe Ouija as well, who knows.
I do look forward to seeing something come from Ouija. We all know that, or maybe not we all know, but it has been known that Ouija tends to be a little bit of a perfectionist. The current world record holder in the 70-star speedrun for this video game was at a 70-star tournament, and unfortunately did not get one run completed lower than 50 minutes just because Ouija likes to try to play as close to perfection as possible, and I'm just hoping that the pressure doesn't get to him, and he's hopefully able to churn out just a good event PB. We're not looking for 14s necessarily, or even world record, but just something that we all know Ouija is very capable of. Like, I just say even a low 15, or perhaps just a little change in the leaderboard. What do you think, Zeus?
No, I completely agree. We all know that a 1537 is nowhere near what Ouija is capable of, and he knows that better than anyone. So his goal right now is likely just to start lowering it, and obviously, Ouija being Ouija, he's gonna want that run that he lowers his event PB on to be a 14, if at all possible. I think if he's in Bowser in the Sky and he screws up the 14, I don't think he's gonna end the run, but of course, if it's any earlier than that, who knows?
We still have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Green Suigi pulling out the casual ultimate Fire Sea movement, and we still see Slip Green by -4.5 seconds and going into the Hazy Maze Cave. Or maybe not. No, never mind. He's at 942, still only at 11 stars. It looks like he might have messed up along the way and is now just having some fun. So looking like Slip's run is dead for now.
Unfortunate. That was a very nice pace. And speaking of nice pace, Sweegie still looking at a possible 4x, I believe, out of Fire Sea. Yeah, 14:45 best possible time.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely ridiculous. You only just got the 43 yesterday, Sweegie. You can calm down.
You know, I wish we had the 14:48 splits to compare against, because I wonder if, as of yesterday, this could be considered world record pace, even with it just being 14:45 possible. We know Green Sweegie is one of the best BLJ performers out there. Let's see if he is able to show off his skills. And, oh my god!
Honestly, Sweegie's BLJs are unmatched. Just genuinely unmatched. When he gets them.
Holy mackerel. Still 1450 possible.
4x is unfortunately dead, but we can very well see a first place here from Sweegie. Taking it from Tag with his first ever 14 that we saw yesterday in day 1.
Now, this does have to... Now, he is playing it safe. He did not go for the Kano long jump there, so it's looking like he is may not even be going for ultimate ending at this point. He just wants to play it safe and see if he can secure himself in first place. He's got 8 seconds to mess around with here to get that first place spot as he gets moving right side as we now come to the final carousels.
And it will be coming down to throws for Sweegie, entering the pipe at what looks to be 14:15. So he's got 3 seconds to work with. That is 1 missed regrab worth of time.
Oh, missed the regrab. So there goes that time, probably. There's 2. He's just got to connect on 1 more. This is going to be close. This...
Does that hit? Does that hit?
I didn't...
It does hit.
Wow. This is either gonna. This is either 14:59 or 15 flat.
That's
I think
a 59. That's a 59.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, unfortunately not bobbing Tag for first place, but Green Sweegie with a 14:59 to move up into second place. My goodness.
Incredible run, and still yet only a 2-second improvement, and not going to be able to knock Tag from that first place spot, but still an excellent run nonetheless.
I told you, Zeus. He should have reset back in SSL. The red was obviously messing with his head here. only pulling out a 14:59. I mean, come on, Sweegie. You got to know when to quit, dude.
If you're not playing 20 seconds better, we don't want it. You either get the 3x or go home.
Oh, a Slip lost the LBLJ going into Dark World, so it looks like he's going to try Womp's Fortress first here. I'd love to see it. I hope he actually connects on Candleless so he can keep this going. I've heard theories...
We've got Bordeaux and SSL as well.
Got Bordeaux and SSL, and Slip connecting with a Scuffed Salt Candleless. I've heard theories, Seuss, I don't know if you know this or not, but I've heard theories that if done well, you can actually save like a fraction of time when going into Womp's Fortress first off the BLJ. Do you know if that's true or not?
I think it is like a couple of frames, because of course you're skipping the Womp's door animation. But, of course, you also have to do LBLJ twice for that to work. So I'm not sure how viable that would be overall, but I can't imagine that it would lose any particular amount of time. So I would assume that it saves a couple of frames potentially. We can get a pretty good idea once we see him finish up in Dark World. Presuming he comes out cleanly.
right, and Trey Bordo making his way into Lethal Lava Land. As we see Slip preparing for the LBLJ.
Not the cleanest, but still entering the stage.
He's got just a minute and 20 seconds to work with, and it's done.
Yeah, even if he had hit Suki, I think he still would have been about 2-ish seconds behind his Womps exit in this run. Granted, I think that is mostly due in part to his LBLJs. I don't think the Womps actually made much of a difference.
But Trey Bordo's still on a good run here in Lethal Lava Land, getting his 10th star with a good side hop.
And Slip dying in Dark World. So, yeah, once again, we've got 4 guys pretty much at the start of the run. So all eyes will be on Trey Bordo for the time being. Clean reds and will be exiting LLL. We love to see a clean LLL exit. Saving some time, +3. 14:52 best possible time into HMC. So this is provisionally PB pace. But we'll have to see how things play out.
You know what's also clean, Zeus, is donations, of course, to the Urban Arts Foundation, guys. You know that Urban Arts is a pre-college program that teaches the art and science of video game development to underprivileged students. Who knows? One student that walks through the doors of Urban Arts today could be one of the big developers in tomorrow's next big speedrun. So if you'd like to help out the kids of the Urban Arts Foundation, !donate in the chat. Click on the link there. Or if you'd like to learn more about the Urban Arts Initiative, you can find out more at the link provided at !UA. Anything and everything helps out the kids at Urban Arts, whether it be $1, $1 and a penny, or perhaps if we have any secret Oilers in the chat, a casual $529 donation to help us reach our goal. Because guys, if you do notice at the bottom left, we do have a donation goal. If we raise a cumulative of $1,500 over the course of this event, we're going to extend it for an additional hour. So if you have a favorite speedrunner you're cheering on for to get that good time with a little extra boost, then why not donate to the Urban Arts Foundation? Perhaps that 1 hour could be all they needed. We have seen runners in the past come through on that final hour for magic, such as Trey Bordo and Double Down.
Yeah, Urban Arts is just a really, really cool, really cool foundation. Like being able to help out all these kids and get them into college, because of course there is that 100% acceptance rate. It is really incredible. As is this run from Trey Bordo coming out of HMC even with his PB.
Oh my goodness, we are just getting breaking news from the booth here, guys. After an official retime, it turns out Green Suiji's run is a 14:58.99. As you see it now on the bottom of your screen here at that leaderboard, Green Suiji now with a 14:58.99. I do not believe he's still going to be bopping tab. We may have to go back and re-examine that run to get a official retime and come down to the hundredths of a second there to see how much separates between first and second place now. Just to think, less than 1 second separates you from a couple of $100. That, I mean, that's just the glorious speedrun right there. Every second, every frame really counts.
And there is a good chance that it'll even be less than 1/10 of a second, because as I recall, the final time on Tag's split did say 14:58.93.
Oh my
so we could potentially be seeing about as close to a tie as we'll ever get. Tag in the chat saying it was a 9-0. So
yes.
0.09 seconds difference between first and second.
Yeah, looking at the Speedrun.com leaderboard, shoutouts to Kaiman, undoubtedly the MVP Speedrun.com moderator. He verified it yesterday as quickly as possible, and it is timed to a 58.9 flat. So look at that. 900ths of a second separates between first and second place. I don't think I've ever seen a difference that close.
Honestly, yeah. Like, it's literally as close to a tie as you may ever get in an event like this. And Trey Bordeaux, unfortunately, yeah, all of the fire scene mistakes. But the run is still alive for an event PB. Very much so.
Yeah, he was playing relatively close to his event personal best. Or not event, but
he was
personal best.
He was undoubtedly on personal best pace up until that point.
But of course, Fire Sea is where dreams go to die.
Well, I'd say that's probably more backwards long jumps than Fire Sea, but...
I mean, it's 16 star. Where don't dreams go to die at this point?
LBLJ. Because at that point, you haven't got dreams, you've just got hopes. Yeah. 15:25 best possible time out out of Fire Sea. With a clean ending, could potentially move himself up to 4th.
Ground pounding for good luck. Love to see it. Chat,
If
I think
Trey Bordeaux gets a 15:32, I might lose my mind.
Well, I'm going to throw some praises in the chat here for Trey's BLJs to go well. Chat, if you're hoping for some good quality BLJs, drop some praises in the chat. Maybe even a Bordeaux pack if you're a subscriber to the Trey Bordeaux channel, as he gets it on the last possible jump on the stairs, just enough to clip through with the speed there.
It's looking like he's not going to be taking 4th or 5th place here.
See if he's able to... Nope, it looks like, unfortunately, 6th place is dead. But, hey, Trey Bordeaux is still on a sub-16 pacer, so let's just hope that a good quality bits will help him finish out strong to move him up into the 15 club for this event.
Absolutely. We can get all... I mean, we could just about get all mid-15s at this point, which would be incredible for only a 2-day event. Very, very clean cycle from Trey Bordeaux going into the pipe. Entering at 15:02. So the potential here for a 15:42 with good throws.
So with 3 for 3 on the throws, this is going to be a low 4x here for Trey Bordeaux. That's 1.
That's 2.
One final throw for all the glory. Looks like that is going to hit.
That's it. So that's Trey Bordeaux's first 15 of the event.
Let's go, Trey. Welcome to the 15 club. Every single runner has now got a 15 here in the event. Great finish there from Mr. Bordeaux. 15:42. Unfortunately, still not another shift on the leaderboard, but hey, you'd love to see a 23-second event PB from King Bordeaux. All right. What a good pace we saw there, guys. And hey, you know what? Speaking of pace, that might be time for an ad break. Here's a word about an upcoming event, also called Pace.
Ladies and gentlemen, who's ready for some action? Here we go. Everybody get it out.
All 4. All 4.
cave. Whole bunch of enemies. Just like that, picking up another one.
And welcome back, everybody. We're coming here to the 4th hour of the 16-star tournament, part of the Speedrun World Record Circuit here on twitch.tv/speedrun. I am your commentator, West Dog. You can call me Snobby Bobby, as I love to see everybody take up the hobby of chilling in the lobby here. So we got everybody in the lobby now, except Tag, of course, in SSL. But I'm joined here in the booth by Zeus V8. Zeus, don't you just love chilling in the lobby?
I'm speechless after that. That was bars. I don't like chilling in the lobby, admittedly, but like, I mean, it's always gratifying when you get out of there.
Spoken like a true
everyone loves to be trapped. Everyone loves to be trapped in the basement. Wait, hang on. That sounded wrong.
Yes, you see, I'm a lobbyist here. I do not advocate for people being held up against their will, trapped in the basement. So, lobby is really where it's at. As it looks like, look at Tag right now. He's red. He's fuming red right now in the basement. That doesn't sound fun to anybody.
Lobbyist. Okay. Much like Lethal Lava Land, that was indeed flames.
It's always lit here in the commentary booth with Zeus, of course.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, Tag on a very, very solid start. You can't complain about it. It's obviously not like it's not an insane run by any means, at least compared to his PB, but still a very nice run nonetheless. Absolutely on pace enough to probably get him a top 3 time anyway. Of course, that doesn't necessarily matter because he's already in first. The only thing he can do at this point is try and separate himself from the pack as much as possible and make it as hard as possible for Sweegie to take his place.
You know, at this rate, I just like also seeing that Tag was able to keep the streak going. This is now the let me think here. Unless there's one I'm missing here, between the Sleep 16 that was hosted last fall/winter, the Double Down tournament just hosted a month or two ago, and now this 16-star tournament. We've now had 3 consecutive events, 16-star events, hosted here on GSA. That's resulted in one runner getting a PB. First, it was Kano with his 1456, then Trey Bordo and Cheese with their 1510 and 15, or excuse me, 1511 and 1513 respectively, and now Tag with the 1458. You know, we know what it's like to get some content around here, guys. This is why you always support GSA for events. We know how to drop the content.
I think the most absurd thing about that as well is that half of those PBs were 14s.
Also, yes.
Of course, Kano being an absolute legend in the community. Much like Sweegie coming from 16 over to do 70-star and getting that 47 all the same. But also being the world record holder for 1-star and 0-star.
You know, maybe this is just the Australian accent I'm hearing from you, Zeus, but have you watched a Carl Jost video?
I have.
Are you willing to say, hello, you absolute legends?
I can give it a try. Hello, you absolute legends.
Guys, just a reminder here, Zeus is not just a speedrunner extraordinaire and commentator extraordinaire, he's also a voice actor and voice impressionist. I say well done there from Zeus. Thank you for allowing me to put you on the spot like that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I just need to be Jal Cobst.
Oh, the anti-Carl Jost?
Not necessarily the anti, just, he covers the greatest achievements in speedrunning, I'll cover the greatest L's.
Well, hopefully we're not going to be seeing any great L's here today. That would not be pleasant. Just like, unfortunately, Tag missing the star on the dive there, costing a couple of seconds of recovery. So, wonder how much longer this run is going to keep going.
Well, fortunately, only 2 people in this event have an L in their name, Flixer and Slip. And unfortunately, Tag taking a bit of an L himself in HMC.
Oh, man. And on that note, as we see all of our runners back to running with no practice, chilling in the lobby, this caster is also going to be taking an L. That is a leave out of the booth here as we've now come into the 4th hour. I'm going to be swapping out here for Electric, who will be covering this next hour here with Zeus. VA Zeus, it's been a pleasure, as always, co-commentating with you. Good sir, I wish you the best. You and the runners the best of luck for this next hour, and, yeah, also, just everybody, if you don't already, you know what, shameless self-promo for the comms here, go follow Zeus_VA now. He is a runner extraordinaire and just got the console, so perhaps we'll see him at one of these up-and-coming events.
Hopefully. That's the goal.
Alright, but take care, everybody. We'll bring in Electric Zeus, my friend. Pleasure as always.
Yeah, of course. Welcome into the booth, Electric. Another one of the SM64 commentary goats. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Had a very nice hour break, and I'm excited to go ahead and see some more runs coming out. I see Sweegie went ahead and posted a 14 on the board now.
Yeah, 14:58.99, 0.09 seconds off of Tag's PB and first place time.
And having to go for a backup there on Fly Guy list, but still keeping the run alive despite the slightly scuffed Womps pace. But I mean, this is, as we saw last night, though, with Suiji getting a 1443, like, he certainly has the late game credentials to potentially still be able to pull out another event PB, even from a run like this that may look a little bit scuffed from the beginning.
Absolutely. And don't let that finishing time fool you from Suiji. He did enter Bowser in the Sky with the best possible time of 1450. So we could absolutely see another 4x again from him today at the Speedrun World Record circuit. Brain had a little bit of a short circuit for a moment there. But of course, yeah, that run was actually on 14.4x pace from Suiji for quite a while.
Which it's so impressive how consistently he can manage to get just incredible paces that would be like once in a blue moon paces for many other top level runners, but for Suiji, it's just another day in the office, just about.
I mean, how many 14.4x's has he had now? 3, 4?
Yeah, at least 3, I'm pretty sure. It's crazy that one person has managed to get such incredible times, like, end over end. It kind of reminds me of when D Whatever was really just changing the game with 70 Star, and like right in a row, PB after PB, it was just D Whatever on the leaderboard. If you pulled up just obsoleted runs on the Speedrun.com, like you would have had like the first 5 places or something. And so it's always just crazy when one person just kind of takes a category to the next level like that, and really kind of seems to leave everyone else in the dust. Like, that lava boost right there, almost no one would even dare go for that sort of setup, and he has it halfway consistent.
Like, actually, on that point of D Whatever, you're absolutely right. I do distinctly recall not long after joining the community back in late 2020, actually almost exactly 2 years ago now. I distinctly recall opening up speedrun.com and checking the obsolete runs for 70 Star, and the sheer magnitude of 47 OX runs from D Whatever that just flooded the top, like, 10 was ridiculous.
Yeah, and it was so heartbreaking. I remember, I think the 47.08 was a missed throw, 46 pace into throws. So, but then I think there was only one more PB after that, the 47.04, and then finally breaking the 46 barrier. And that was like yet another just incredible minute barrier to be broken.
As I recall, he also has had a 47.03 2 and 1. I do distinctly recall seeing a 47.02.
And I know he's also had like just insane race times, like a 47.2x, I think is his race record. Which, like,
that's just a nutty
time to do for a no reset.
I believe it was a 47.26, if my memory serves me correctly.
That sounds about right. It was, if I remember correctly, it was in one of the GSA finals.
Honestly, yeah. 70 Star GOAT right there in D Whatever, I think is fair to say. But of course, when it comes to 16 Star, currently we're looking at that current era GOAT in Suiji, who is in the middle of HMC, +6 on his 1459, and yet still 1444 best possible time. Having lost 5 seconds in HMC in this run.
Let's see how this one star that commonly loses a little chunk of time, but Green Sweetie pulling it off nicely done. It's so easy to take an errant ledge grab or just miss that triple off the box, and then you're wasting 3-4 seconds on trying to hastily do a backup triple.
Yeah. Absolutely. At the moment, it does seem to be fairly quiet, though, outside of Suiji's very nice run that he's on right now. So hopefully he can finish that out and get an improvement so that we have something to talk about.
The boulder's cooperating there. If that last boulder had been a little bit more to the left, that could have caused some problems, but 10-12 HMC exit. Certainly, like if there's a really, really solid late game, this certainly has the potential for a deep PB improvement. As we see here, a 14.48 best possible time. 10 seconds between him and but he's going to rub against the wall, and that's going to be at least 5 of those seconds just kind of gone right there.
It's so incredible to me that this is basically a 10-13 HMC, and he's +5. But we've seen him yesterday pull out a 9:57 exit out of HMC.
Yeah, and those sort of exit times are just like ludicrous. Like we saw Ouija earlier with like a 10:01 HMC exit, and that was like a hard fought pace. But like getting a sub 10 HMC is really just an advanced level of crack, I think.
Absolutely. And like again, we've seen Ouija and Sweegie pull out those 9:59s, and I think Sweegie's also gotten a 9:58 before, but a 9:57 is just off the charts insane.
Oh, that's really
I mean,
communities. Oh, front sub also gonna cause some problems in this. That might put the nail in the coffin there. Gonna hastily try to back it up, but possibly too little, too late.
I believe his best possible time out of HMC was a 14:48. I mean, you cut 15 seconds from that, or 16 just about. You're looking at, what, a 14:33 just about? Which is just unbelievable. Like, that's a serious 14:3x pace at that point.
Absolutely. Ouija now going to be going single jump wild blue. And with that, we're pulling out barely a 419 Wumps exit. Jeez.
Wow. Very nice stuff from Ouija.
We saw earlier the 14.3x pace maintained until I think BLJ's. So we'll see if Ouija's able to pull off another nutty pacer like that.
Yeah, Ouija is unquestionably one of the kings, if not the king of cracked when it comes to Mario. Just as a whole, across all 5 major categories. We've seen him have some insane performances. He's the world record holder for 70 star. He's second only to Kano in 1 star. And although he has not submitted any 0 star times, he has been on record pace before.
Oh no, that was probably going to be a good fly guyless attempt, but unfortunately just trying to go too quick on the long jump.
Yeah, very unfortunate. There's really not much you can do at that point, and it's understandable that he wouldn't want to finish that out.
Like it's so easy whenever you're trying to do a fast long jump like that to just accidentally press Z and A too close together. And if you press them slightly apart, but like within the same frame window, like that's still going to count as pressing it on the same frame. And so like when you're trying to get a frame perfect long jump like that, like sometimes it's really easy to just slightly mess up the timing.
Yeah. But yeah, Ouija is... I think it's fair to say he's probably, at least as of right now, the best runner around. Even just looking at his leaderboard positions. In 3 categories, he's in the top 3. First in 70, second in 1 star, third in 16. And although he hasn't submitted a 0 star run, he still has been on world record pace before in 0 star, which is ridiculous because Kano kind of took the record and ran away with it.
Yeah. I remember seeing on Twitter when he was labbing out SBLJ and trying to figure out good setups for the DDD skip. And like Ouija joining right alongside, like it felt like for a moment the whole community was kind of just solely focused on DDD skip improvement and trying to understand the trick better. And some of the paces those two would go on were just like ludicrous for that category.
And then of course there was the finding of ultimate DDD skip, where you do it on the right side of the pillar, the same way that you would do a fast SBLJ in 1 star. But instead get a specific amount of speed and get a launch, which will, if done properly, get you through or get you past that DDD entry wall. And it saved, as I recall, a couple of seconds. which
Wasn't there
is
some experimenting too with like a way of having the SBLJ ground pound you into Fire C's entrance? You wouldn't even
yeah.
have to like run into it, but like that would just be insanely difficult. Like,
I don't remember if it was a ground pound or if it was a dive. I think it was a ground pound, but yeah, it really is just insane.
oh, and Slip getting bullied by the Goomba at the end of Dark World there, and gonna go ahead and just reset that attempt.
It's me, Mario.
Yeah, ultimate DDD skip saves you around about 5 seconds, which is just unbelievable. I mean, it really does call into question. It calls into question whether or not a 6-1X could be possible in Zero Star. Which, reasonably speaking, were that to happen, I don't think it would be even possible to improve upon that.
Yeah, at that point, we'd have to find a human viable 1-key setup or some other, like, literally impossible thing like that.
Exactly. Like, at that point, Zero Star would be dead. The same way that, of course, 16 Star may well end up being dead should Sweegie or Ouija pull out a 14-3X.
Yeah, I mean, even then, like I feel like we'll maybe still see some flashes in the pan, like someone gets bored with 70 or 120 and decides to come on back and just try some really crazy single star stuff. But like, who knows? We may end up seeing the return of the Salt Lobby SBLJ. I know a few community members messed with that for a little bit, and it seemed too inconsistent to bother with. But you know, once the 14-3X barrier is reached, who knows what trick someone's going to pull out of the woodwork next if they just really want the 16 record.
Yeah, it really is just incredible. Like, we've got 2 categories with the possibility of actually just being borderline maxed out at this point. And then, you know, you've got 120 with Liam, who has on multiple occasions very nearly gone straight to a 136 from his 137.53. And you've got 70 Star with Ouija and Benji, who've both been on 46 3x paces. With Ouija, I believe at one point even being on a 46 2x pace. Which, at that point, that category is almost dead. This game is getting very, very close to being maxed out. At least for the current strat.
It'll get to a point where events like this will kind of be the only real competitive playing field, you know, once the records have all been pretty well maxed. Then it'll kind of become more of an issue of who's the most consistent who's insanely fast time.
Honestly, at this point, it really is going to be a case of one person in each of these categories is going to get that run, and everyone else is playing catch-up for the rest of it. We had Tag running in circles for a while, truly an admirable feat of determination and willpower. Realistically, after a 14-3X or a 6-1X in 16 and 0 Star respectively, the only way you could possibly improve it is if there was an RTA viable 1-key.
Yeah, which that's like, I think pretty much impossible, considering how precise that the trick ends up being. And it's weird though that the DS remake, like getting under the moat and opening the door is kind of trivial by comparison.
Yeah, it is just ridiculous. And in the event that, you know, we were to find an RTA viable 1-key, I mean, that would probably be the single biggest discovery in speedrun history for the last, like, decade or two.
No doubt, yeah. A game that's been as thoroughly ripped apart as this, having a trick like that just come out of nowhere would be... I mean, it'd be about the equivalent of, like, when OOT got Ace, you know?
Yeah.
and just completely
Lord
busting that game
knows.
wide open.
Lord knows Carl Jobs would be making a video about it. I think a lot of people would be making videos about that. Moist Critical probably would at this point. Actually, I don't doubt that for a second. He totally would.
And, of course, like the understated part of this speedrun grind is so many runners kind of going in lobbies so far, and that's where you're going to end up spending 90% of your time at the end of the day. To get some of these crazy times, you're going to have to be willing to put in the work to just try to get good lobby times and deal with the Womps resets sometimes and the Darkhold resets. As Cheese,
You know what? You know what we need. You know what we need for the 1 key? We need someone to befriend Moist Critical and get him to do the same bounty for finding a viable 1 key strat that he did with Halo 2 Lasso.
Did someone end up achieving that? Because I remember hearing
Yes,
about that. But...
actually, yes. Someone did pull that off yesterday in about 6.5 hours.
Jeez.
Which was just ridiculous. But I feel like the only way we would ever really be able to find a viable 1 key is if we had some kind of bounty like that be set to where we have, you know, way more people than current trying to find something viable.
Yeah, it's just like the spot that you're trying to hit in order to like, and then the speed that you have to hit that spot in order to like open a door underwater on that one frame. Like it's inhumanly precise in a way that like you basically have to be a literal computer with a bionic arm or something in order to accomplish it. It's super hyper specific all the way throughout. And I mean,
like
unless there happens to
realistically,
be some other way found to open a door underwater, like it's never going to be seen by human hand.
you would need a parallel universe, and I don't even know if there's anywhere outside the castle that would allow you to build up enough speed.
Well, like just getting the negative jump to get into Vanish Cap would take you like hundreds of attempts to get one time, probably.
Exactly.
And like that's technically the easy part of 1 key. But it's been wild too seeing like Tsukishima Cycle become kind of the de facto standard for world record runs in every category now. Like used to it was pretty much just a 16-star thing, and then you know now we like the craziest one was seeing D Whatever implemented in 70-star, where like 8 minutes into the run you're expecting someone to pull off Suki Cycle. Like it's such a tall order, and yet you know now it's just kind of like if you're going for world record, that's just part of it.
Yeah, like you've got Benji going for it now, and Ouija was doing it when he ran 70. D Whatever's doing it. Cheese was doing it as well, actually, I believe. Like so many of these like tip-top runners have been pulling out Tsukishima Cycle just for that extra 2 to 4 seconds, depending on what they were doing before. Insert Pie saying, we'll see Tokamiko cycle in Dark World before we see a human viable 1 key.
I don't doubt that. That's the BLJ cycle, right? I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
We'll
genuinely see carpetless in a 120 world record before a human viable 1 key. Honestly, probably. Probably.
That's wild to think about, that one day in the far future, the 120 record will probably be so maxed that someone is going to go for RTA carpetless just for the meme, just because that'll be the only realistic way of beating the record.
If anyone pulls out a carpetless, like let's say Liam pulled out a carpetless and pulled it off perfectly, there's a chance
no way
that
run would finish. Like the nerves after that, like oh man.
Oh yeah, but like taking that into account, you know, do you think that would be a 135 pace?
I think
If it was
certainly
a really good
possible.
Liam run with that.
Yeah, like a really solid, maybe, because I don't think it's quite a minute that it saves. Like when you
It
do have
saved
to
around,
factor
I
in
believe it was 30. I think it was around 30 seconds.
and I mean either way, like if you set a good time with that, like that would kill 120. Like just no one would
Oh, yeah.
go for record anymore at that point.
Yeah, honestly. Like, a 135 and 120, how do you even get close to that?
Yeah, any other way. Like you'd have to implement so many other ludicrous strats everywhere else in the run and get such good R&D throughout to make up for not having that 30-second time save at the end. But like we're talking like decades in the future. Like in order for someone to go on that kind of grind, like you would have to get so many 136 paces into Rainbow Ride and basically purposely kill them. Like go into carpetless knowing that you're going to kill the attempt more than likely. But just keep going for it on the off chance that once you happen to do it right. Like that would take such a level of mental fortitude that like that would be just whoever got that record would deserve to hold it forever.
Yeah, honestly. Like, there's nothing you can do beyond that. I can't even think of any strats at that point that would be enough. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pi really said it best when it comes to a Liam run. 136 pace into Rainbow Ride, gets carpetless, misses a throw.
Yeah. That would,
That would be the most Liam thing in history.
We got Green Squeegee advancing on into SSL, the first pace out of Womps in a minute. And that's kind of just the way it goes with 16 star. When you're having to deal with Salt Plus at the beginning of a run, as well as just everything else, like, oh, and unfortunately, like, aborting the fly guyless attempt there, and then the left side of the pillar not quite working out for him. Looks like he might be just messing around with, like, a backup attempt here, but more than likely this is going to be a reset.
Oh, yeah.
There goes the shades. The good old, what would you describe that as? Like, the screen wipe that the game does when you reset. Like a blinds wipe, yes, because it reminds me of like window blinds, you know.
Yeah.
I know there's a technical name for it, but I didn't go to school. I didn't go to film school, so.
Yeah, pretty quiet at the moment. You've got SWRC practicing at the moment, Tag practicing. Everyone else is on runs. Trey Border we have in Womps, but everyone else is either just entering the castle or is in Dark World.
And that's really just the way it goes with 16 star. You're going to end up spending a lot of time in this early game. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick couple minutes break. We'll do some pacers after this.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
welcome back, folks. We're just waiting on another pacer now. We got a Trey Bordeaux in the basement, looks like. A little bit red on PB, but still certainly something possible. Meanwhile, the rest of our runners just either practicing or hammering away at these attempts with looks like Sweegie, Flixer, and Ouija just going ahead at the early game.
Of course, with these guys, you know, they've got plenty of time to do runs, but if you guys want them to have more time at the end of the event, and we saw how some of that played out yesterday, with a couple of them getting some pretty solid runs. If you want that to happen again today, be sure to donate so we can get to that goal of $1,500 for Urban Arts.
Exactly right. And for some of these runners, that hour really may be the big difference, as we saw with Sweegie getting the world record after hours recently with a 14:43 last night. And so, you know, maybe adding that extra hour on the timer will be the difference between, like, say, Slip getting the 14 during the event or having that happen just out of regulation. So, and
exactly.
Trey Bordeaux, unfortunately, going to take a pit in HMC, and that's going to be the end of that run.
Looks like he's booting up Usamune.
Yeah, that's one of those mistakes that just go ahead and practice it, lab it back out. You got to be like really, really sure of those HMC and other like late game type strats.
But yeah, like these guys, they're gonna need that. They're gonna need that last hour. You know, there's a couple of them here. You know, Cheese, Ouija, Flixer, Trey Bordeaux, they're going to be the ones that want it the most. Because as much time as they can possibly get to lower their times down to potentially knock Slippery Nip out of third place, they're going to want that. So, yeah, be sure to donate whatever you can that is reasonable for you. We don't want anyone emptying their bank accounts, because you still got to be able to live. But, of course, anything that you are comfortable sparing and putting towards a good cause, please do.
Yeah, I'm just a little over $500 away from that goal for getting the extra hour on the stream. But, for now, just watching the dartboard resets as you do for 16 star. Green Squeegee looks like he's trying to cook up a pace out of Womps here. We'll see if the latter stars decide to cooperate.
Yeah, we'll just have to see.
And picturesque double jump Owlus coming out.
No ground pound star grab. Cringe. 4 weird.
That's always fun when you finally get Owlus after a string of Womps resets and then you just big jump the star because your ground pound wasn't quite right. Yeah. I always love doing that when this is like 2 frames on every other one.
I always get that when I hit double jump Owlus. Never with triple jump, always double jump. I'll always end up getting the big jump. And then it's like, what was the point?
Right.
It's like now it's just the same as a triple jump.
Yeah, I always just go for big kick. Like just split the difference, you know. And Slip.
Yeah, but if you kick to grab the star, if you kick to grab the star, then there's you might need to just put some more into the lab, because I don't know about that one. Benny in the chat taking offense.
It's me, Mario.
Of course, Benny being one of the top runners in the community at both 70 star and also being exceptionally good in 16 star.
Slip going to be lobbing out some Darkhold again. As meanwhile, Sweegie continuing on through SSL here. Pretty decent pace. A little bit behind Event PB, but...
Yeah, not too much going on though, aside from that. It's just a case of, you know, we've got 3 people practicing, 1 person in intro, that being Ouija, and then Flixer in Dark World. And Cheese is nowhere to be found.
And I mean, we'll see if this strat pays off with a lot of these runners just shifting back and forth between runs and practice over and over. Like, it seems like there's just something that's not quite going right in runs, and they'll just switch back over to practice instead of trying to just, deal with hammering it out through runs. We'll see which approach ends up working out. But Sweetie, of course, has been practicing so much throughout both yesterday and today. He's definitely really, really well warmed up, as we could see by that 608 SSL pacer.
He's plus 0.8, but again, this run, this 14:59 of his was 14.4x pace for quite a while. Pretty much up until BLJs. Even then, actually, even then it was still possible. It's just that his BLJs weren't quite up to Sweegie standard.
And it's really crazy, like, just how good of paces he can be on, despite, like, the little mistakes here and there. It just really goes to show. Here we go with the, like, so consistent at that one full skip. Like, that's such a ludicrous ending for Lava Boost, and he really has perfected it.
Absolutely. It really is just incredible how consistent this man is and how fast he is, despite using, consistent and fast combined. Just like, you don't really get that from many runners. You've probably only got like maybe one runner per category that's on this kind of level when it comes to being fast and consistent. You got Sweegie in 16, you've got Benji in 70, Liam in 120, Kano in 0 and 1 star. Like,
and it takes so much dedicated, focused effort to really get yourself to that level of consistency with how hard a lot of these strats are. Like, you really got to sink so much time in order to get to that point. I'm honestly a little surprised we haven't been seeing the double jump side hop from anyone. I know we've seen, like, Ouija and Sweegie, I think, post Twitter videos of the single star with that.
I feel like the only person that would genuinely go for that is Ouija.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, losing quite a large chunk of time in LLL from not getting Boil the Bully, and instead having to get Bully the Bullies. But still, undoubtedly, this run is good enough to improve upon his 14:59. It's not over until that best possible time says 14:59.
Exactly right. And we'll see how the rest of this HMC split shakes out, but certainly do have that room for improvement still. But besides that run, pretty much everyone else just stuck either in lobby or in practice.
I ought to correct myself. I forgot he has a
14:58.
Absolutely. But of course, it is just practice, so it'll all depend on how he implements it into a run.
And it's certainly interesting seeing, like, now that you've got that big mental milestone barrier of a 14 out of the way, like what strats do you go ahead and add into the run now that you're really just pushing for, like, beyond what you ever thought was possible?
Absolutely. But of course, yeah, it's not easy to play under this kind of pressure, and Sweegie's had plenty of incredible paces, but of course, it's about finishing them out. That's the important bit, and we've seen over yesterday and today, most people have been struggling to finish out these runs.
And speaking of, like, I'm missing the rabbit, unfortunately. That's going to be down an extra 5-6 seconds. But it's been interesting. Like Sweegie normally goes for a really nutty, amazing emergency exit strat with the triple jump at the start. But we saw in this run he actually went for the more consistent, just traditional type setup. And I wonder if that's just he wants to try to get more and more paces that are just close to like 14.4x to the end, even if they're not totally perfect. This is going to be iffy at this point. We can see that best possible creeping up. 14.56 best possible. A little surprised
Yeah.
he's continuing this, but it might just kind of be for in the interest of like no resetting, basically.
Pretty much, I would assume. I mean, he might just be coping that he can beat his 1458.99 with this run, but odds are, unless he has literally the single fastest finish in history, that's probably not going to happen.
But of course, he did already have a finish like that this morning with that 14:43, so you never know at the end of the day.
I believe that was the second fastest ending ever. So now we got Fire C.
Good
Clean
glitch,
hole
gonna
glitch.
sort things out.
Now we just have to see if he'll hit ultimate.
Ooh, it's
Very clean
as well.
ultimate cycle. Very, very clean from Squeegee. Avoiding the ledge grab and into the throws. Or throw. Singular.
A little bit early for the multiple, but
Yeah. I mean, unless you're
I'm sure
Trey
he's got the
Bordeaux
perfect
from
path.
a while ago, then it would be throws plural.
He's going for the 3/4 here. That's going to be a very clean attempt.
Very, very good throw. Very nice Fire C in total.
Yeah, that's what we need to see with this end game here. But of course, BLJ's still definitely an obstacle to be overcome.
14:56 best possible time into BLJ's.
But even if you're
If he can
Squeegee,
get,
it's got to be perfect.
he's got to get Squeegee BLJ's. He has to get Squeegee BLJ's if he wants a chance at beating Tag. Because in the end, that's the important bit. It's all well and good to beat his 14:59.99, but if he doesn't beat Tag's 14:59.90, then it doesn't
That's
matter.
going to be it for that one.
Yeah,
Doesn't quite get the first
unfortunately.
try catch, and he knew that best possible was a little bit far off.
And now Squeegee is going to succumb and move over to Usamune, I think. Yep.
Yep.
So now we've got... Okay, it looks like Trey Bordeaux's back on runs. So we've got Ouija and Womps, we've got Flixer and LLL, and Bordeaux in the title screen, where every 16-star runner lives.
Well, Flakes are missing a red, and that's going to put a dent on that pace, unfortunately. That's always such a rough mistake in LLL with how hard everything else in the stage is. You always hate to see that.
Yeah. Still a 15:10 best possible time. Very, very impressive. This is still PB pace despite those errors.
Oh, not getting the triple to come out either, unfortunately. What a backup.
I believe Flixer had a couple of mistakes or issues with that yesterday as well, so this seems to be a bit of a recurring problem for him. Ouija with a 420.6 Womps exit.
Right there.
If only we could see what that 100th of a second was.
Oh, not going to trigger the star animation for Fly Guy. Listen, that's going to be a reset. The Ouija special. Because I mean, he could have backed that up, but that would have taken long enough that the pace just was no longer up to Ouija standards.
Yeah, Ouija has probably the highest standards in the entire community. Even more so than Squeegee.
Yeah, it's really, if the pace isn't perfect, he doesn't want it. Like, it's really crazy the sort of paces he'll just reset without even blinking.
Yeah, Ouiji's mentality, I should say, very much is the case of I know what I can get and I won't settle for less.
Yep. Just expecting absolute perfection.
I wouldn't even say he's expecting it. It's more so that he wants it, and if he wants it, that's what he's gonna take. It's not necessarily that he expects perfection, but he won't take any less than it.
Right.
He expects himself to play well, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he expects to play perfect. He just wants that one good run, and he will reset anything that doesn't quite meet that bar. And he's one of the
so
few
many other
people that you'll
runners will-
see. He's one of the few people that you'll see in 70 star that will, without hesitation, reset to the Princess Secret slide at the start of the run.
I've seen that one a couple of times, yeah, like getting a 12-8, just nope.
Flixer Golding Mips to now finally have a 14:59 summer best.
That's got to be a nice mental milestone as well to go ahead and break.
Yes, Colin, I am from New Zealand. Honestly, I'm amazed that you were able to figure that one out. Everyone thinks I'm from Australia, which is an insult. Because of that bitter rivalry between Australia and New Zealand.
Flixer, oh, narrowly avoiding that bully.
It doesn't look like...
early cycle.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does mean that any chance of a personal best here is dead. But he is still most definitely capable of improving upon his 15:32. Again, Cheese and Flixer are both still tied after day one. And neither runner has quite been able to break that tie.
And Flixer going all the way to the bottom of Fire Scene, just free running a little bit here.
Pulling a fast one on that little bully.
Is he going for a quick little all-coin?
Flixer knows his way around recess, not letting any bullies take advantage of him. They ain't getting his lunch money today.
And now Trey Bordeaux is going to be coming out of SSL on a little bit of a pace.
Yeah, Trey Bordeaux is definitely one of the underdogs, I would say, based on how he performed yesterday. But we know from Double Down that he is capable of far more than that 15:42.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of time before he's able to pull out all the stops and get one of these really clean attempts through.
Absolutely. And of course, Trey Bordeaux is another one of those runners who could very well get a 14 at any moment. Of course, we saw Tag finally breaking that barrier yesterday as the highlight of yesterday's segment of the event. And of course, and then there are still other runners as well, like Trey Bordeaux, who can very well get a 14-minute time.
And it's
runners,
really just
most notably,
when, not if.
Yeah, most notably those runners being Tomka, Gamiru, and well, Tag already did it. Tomka, Gamiru, and GTM.
Yep.
And then, of course, Trey Bordeaux, who is currently competing in this Speedrun World Record circuit. But right now, for now, we've got Ouija just finishing up Womps, while Bordeaux prepares to do the lobby backwards long jump for what is quite possibly the 5 millionth time.
Yeah, I'd certainly be curious to see his attempt counter real quick, flash on screen, but now
I don't know if I want to see Ouija's. I do not know if I want to see Ouija's attempt counter. That might be too high of a number.
And then gonna go all the way upstairs. Unfortunately, can't really do anything productive going through that upstairs locked door.
But we've got Ouija with a 419.7 Womps exit. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's see if he can pull out the Fly Guy list this time.
And yet again,
Once
he's not quite getting
again.
the star spawn, but looks like he's going to go ahead and go for the backup considering just how nutty of a Womps pace that is. Which, like, I can certainly sympathize here. And then going to trigger the Fly Guy, that's going to go ahead and cause a reset there.
Not just trigger it, but get hit by it as well. Of course, that is enough for him to reset.
You hate to see it, but it's just kind of the way it goes sometimes with 16 star.
Yeah, of course. And it is always difficult to deal with that frustration at not quite being able to finish out the run that you've been wanting. But, you know, that's the game. It's how it goes. And if you can't quite get it, you've just got to come back tomorrow. Of course, these guys can't quite do that for this event, as this is the last day of the second part of the 16-star events in Speedrun World Record Circuit. There's still, I believe, 2 more, I want to say, following this one in the future. And, of course, we had yesterday with some very nice turnouts from specifically Tag, Green Sweegie, and Slippery Nip, with now Sweegie joining the 14 ranks today in the event. Hopefully we'll get some more from, hopefully Slippery Nip, who has yet to get a 14 in these kinds of events. And being second place on the leaderboard, you would fully expect that he would have at this point, but he's never been quite able to finish out those 14-minute paces into Bowser in the Sky or backwards long jumps. So hopefully we can see that from him
It's certainly coming
today.
with how much practice he's put in.
Oh yeah. So yeah, hopefully that'll come soon. Preferably today. I think we all want to see that. Having 3 14s in one event would absolutely be a groundbreaking result.
Meanwhile, we got Flixer coming out with a 432 Womps exit here. He's trying to get anything through the basement.
Yeah, and then of course, even past Slippery Nip, there's also Ouija, who is 3rd place on the leaderboard, who could, at any given moment, pull out that 14 as well. So there's the potential for possibly 4 people with a 14 on this leaderboard for the event.
Yeah, which if we manage to get 4 14s on the leaderboard, like that's just a nutty result here.
Surely that would be the most 14s of any event.
Which like having the community go in a few short years from only 1 person ever getting a 14 to 4 people potentially getting one within 2 days, like that's nutty.
One of them being, and the first one of them being the runner Tag's very first 14 as well, putting him above the former world record holder Aki, of whom got the very first 14. With the 1459.3, as I recall.
Aki honestly was really like ahead of his time for 16 star.
Oh, absolutely. As I recall, his run was, what was it, 1452 best possible into Fire Sea, was it?
Something
Was
like
it
that. Yeah, and
BLJ's?
I've heard like 1454 best possible in the sky. I've heard too.
Yeah. I know it was, I remember 1452 best possible time into the late game. I can't remember which split it was, though. But, like, Arky undoubtedly was way ahead of his time. Even now, like, if you took Arky, like, you think about it, Arky got that without some of the strats that these guys are doing now.
Exactly.
Like imagine Arky came back playing the same level with these new strats. You know, he'd be competing up there with Ouija and Sweegie. And Slip.
Oh, Flixer unfortunately taking a double burn there on the start of the Bully Star here.
Yeah, can't afford to take any more damage or else he will die. It looks like Cheese is back on runs now, as well as... So now, yeah, we've only got Slippery Nip, who appears to be taking a break, and Sweegie, who is practicing. And everyone else is on runs now.
We'll just see how many attempts it takes to get through the early game. But I mean, that's always kind of the name of the game, you know? Early game always ends up being just a little bit of a slog.
Absolutely. Yeah, Flixer having a bit of a rough LOL. Kind of alongside of his fairly rough Womp's Fortress. But still, nonetheless, a run very much on pace to break his tie with Cheese. Yet again. Both runners have had multiple runs fully capable of breaking that tie. But neither of them have been quite able to. Yeah, and that's on top of the fact that every time, as I recall, every time these guys have been in a 16-star tournament against each other, they have tied.
Yeah, it's insane, that level of consistency. Like that's you never expect two players to end up getting the same times so many times over. Cheese pulls off a very clean Fly Guy list as part of SSL here.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I have to wonder if these guys just plan out these ties, because they've done it too frequently for it to just be a coincidence.
Yeah, the backroom conspiracy.
Yeah, like, these guys behind the scenes are talking like, okay, we're gonna get this time, and we're not gonna improve on it at all, so it'll just be us tying again.
Yeah, aim for the
that
15
going.
this time.
I think the most entertaining thing that could possibly happen with these two runners is if they both get improvements on their time, but it's another tie.
Right, like both get down to like a 15-1x, but it's the same 15-1x.
Well, that would be a personal best for Flixer, to get a 15-1x. I could see them both getting like a 15-25 or something, it being another tie, only instead of Flixer being in fourth, perhaps Cheese is. Though every time that they have tied, Flixer has typically been the one that did it that little bit faster.
Wait, did Cheese gold his SSL split? I see the rainbow split there.
Yeah, it looks like he did. Flixer going through MIPS with a clean glitchy wall kick through the door, entering at 11 flat.
Oh, and then she's gonna fail the lava boost ending, and that's gonna be it for that pace. Flixer with an 11-minute mid split here. We'll see how DDD goes.
But it should be looking good. Hopefully, because of course Flixer doesn't opt to do chip clip or front sub. So there's upwards of 3-4 seconds just about that he could gold this by were he to take that route. Like, Flixer's getting these really good paces. You gotta realize, like, his golds are, for the most part, quite substantially slower than many of these other runners. He just plays that consistently to some of best.
Exactly. And then you're using, like, that's the rear side, like, you're really not risking the run in places like DDD, and that lets you get so many more pace. It may not be quite as good as, like, some of these Ouija paces, but...
Yeah, exactly. Almost struggled with that ultimate cycle, but still pulled it off quite nicely. And missing the rollout. That's gonna be, I want to say, 2 seconds, maybe 3.
And having to end the fight with low health, right?
Yeah, not ideal at all, but still very, very doable for him. Yeah, Flixer again, unlike these other runners, does do that little bit that slower throw, and opting for making it consistent and safe. No side flip tail grab with the 3/4 spin. Going into BLJ with the best possible time of 15:20. If he could somehow pull out a perfect well, not perfect, but a gold BLJ and a clean bits, possibly potential for a PB.
Right,
possibly potential for a personal best. It's not out of the question. His gold is only, I believe that says 48-49, which, while a good time, is absolutely not groundbreaking, even for Flixer himself.
We'll see here. The endless needs to be good. Gonna take a couple.
Flixer's been having trouble with this endless staircase, but he's gonna get it and enter best possible time.
Nice backup.
Best possible time, 15:25. Can Flixer close out this run?
Oh, doesn't quite get the lineup for that long jump, or the triple.
Save it. Oh, unfortunately, just a little bit too low.
And we can see just gonna go ahead and reset
not enough speed. And unfortunately losing the run.
But meanwhile, Trey Bordeaux on a pace out of SSL. We'll see how long this one can be maintained for. Gonna be a bit of a ledge grab on the side hop.
Narrowly missing the fire spit. But, yeah, no, should be leaving LLL in a few seconds. Believe he has reds left to finish. That he does. Yeah, no, it's not a, it's a pretty good pace actually. Plus 1.7 on PB.
And there's 30
Not
seconds
bad.
on that PB for an event PB, so.
Losing a bit of time here as well, so gonna be plus 4.9, pretty much plus 5 off of PB. 14:53, best possible time into HMC. So 14 is gonna be pretty tight at this point. But personal best is still very much on the table, as is event PB. Trey Bordeaux very, very capable of jumping straight from 7th to 4th. If he gets a really good finish, potentially could jump to 3rd with a personal best. Just have to wait and see how it turns out.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what the
Anything can happen. We could see a gold, we could see a death, we could see him play absolutely clean, we could see a meltdown on throws. You never know. Unfortunately, not quite being able to avoid that last rock and getting hit. But still backing it up quite nicely and getting the star without much issues outside of that.
And still plenty of time save and just a lot of run left to go. It was nice to see Ouija still outruns and a couple other runners still going with runs. Not everyone's succumbing to the practice bug, if you will.
Yeah. So gonna be a 10-16 exit, plus 3.2 on PB out of HMC. So we'll just have to see how this second half of the run goes. Missing Mips, unfortunately. His lineup was a little bit awkward in order to get a punch grab, so he opted for the dive, but went a little bit too far to the left. So unfortunately, it does look like third place is off the table. Personal best still possible, but very, very tight.
Yeah, it's going to take a very, very clean finish here. But going for chip clip.
And missing it,
not quite gonna hit it.
unfortunately. So that's going to be, I think it's 8 seconds if you miss it.
Yeah, it's such a rough time loss, but I mean, it's what you got to contend with in order to get that time save sometimes. Oh, and there's going to be fun sub-fail again, unfortunately.
Very unfortunate, but he's going to keep it going. He can still get an improvement over Ouija. Though it's going to be tight.
Let's see what happens in Fire Sea. That's going to be the big arbiter here.
This will determine whether or not it'll be possible for Bordeaux to take down Ouija.
Oh, that's going to be a ledge grab.
Ultimate is now off the table, but can still get early cycle if he's fast. And there we go. It's still an early cycle from Trey Bordeaux. Gonna be losing a couple of seconds. Taking down Ouija, even really at this point, just getting an event PB is going to be difficult, but still very doable.
Oh, doesn't quite get the initial punch, but nice backup grab. Might have been what he was going for, but I mean, that looked certainly a lot weirder than any other weird grab setup I've seen.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see what the best possible time and exits are out of Fire Sea. 15:37.2, so unless he gets a really unbelievable ending, taking down Ouija from 6th is probably not happening, but can still get an event PB. Just have to see how BLJs go. That's going to be the primary determining factor. And that looks like that's going to be it.
Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah. Looks like he's still going to give it a crack. You can see that that look on his face. He's got... seems to be a little bit annoyed. but also looks like he is just smiling it off.
And you really just have to be able to smile it off, because this is the fate of so many 16-star runs. You really can't let yourself get attached to good Fire Sea paces.
So yeah, 16 flat best possible time. Maybe we see a gold. Okay. That
Well,
was
not quite.
right. Well, with that, we're gonna go to a quick ad break. I'll be replaced by a different commentator, Mida, and we'll be back with you soon.
Peace out.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? There we go. Everybody get it out.
All four.
There we go.
All four.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
And welcome back, folks. I'm Electric, joined in the booth now by Meter as we move into this next hour of attempts with Cheese on a bit of a pacer here in HMC. And it looks like we've got a lot of runners back to doing runs after a long period of just exclusively practice. Who do you kind of think that the practice is going to pay off for the most first?
I mean, we've seen Green Suiji's practice work wonders for them. We're back to sub 15. I step away for a couple hours, and all of a sudden, Green Suiji's back below 15. The guy doesn't know any numbers up higher than 14.
Exactly right. Like just repeatedly with these 14-minute times at these events, and like just really nipping on the heels of tag here with just like 0.09 seconds away. Like you really can't get much closer than that in a game where each frame is going to be like 0.03 seconds typically.
Yeah, and I mean that's totally fair. I really love this, the competition here and what's unfolded, and this run that Cheese is on right now. A lot of green there, double-digit green in HMC.
Yep, I mean he's certainly trying to be the one to break that tie that he's formed with Flixer. Like the 7th time during one of these 16-star events that he's managed to tie Flixer's time to the second. But
Look at that.
for now, we're going to see a 10-14 HMC exit here.
That is an old school way to get emergency exit. That's the way I do it. I do something the same way as Cheese.
It's funny because that old school way of doing it is marginally faster than the way that you see a lot of other people do it, but you can't get the ledge grab. You got to do it perfectly to make it faster. But
we got a donation here from Louis895 for $9. Let's push for an extra hour of GTM slides and good times. I could not agree more. We're $20 away from 1,000, and then 520 away from an extra hour. Let's start with that $20. Let's get it. Let's get the 1,000, get it out of the way, and then we can keep moving forward, pick up that extra hour.
Exactly right, as we got Cheese moving on into DDD here. And not going to be opting for chip flip as we've got pretty good pace. I'm sure he just wants to maintain the pace rather than really risk these extra seconds here and there.
Yeah, I know we've seen him do some similar things. Grab the, especially on Bowser in the sky. We've seen him on the elevators just kind of take his time. I know I was watching a VOD of his that's exactly what he did. He's saying,
He got the first jump this time, but just not quite with the second. And front sub's really been giving him a ton of issues in these runs recently.
We saw that at the beginning of the event today. Multiple people were failing on front sub. It's kind of the troll of the day.
It seems it's just hard to time these inputs right with that. Like even if you've got the practice time in, like on just in a really long practice session before you attempt, it seems like no one's really truly immune to it. And meanwhile, we got Luigi coming out of Dark Hole. This looks like a 243, 242.9. Really impressive Dark Hole here. And it's kind of funny, like Ouija can never settle on a live split layout. Like he's always been kind of infamous in the community for just constantly changing live split layouts. And right now he's pulling out the legacy. Like this is about the same as Shia's old layout with the splits background at least. That same like a kind of dark tan, like different Mushroom Kingdom symbols background.
I love it. I love the background. Yeah, it reminds me of Mario 3, like when you're doing the matchup game with Toad.
Oh yeah. Exactly.
Maybe that's what Mario's doing when Toad gives him that free star. Maybe he's really just playing a quick game, that little matchup game, and that's the prize.
Exactly. It certainly could be.
Looks like Cheese is kind of in practice mode at this point. Not really.
As well, just moving right back over to practice run. Really can't blame these runners.
No, not at all. And I mean, now's the time. Get in a couple of practices because when that final push starts, that's when you really need to focus in and get some runs going. And even if you have one or two minor mistakes, all you want to do is improve that time, even if it's a second. Keep pushing that time down, especially if you have a tied time with somebody else.
Exactly right.
Nice little grab there.
This is such a crazy Womps pace. 420.1. Like, a 420 at all, like, yeah, I get it's a meme time, but it's also just like such a crazy pace. Like, you have to be using the most optimal strats and doing them like near perfectly. You can't really have any backups happening for that kind of pace.
Yeah, and right on. He's right on his splits there. Didn't lose any time. Oh man, the second I say that, didn't lose any time. Didn't add any time. It was beautifully done.
And
Until
that
the
bonk
point.
on Castle Movement is going to do it. Not even going to quite get to SSL. And these were honestly some of the most demoralizing resets that are the hardest to get over. When like you're sitting there right before a really hard thing like Fly Guy was, and like you end up losing so much time that you've got to reset the run before you even get to that trick. Because like in your mind, you're kind of going like, man, I worked so hard in Dark World and Womps to get my lottery ticket, and then I just wasted it before I even played the lottery. You know.
I mean, yeah, but when you're at this level, you have to. They know when they got to reset. They know when they're kind of disheartened, when they've lost their momentum, if you will. And
Yeah.
to be fair, I take the blame on that one, Luigi. That one was on me. You'll get the next one. I promise.
And yes, iPubs, your man's did just reset on Castle Movement.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, even the Castle Movement is going to be hard. Like, for those that may just kind of watch events like this and aren't really like part of the runner part of the community, there's a spreadsheet out there that's called the Ultimate Star Spreadsheet. It's maintained by the same group that maintains like the practice ROM. And this spreadsheet tracks every single best time for every strat that you will see in a actual RTA speedrun. But like in some strats that are even like still you don't normally see in RTA runs just from being too hard. And it's the sort of resource that runners will go to if they want to really, really optimize the way that they're doing everything. Because it tracks like it's the best anyone has ever done every single star the way that you're trying to do it. And that spreadsheet even goes so far as to track castle movement for every bit of castle movement you could possibly do. Like it tracks bomb on battlefield to Womp's Fortress movement for 16 star. It tracks bomb on battlefield to Secret Slide movement for 70 star. Like it tracks every single stage to every other stage that you would ever use in a run. Like that's how people are able to get such tight times is they've gone and consulted what is the fastest someone has ever gone from this doorway to this doorway, and let me practice that for 2 hours straight to copy that perfectly in my runs. And like that's what you have to do across the entire game in order to get to this level.
It's such a beautiful Venn diagram of the major nerds who want to compile data and the major nerds who want to play video games fast,
Right.
and them coming together at the top of their field each to make this happen and be so good. They feed off of each other in a really good way.
Exactly, and like the community really does take all sorts of people. Like if it were just people trying to play the game really fast, like in runs, the game still would not quite be this optimized. Like you've got to have people that are dedicated to like maintaining practice tools, like the practice ROM, which like we're so fortunate to have. Like so many communities, their practice ROM are just like a few Game Shark codes, and that's it. But we have such a fully featured set of practice tools, like save states on console. Like that's ridiculous, but that's something we as a community have just because we have community members dedicated enough to go ahead and put the work in on tools like that.
It really is. And EK Crisp saying tasks just don't get the appreciation they deserve. I mean, I know every time I see a task, and now that we have task block at GDQs and other events, I think they definitely are getting more than they used to. But you're right, they have driven the communities for so long. We were talking about this earlier, and how something starts, a lot of strats start in the task area. They start with people trying things with the computer, with a robot, and then that's impossible. Humans can't do that, and then a human does it, and then it becomes commonplace, and then it's a normal part of the run, as exemplified, I think, best by task long jump.
Yep, exactly. It just takes a couple runners trying for it and runs over and over, and eventually other people start picking it up too with other just different human type setups.
Earlier, Cheese had a pretty great save on one of the small screens where he overjumped one of those diamonds in Dark World and wall kicked and was able to save himself. It's pretty great. Some of that clutch thinking.
It's me, Mario.
We got resets across the board. It's good. Everyone's you got this semi-sync here. Everyone downstairs. It's kind of like a race.
And hopefully we'll be able to get something truly back downstairs into the basement here soon. But I mean, this is just how 16 star goes. I know I've said it a few times already, but I mean, it's when you get into a 16 star stream, typically like you're not there to like be hyper focused on the gameplay until like you see someone get to basement. Like you're there for the chat and just the runner and just the whole environment. And like just kind of it's a bit of a waiting room at times, like while you're waiting for the pacer to go ahead and start up.
Yeah, I mean,
but once you start getting those paces deep in the basement, like then you can hear a pin drop in chat as everyone's kind of focused up.
this community is absolutely fantastic. The speedrunning community, the GSA community, it's so great to be able to just come in here, even if you don't know anything, ask questions, and rather than get ridiculed, people want you to be a part of it. They want everyone to join in. Welcoming new people is just part of the culture, and I think that's awesome.
And it's kind of interesting too. Like there's a set of questions I feel like nearly everyone either asks or like they see someone ask for them. Like when they first get in the community, like one I see all the time is like, "How long have you spent watching the intro?" And it's funny, like when you watch enough runs, like people will ask that like every other day to a runner. But it's an inevitable question when you start getting into running this game or watching this game. Like that's just kind of something you get curious about, or like different questions like what do you think is the hardest star, or like what star gave you the most trouble to learn and stuff like that. And it's like a lot of runners are really patient despite getting some of those questions like hundreds of times. Like I'm sure Cheese has heard like what star is your favorite like hundreds or thousands of times, but he still will answer it about like it's the first time. He's not like, oh, why are you asking me that? Like, go read an FAQ or something. Like, he'll still just answer the question.
I mean, an FAQ may be helpful in those situations
Right.
if you're answering the same stuff. But engagement's engagement. That's great stuff. These guys love talking to the community and love talking to people. And I know my technical first time calling a 64 game was just yesterday, and everyone has made me feel very welcome. On both sides, chat and within GSA. So great community and much appreciation on my end. Just want to make sure I shared that at some point here with you guys.
Well, we're certainly glad to have you. I mean, anyone who appreciates this game for the amazing movement-based speedrun it is more than welcome. I mean, there's so much info to dive into with this game too. Like when I started watching this game, I had no idea just how deep all of the tech and everything else got. Like until I finally started trying my hand at running it, and then it's like these guys really do make everything look super easy. But there's so much finesse involved in making Mario move this fast reliably.
Absolutely, there is, and it's fun to watch. I know this was Mario 64 70 or 120 was one of the first speedruns I ever watched, and it made me fall in love with this game, with speedrunning as a whole. And I just think I feel like it's an easy game to appreciate when you have a background having played it or not, because it's so non-stop. That's stressful for the runner. It's difficult for the runner, but for the viewer, man, it is just a treat.
Absolutely, yeah. And like as long as you're familiar with the basic goals of platforming games, like it still is an impressive run, even if you're not familiar with the game itself. And like as long as you've played the game a couple of times yourself, it is so mad impressive. Like for me, the first few times I watched it, it felt like how I remembered the game feeling when I was a kid. Like it felt like I was moving Mario at the speed of sound as a kid, even though I was just walking around and jumping. And so to get that sort of feeling again, but like, as an adult, and like, it's like, how are people able to move this fast? Like, it's just crazy. But like, it's a wonderful thing.
It is. I know, I believe it was probably a GDQ event. I think it was 2016. Funcation Cheese Simply in a race. The three of the best Mario 64 runners. And watching them interact, knowing that they liked each other, and then no matter who won, that there's disappointment for yourself, but there's also that elation for everybody else. That is what makes doing something like this worth it very long term. Doing something by yourself, you can burn out really fast when you're all
Yeah,
alone. But doing it
absolutely.
with friends, creating friends and community, that's where it's at.
And it's such a wonderful like diverse community too. Like and in so many speed games, you really do just kind of have like one or two really top level runners and a few other like handful of people that play the game. But like we're really lucky in this community that like it's you can have like sub communities just surrounding one top level runner of like
Yeah.
people you interact with in chat every day, other people that like are starting to pick up the game, try to improve themselves, and like it at any given time, there are almost certainly multiple people on like the journey for their own sub-hour 70 star time, their own 49, their own 47, their own first 16, their own first sub 20, and like it's incredible that no matter when you're trying to get into this game, like there's almost always someone else on the same part of the journey as you to go ahead and compete against.
And the people who have been there before and who are, leagues ahead are so supportive. I had a 45-minute PB for 16 star, like the third or fourth time I ran, and everyone was like, "That's really good, amazing! Like that's great improvement. You went from an hour and a half to 45 minutes. Keep it up." They were supportive when I was embarrassed to say it's 45 minutes long. Everyone else is like, "That's awesome. Like that's a good thing. Keep going."
Yeah, and I think more so than like a ton of people just remember what the grind was like for them, and even if you're kind of looking back and going like, oh yeah, my strats were so sloppy back then, like you still remember like the effort that it took you to get those like initial kind of time barriers. Like even though like looking back at my sub 20, like I kind of cringe at just all the different like really suboptimal strats, like it still is. I remember how much work it took.
A ton. I know Louis saying he stumbled across Vinny 7 or 8 years ago when he was hooked, which, I mean, I'm on board. Vinny is a great one to get hooked on there. And if you ever touch the game, you know how hard it is to control Mario. I'm 100% on board with that. And the camera. How many times I've lost runs to the camera before I know how to, and I still don't, control it particularly well. These guys are masters, but it fights you if you don't have control over it. It's kind of like a bucking bronco to me. 16-star run, first one for Zenry, 3 hours. True story. I mean, I'm on board. That's a great first run because guess what? You completed it. And now you have a 3-hour PB. You're going to be PBing very soon.
Yeah, like just finishing a run also just takes so much mental fortitude. Like especially when you're having to deal with like having to repeat a star over and over, or just whatever else is plaguing you. Ooh, Sweegie, very, very nice backup comma there. Like, getting stuck on the box really does mess up that whole setup, but a little bit of trouble getting into the pyramid, but still going to continue on this run.
I know watching early on Punkation and his absolute madman of a run that he went on in 70 star, 8 total world record set. 28 total months in first place, which incredible.
Yeah,
it was
and
so fun.
Watching the end of like his most recent 70 record grind was really like the first time I got to see just what it takes to get any kind of top time in this game. Because he had so many like low 47 2x paces, get into TTC, and then like he started just calling it like, oh, that run got TikToked, like, oh, that run got clocked, like, because it just over and over, he'd get a run in the clock and then something would happen that would just destroy the pace. But then like that one run that finally got through, like it was so cathartic to see after all the failed attempts getting up there. Because that's like, you'd like to think that you'll be able to play through the game one time and get like your perfect time, like you get your first run that's on upstairs on 46 pace, you manage to clutch through to the end, but that never ends up happening. Like something will always get in your way, and like it takes so much mental fortitude to like get so many runs through most of the game on that 46-minute pace, like to finally get the one attempt that will succeed on those late game strats.
I think that's a very, very relatable to a lot of people. And something that I want to bring up, I'm shifting a little bit here as we're watching Green Suigi. I'm thinking about it. Somebody earlier said, we told him to take a break and get at it tomorrow, and he said, okay, and just went and did it. I know at the end of his world record, after he rewatched it, he said, I don't want to do 16 anymore. I want to switch over to 70. And because of that, I think what we're watching right now is the last 16 we're going to see him run until SWRC comes back, within the next month. So personally, I'd love to hit that goal. Speaking selfishly on my end, because I want to see that extra hour from Suiji. I want to see as much of him doing 16 while he's in his most prime he's ever been. And that starts with just getting some donations and hitting that 1,000 to start with, and then getting to that 1,500.
Exactly right. I mean, it's like once you stop running PB attempts or world record attempts for a category for a little while, it does take you a few days of attempts to go ahead and get back into the swing of things. So, the Suiji that we see at the next SWRC event, might be showing a little bit of rust, might be going for some of the more basic consistent strats, and dare I say he might be shooting for a 14.5x instead of a 14.4x, but, if you want to see an extra hour of a peak form Suiji, just $520 away from that goal.
And just to be fair, he may very well be even better. Sometimes taking a step back and trying something different, learning different movements. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It can improve you, but there will be some rust there. And I genuinely want to see, while we're in the long wait for either Suiji to come back or someone else to take his spot as the top dog, see that extra hour here today. So, exclamation point donate. Pop them in there. We'll read them out. Let's make that happen.
Speaking of making things happen, Suiji with a very, very clean triple box jump here.
What's the thought process here? Is this just practice for him? He's pretty plus on all his splits here. Best possible right now is a 14.44. Okay.
I think it probably is just this late in the event. He just wants to stay out of lobby as much as possible. And as long as something seems to be still PBable with the event PB, I think he's still going to be shooting for it.
Possible time save 5.6. Best possible time 14.44. I mean,
10.09 HMC exit. Yeah, I mean, he lost a lot of time in HMC on this PB, so it certainly makes sense for him to continue through here.
Oh, that's a wicked good point because he missed box jump. Yeah. I think everything once he got upstairs was absurdly crisp. He can do a little better on Bowser. He has a tiny bit of time to save there, but otherwise, he's got a little bit he can save in the next couple of stages if he's crazy clean.
But unfortunately, the wall kick not quite working out, but getting through the door on the second attempt there. We got Green Suiji moving on in for chip clip, and it's good, nicely clean.
Obvious chips. Slippery is in the same area right now. Just over an hour into his run.
Very impressive 16-star record, 106.40 something.
Luigi in the green, coming out of Womps. We've seen that many, many times from him here today. Ray, I see, pop down to 15.42. I'm very, very happy to see that. We guessed that was coming. I made the prediction that was definitely going to happen. And I'm glad I'm not a liar for all of you. And he was able to help me out in that.
Yeah, it would have been a shame if he wasn't able to break that barrier, especially considering that he wasn't able to do a full session of attempts yesterday. But he was really able to pull some really, really nice runs out today, and I'm glad he was able to go ahead and watch that finish too.
Luigi going down the side here, just like I do it, except he actually has lag reduction, and I don't because I'm too scared.
Just a little bit too slow for ultimate, but still keeping the pace alive so far. It's going to need some insane BLJs, though, but it is certainly what he's known for.
Imagine if someone was practicing and just did a 120 run in the middle and got world record. It's in the middle of a 16 tournament.
Suiji gonna miss the tail and instead just going right into Bowser, and that's gonna be it for that run.
The rage pause is real. I'll pop over to
Meanwhile, Luigi on a 419 Womps exit.
Ooh. We've been seeing a lot of the funny number coming out of Whomp's Fortress. But this one just below. Really, Bowser?
419 is a very, very tall order to beat, but now got a 609 SSL exit. So after Fly Guy Listen Plus, I mean, it's not a perfect run, but it certainly is still a very, very hot pace.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there.
We move on in for reds. And even like stars that we don't really talk about as hard, like Red Coin Star, for instance. Like these runners are doing the most maxed out setup here for like the very intro part of it. That pro movement is pretty standard once you get to about like a 16 or so in 16 star. But it still is like, it's more of a challenge than the long jump movement, and it only saves a third of a second. So like, even from the point where you're starting to adapt what's just considered advanced rather than truly pro expert level strats, like you're still just fighting for like fractions of a second.
Yeah, I mean, fractions of a second are everything right now. That's what these guys are living and dying for, is fractions of a second here and there. That's why chip flip happens, is because people, these runners, care about that fraction of a second.
Yep. And Luigi having a little bit of an issue with Big Bully, but overall things working out pretty okay in the end.
The Do saying they PB'd at 1909 for 16 star. That's a very good time. Anything sub 20, I think, is a great time, personally. Mine's well over 20. I think it was like a 23 or something to that effect. And that was no LBLJ. So that's without all of the actual hardest things to do, and still couldn't sub 20. But 1909 early, that's really, really good. So keep up the work on that.
Meanwhile, we got Weege heading into the volcano here.
Nice little side hop. Logless side hop? What do you call it?
I've always just called it side hop. I got criticized once or twice for calling it logless because that's the old name for it, someone said.
Oh.
You could also call it capless if you really want to.
Ooh. That's 120,
the throwback
right?
name.
I think like different runs called it different things for a while, but like in 16, there's no. Of course, it's capless. Like
right,
there was never a cap for 16.
We got a beautiful triple from Luigi here. A few seconds behind still, but again, this is his real PP he's running against here. And we've got some late game time save as evidenced by that best possible.
You know, everyone in chat talking about their own, what they've done, where they've gotten with their runs, and continuing to improve. People encouraging each other. You love to see it.
Oh, that's my bad. I misremembered the naming history. Side hop is actually the old name.
Ah.
It's like, of course it's logless because we never use the log in any capacity. Like, no one has ever used the log for that star, unless like you're in randomizer or like just things go horribly wrong during a run.
Or casual.
True.
That's me, the filthy casual.
See, even like casually, I feel like I would take the cage like that takes you behind the big fence, but then I would just do lava burns to get over to the star. I wouldn't bother trying to like walk all the way across the log.
That's fair. You are more clever and willing to burn Mario than me. I never even thought of taking damage.
Yeah, and that's like when you see it for the first time in runs, when you see a runner burn Mario to get across the stage, you're like, wow, like that's honestly a great idea.
We had a pretty decent run still here. Minus 4.8 on splits, but time to make up, and 14:43 being the best possible time still. So that's pretty exciting. Looks like Trey's getting out of LLL himself.
Ooh, we got the door frame punch. That's going to save about a second or so on the mid split.
I've only seen that twice now, and both of them were in this.
And he's golded the MIP split with that too. I wonder if he's gonna go ahead and save that gold, or if he's gonna like just purposely undo it later.
That's a good question. I mean, as a best possible time, I think it's important to keep that stuff, but gold.
But you always hate to like
3.5
have that to compare against, where like if you do that split perfectly, but you don't get the punch, that's gonna lose you a second on BPT.
Yeah.
So like that's the trade-off there.
That's fair. I mean, it does tell you if there's ever any room for improvement. And these guys are nothing if not perfectionists.
But we say that, but like no chip clip on this run. He really wants this 14 pacer to finish out. And so he's willing to go ahead and sacrifice that second, because this PB does actually have chip clip. So
like I said,
gonna take a burn a little bit too far to the right, and that's gonna be it for that attempt. No early Ellie's possible anymore off that.
Wow, instant. Last event, Ouija with a 15 flat. So you know this event, he is looking to get that sub 15 again.
It's such a crazy MIP score. Like that looks like it's possibly a community best. Like, apparently it's tied down to the 10th of the second with the current community best from Kamiru.
Wow. That's so impressive. In an event like this, on a decent run that you're trying to finish, fantastic. So far it has, this started at 1 Eastern. It is now 5:51 Eastern, so this has been almost 5 hours. Almost. And so we have another couple hours here, 2 more to be exact, unless we can hit that 1,500. But that's got to start with some donations here. Exclamation point donate.
So a little over $500 away, $520 from that goal.
So we got some practice from Green Suigi.
Green Suigi always with the practice, you know.
Practicing the old BLJ. Instant. That looked like world record right there.
To run.
That was exactly as fast as he got his world record one. Yeah, yep, that was it.
Prize there.
Except he landed in, but that was exactly it.
Meanwhile, we got Trey Bordo also on event PB improvement pace here. Does have to take the backup grab on Mips, but and gonna take the slightly early release there.
So all his splits here against a 15-10, which means he can take still a plus 30 and still PB, event PB. Which looks like he's now crossed. Double door talk. Brutal. That is a talkative door today.
Absolutely.
Did Cheese just get a gold, the question is? It looks green to me, but it's potential. Oh, it's shining, isn't it? Oh my goodness, I think you're right.
Yep, the rainbow gold there. Yet again on SSL. Like, I think it's the second SSL gold today.
Wow.
I'm still going to stay deep ahead out of this LLL split here. Kind of interesting for him to save reds to the end there. That's normally the star that you see people pair with the text box, but she's not having it. And Ouija missing a coin that would have been Suki cycle, but unfortunately just rounding the corner a little bit too tight.
Flip heading into first Bowser. That's what I call it, first Bowser. Dark World Bowser. Is that okay to say? First Bowser? Is that cringe?
I guess it's close enough. I mean, in Usamune, it's just called Bow 1, so...
Fair enough.
I always just say the Dark World fight or something similar.
Beautiful. Beautiful wall kick dive.
And Louis895 correctly pointing out, if half of the viewership donated just $1 right now, that would actually get us all the way to our donation goal for that extra hour of stream. So if you were one half of one of the people viewing the stream right now, consider donating $1. And to the other half, I mean, maybe consider donating $2. Who knows?
I love it. And I mean, I can't agree more. That's a good Bowser fight right there.
And yes, there is in fact a 3-frame difference between first place with Tag 609's 1458 and Green Sweetie's 1458.
That's incredible. That you said that was 1 frame?
That's 3 frames total. So every frame is about like 0.03 of a second. It kind of depends on like exactly which frame it is. Like sometimes the final time will end up increasing by 0.04 instead of that 0.03. But like as you can see there, like exactly 3 frames apart.
That is absolutely incredible. Cheese kind of hanging out right now with the rabbit. A lot of green on his screen. I'm excited to see. And Trey heading up to Bowser. Bowser in the sky now. More BLJs.
And there we go. Pretty nice set of second BLJs. So we could see a very slight leaderboard improvement here with this run, but it's going to take a very, very good sky. But as you can see on the splits here, we do have a little bit of room for that improvement.
Yeah, looks like after HMC, Mips was a little bit of a struggle. I've talked to the door a couple of times, and it happens.
Failed speed kick there, going to lose a few seconds in sky on this, but with a good fight, I think we do still have a few seconds of a leaderboard PB on our hands.
You know, Trey got a 15:11 and beat his PB in the last event. This guy is very, very good. Even under pressure, even at events. That was at a live event too, in front of a crowd. Was standing next to world record holders. He unflappable in that way, and you see him. Looks like he's smiling, having fun. So it's always nice to see that. And ranked number 10 in the world in 16 star. That's very, very good. So I'm hoping he's staying positive on himself, and everyone else too. Get some hype for him. Complete a run. Heck yeah.
Beautiful stuff. And you can see the big, big smile on his face.
15:42 to beat. And there it is.
15:37. A new event PB from Trey Bordeaux here. Great stuff. That's got to feel good to go ahead and just knock at least just a few more seconds off. And that's pretty much a tie with Ouija here.
5 seconds off, that is a big deal. That is awesome because it means you're making progress. It means you had a good run, and it opens up the door for you to keep doing that. Keep getting good runs and keep pushing it forward.
And with that, we've got 3 ties now on the leaderboard. We've got Tag and Sweet is already retimed out, but we may have to retime Flixer and Cheese and Ouija and Bordeaux to see who true 4th through 7th place is.
I missed where Cheese lost his run. Hole glitch is what I'm hearing. Poor Cheese. Switch over and see Slippery.
And meanwhile, we've got an anonymous $3 donation just saying, here's $3. Trying to kick off a donation train, looks like. And then meanwhile, Meter with $20. Money where my mouth is. $1,000 hit. Let's get those donos. I wonder who this Meter character could be.
I mean, if I'm gonna be calling for dono trains and asking people to donate, I gotta be willing to do it myself, right? I believe in the cause, and I'm willing to show it. Willing to make it happen.
No way to handle it, of course.
I'm also super hyped for Slippery here. This is a decent run here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also a $5 donation from Funk, just saying favorite actor, Dennehy. Not exactly sure the context for that, but I'm glad to hear that's your favorite actor, and thank you so much for the $5 donation.
Ooh, failed the side hop. Rough.
Very, very quick backup, though. That's gonna pretty much put him about even a second or two behind, but that still is going to be a very, very formidable pace to go ahead and continue with.
All right. 18-20 is his previous LLL split here. Coming up on it fast. But, I mean, when you're comparing against your PB and your PB sub 15, it's not bad. 14:45.
18 LLL exit.
Only plus 0.6. That's a good place to be in right now. Kinda gets a little bit of the nerves out and can still event PB and normal PB if he hits some of his best possible timing. She's finishing up getting the Dark World Reds. Flixer practicing. Oh, well, it looks like he was in a run. I thought I just saw a reset. Okay, this is practice. Saw his timer going. Got a little confused. My apologies. Green Suigi still practicing in bits. Good place to be practicing.
Putting in a lot of time on that pass long jump. Really wants to make sure that when it counts, he's going to be able to pull it out with as much consistency as possible.
Trey taking a reset. Tag starting out a run here. Runners, a lot of them in the lobby right now, and a couple of them in a couple of different spots. Some practicers going. Now, I'm wondering if Green Suigi has a mindset right now where his intention is to improve multiple different categories. Is that where his focus on practice is on things that he knows he's definitely going to also be doing in the future. If he chooses to do that switch that he's talked about potentially doing.
It certainly could be. I could certainly see it, you know. He wants to go ahead and make the switch to 70 and carry along with him like just a better sky than anyone else is going to dare try to pull out. His Slip, unfortunately, ends up on the wrong side of the door with the rabbit, and so that's going to be it for Slippery Nip's run there.
It's me, Mario.
It's very relatable. Let's take a quick break. Head and take a look at Paste coming up and be right back.
Yep, and with this break, I'll be out of the booth for the rest of the day, but it's been a pleasure casting with you again, Meter, and thank you so much, chat, for having me, and let's hope we can get some good Pacers now that I'm no longer cursing the booth.
Get some electric hype in chat.
It's me, Mario.
But see y'all around.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
welcome back. Here we are again, SWRC, the World Record Circuit. We have some great runners here and some great runs going. Slippery on a minus. Oh, goodness, that's on me, Slippery. As he himself slips, gets a little bonk heading into SSL on green pace, but he's got some wiggle room, so we'll keep that moving forward. Most others seem to be at the bridge or practicing. If you're green, Suiji. Commentator's curse indeed. That was on me. Ooh, we have a special guest here.
Yo,
The absolute legend. Here he is.
back in the booth. Let's go.
You guys demanded we bring Zeus back, and guess what? We did it. We have one of the best here with us right now. Welcome back.
The Aussie is back. Why would you say that, Louis? Why? I can't believe you.
You weren't gone too long. Long enough for us to miss you though. So we're happy to have you back. And while you were gone, we were able to break the 1,000 barrier on our donations here.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, get some more donations in, definitely though. We want to hit that $1,500 mark so that these guys can get one more run. One more hour, I should say. Although, I mean, in fairness, they probably will only be able to complete one more run given how difficult 16 star is at this point.
Sure.
I do see that Trey Bordeaux has managed to pull out a 1537, marking the third tie that we've had throughout this event overall.
And arguably the third tie on the board right now, as Electric said. If you count Suiji and Tag, which had to be retimed.
Yeah.
It's incredible. But, something else I said to Electric, and I was telling Chad earlier, in Green Suiji, when he world record last night, he said, I may be done with 16 for a while. So that means today, whatever time we get with him, which that's up for debate right now, how much time he has. Oh, Slippery. Is what time we have with 16 star with the best in the world right now. So getting those donos in goes a long way.
Be the last time that he well and truly will be going into this solely grinding 16.
True. That's true.
At least for a while.
Yeah. He has times in other categories, and surely he'll de-rust a little bit before the next WRC event, which I believe is within a month. We'll have one of the online events, and then we'll be in person as well in September.
For Glitch Regen.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. Other games there too, like Smash Bros. I know I saw a lot of Smash Bros stuff there, so
yeah,
great
Ultimate
for everybody. Yeah, and both games have Mario.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Move that Mario, right? That's something I had just heard in this community.
So it looks like we got Trey Bordeaux on a run right now as well. +5 on the 1511 personal best he has. Trey's been having quite a few runs, actually, in the last couple of hours.
True.
Now that while I was on comms previously, he got quite a few runs going. Just couldn't quite finish anything out.
That's very true. And one of these times he's going to finish out a big one. We were saying earlier, he is no slouch. There's a reason that he's in the position he's in on this screen right now, and why he's in the top 10. He's really, really good at this game.
Yeah, and of course he's also one of the next in line to be getting the fabled 14.
Yeah.
Of course, we can see here 14:52 best possible time into LLL with a +5 out of SSL. So obviously he's capable of a lot more. That much is not up for debate. He absolutely is. But I mean, any PB at this stage could be coming out of him, be it a 1510, 15OX, 14, who knows. And of course, on top of that, there's the event PBs where he has a 15:37. You know, he's still 26 seconds off of his personal best. And, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of leeway with that. A lot of leeway.
That's true. That's very, and I mean, you said there's a lot of room for him to improve his real PB, and in some of the best segments, 14:39. I mean, he in theory could 14:39 if he had a massively perfect run. That's
Literally perfect.
That's wild.
I don't know what's more wild, the fact that we have the possibility of having 10 people getting 14 within the next few months, possibly, with, you know, Trey, Tomka, GTM, and Gamero. But also there's the fact that, you know, Trey is one of those prime candidates for 14, and his sum of best is almost equal to the world record at this point.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, Sweegie and Ouija could both pull out a 14:39, and, you know, that is Trey Bordo's sum of best right there.
Yeah, it's true. That these guys at the top, sometimes the PBs don't quite reflect, and that's why you see people who jump 5, 6 spots at a time, and suddenly they're in first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a good example of that actually would be Benji in 70 Star. At the beginning of 2021 last year, he managed to, in the span of a few weeks, I think maybe a month or two, maybe 2 months, he jumped from a 1458 rather, and got a cluster of PBs, none of which were very small. And by the end of it, had dropped down to, I believe it was I want to say 47:27. I can double check that, but he dropped down by quite a bit in, you know, a short time span while grinding. And of course, another one being Liam, who within 2 months of coming back to the game got the world record back in, what was it, September? I want to say. Of last year. I can never remember when he got which record, because he did them very closely together.
Yeah, the first one was in October 9th. He
Yeah.
had the 38, and then the 37 came on the 7th of November. Yeah, not even a month later.
I remember the 137 quite distinctly, because that was pretty much, I think, at least in recent history, the single most insane day for Super Mario 64 speedrunning ever, because within that 24-hour time span, the 120-star, 70-star, and 16-star world records all got broken.
Wow. That is an incredible day for speedrunning. Holy cow.
It started with Sweegie, I believe, and then it went to Liam, and then I believe shortly after Liam got his 137, Ouija got the 46:58, as I recall.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, today, what's today, the 4th? It actually marks some pretty cool things that happened. Shigeru, back in 2009, PB'd twice for world record twice, 1849 and in 1838. So we're on the anniversary of that bad boy. And then in 2019, Cheese on the 4th pulled out a 138.51. So historic day today for the anniversary of those three.
Yeah, it is incredible stuff. Really incredible stuff.
My favorite part is the depth of the stats. I am one of those loves looking at stats nerds and compiling them and figuring out what cool stories all of the numbers can tell.
Absolutely. I'm trying to remember which world record it was. That was on the day. Because, yeah, Liam and Ouija's record. So what day was it? It was the 11th. So Sweegie got the 14:54 then. And then, of course, Ouija and Liam followed suit a few hours later with their respective world records, both of which being some significant time barriers.
Yeah.
Of course, Liam being the first 137 at that point, and Ouija being the second 46. After, of course, D whatever had gotten the first one in, I believe it was mid 2020. I never remember that one because I wasn't around at that point.
Yeah, the D whatever. Oh yeah, it was 612 for the 4659.
Yeah. No, I joined the community at around about, yeah, almost exactly 2 years ago now, on the 9th of August, 2020. It was my first ever run. And, yeah, no, so at that point, I didn't really know much. I didn't know who D whatever was, I didn't know who Cheese was. Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't really know any of the big guys. People are gonna find this cringe, but I didn't even know who Siglemic was.
I mean, hey, it is what it is. That's how you learn. See, you learn who people are.
I didn't learn who Siglemic was until like mid last year.
Oh man, poor Trey. That's twice. He was on such a good run.
Man.
Incredible. Well, that's how she goes sometimes. Hop right back in there. Still got a little bit of wiggle room. At least to finish the run.
It was a very solid run going into Bowser in the Sky, though. And again,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's how...
15:13, best possible time. Cannot be upset with that.
Yeah. That's very, very good. And very exciting because it means that we can see some more PBs. Event PBs are... I mean, I can't imagine not one person getting another event PB before the end of the time.
We've seen it before, but
yeah.
I think we all want to see someone pull out that next big one. And it is starting to look like it's going to be Trey Bordo that pulls that one off.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I know Slippery and Ouija have both been on some really good tears heading into basement.
Absolutely. But yeah, and then of course we've also had Flixer be on a few personal best paces, real PB that is, into BLJs and Fire C. So there's some big moves that could be made by these guys. Though that being said, realistically speaking, I don't think that Flixer will quite be able to move up to third, given that he would have to play 6 seconds off of his sum of best in order to pull that off.
Possible, not likely, but possible.
Possible, but not quite probable.
That's fair. I mean, to be fair, I've been called annoyingly optimistic before, so which I take as a compliment. But
fair. Yeah, I'd say it's fair to assume that we could see a 15-1x out of Trey Bordo. Definitely can see at least a 15-1x out of Ouija if he chooses to finish a run.
Yeah,
and possibly one out of Cheese as well, actually.
I genuinely wouldn't be... I would be hype, but I would not be surprised if Trey sub 15.
Yeah, honestly, if we got a second first 14 of two runners' lives in this event, that'd be pretty historic.
That would be. It'd be amazing. And I mean, Tag's already PB'd once. Who's to say he doesn't do it again?
Tag got his 14 yesterday. We were the ones commentating that run.
That's true. It's true. It was right around this time.
I guess maybe something in the air. Our combined commentary brings about 14s possibly.
Yeah, you counteract my jinxes.
So yeah, maybe we see Trey Bordo get his 14 while we were in comms as well.
Yeah, I'm excited for it to happen. And at minimum, I'm also excited to see see that donation goal go up so we can get that extra time. I
Yeah,
know
absolutely.
Louis is calling for it himself. Exclamation point donate, saying get donating. Let's carry this out. 100% agree. Get that.
Absolutely.
Keep it moving forward, and of course it benefits urban arts, and that's fantastic as well. That's what this is all about. And making sure that they are helping out students who are trying to better themselves, help them graduate, get accepted into college, and they have 100% of the people they've helped out graduate. That's amazing. Absolutely fantastic.
And the thing is, like, these kids, they they have all that potential to. I mean, a lot of them are doing game designing stuff, and like, who knows? Maybe we get the next speedrun, maybe we get the next big game, like just in general, the next big game coming out. I mean, we've seen it happen before. I mean, you go back, think like Undertale from Toby Fox, for example. I mean, he was at that point, he wasn't the most well-known person. He did a lot of stuff with, a lot of stuff by himself. He composed the music, he wrote the story. Like, he had his team, but a lot of it was him. And I mean, we all know how that turned out.
Yeah.
Undertale's ended up becoming one of the biggest games of the 2010s.
That's true. And I mean, Minecraft was the same way, and
exactly.
All the Telltale games, which where that's at now is a little different, but those were amazing games, and they changed and they set a standard for that type of game. So these all come from indie game developers and different voices, different people that UA supports otherwise wouldn't get the opportunity. So
exactly, like these people getting, these guys getting their opportunities to succeed and grow in all these different ways, and being able to pursue that dream of doing game creation is so huge. So huge, because like, we could get the next Undertale, the next Minecraft, or even the next Super Mario 64. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, like Louis said, one of them might move on to make Super Mario 65. Him and I have similar thoughts on that. I had that joke yesterday, but nice. I know that wasn't stolen. That is, great minds think alike.
Absolutely.
Let's take a quick break here. Hear a word from the sponsors, and be right back.
Who's ready for some action? There we go. Everybody get it out.
All four.
Here we go.
All four.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
Right, welcome back to the Speedrun World Record Circuit 16-star event here with GSA, sponsored by Urban Arts. My bad.
An immediate
I'm-
reset from Trey.
Yeah, immediate reset from Trey. I guess he didn't want to hear my voice. I'm in the
ahead.
booth. We've got me, Zeus VA, and I'm joined by co-commentator Mida.
Hey, how's it going? Happy to be here. Happy all of you are here as well. Zeus and the 1,076 of you in chat. Thanks for being here, supporting.
Honestly,
supporting these runners.
Been kind of what's the word? Under-mentioned, I guess. Like, not really talked about much, but the viewership for this event has been really, really good, and we definitely appreciate it. We definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I'll be honest. It's the first time I've ever had 1,000 people, or now 1,100 people, other than yesterday, listening to me talk about Mario. And that's
exciting.
It's the
same for me. It's the exact same for me. Again, this is I think both of our first like major, well, I think in your case ever Super Mario 64 casting.
Yeah, it's true. I'm used to doing some sports stuff. And Slippery's messing around in the lobby here. Get to watch some of the
trying
finer
to do
movement.
that TAS BLJ.
I got a lot of sports stuff under my belt, working with Evolve Sports, but working being in GSA is some next level stuff. A heck of a lot of fun, and just overall happy to be here. But he's tag. Oh man, I thought it. That was I cursed him when I thought it.
No, Caster's curse is evolving, I guess.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be like yesterday. You're not allowed to watch at all. You have to play it by ear.
Although to be fair, we started out with the don't watch, and then when we switched to the stare, it started working a little bit better.
Okay,
Warning
so we
track
stare, but we don't listen.
You gotta stare, but you can't think about it.
Yeah, you can't think. You have to mindlessly stare at the runners and put them off. Completely. Stare into their very souls while thinking about something completely different, like what you're gonna have for dinner.
Oh, that's a good idea. Think about pasta.
Yeah, what are you guys thinking about having for dinner? Let us know in chat.
And no two people can say the same thing.
Yeah, no, you can't say the same thing unless you're living together, in which case, fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Don't even make too much. Ooh, we got some stairs going. Even
if you do have people living with you, you should totally recommend them to come and join the stream.
The rate at which these guys are able to do that LBLJ is insanity.
Oh yeah, honestly. But at the same time, you gotta think, these guys have put hundreds of hours of practice into this. Like, even just LBLJ alone, they've probably put who knows how many hours.
I mean, you would probably be pretty close to knowing your 13th and 16-star emulator, so...
yeah.
When it comes to knowing how long it takes to learn that specific trick, I think you're the most qualified person in the booth.
And that's just 16-star. Then there's 1-star and 0-star, which also do the LBLJ. Unfortunate death from tag. But, yeah.
Minus 1.2 on his LBLJ, and then hey, it looks like he'll take a little breather.
Yeah. Actually, on the topic of 1-star, one thing that I've noticed a lot of these, or a few of these top runners do sometimes is, if they get a subpar LBLJ, a lot of the time they'll actually go and do 1-star. I believe Sweegee's 1-star PB was done from that exact thing of getting, I believe it was a 121 or a 122 LBLJ, and he just decided, you know what, I'm gonna do a 1-star run.
I mean, you know the trick.
Yeah.
Just make it happen, right?
Exactly.
1-star. He's 6th. 7 minutes, 22 seconds, 180 milliseconds. 4 months ago, he took that.
Unfortunately, Ouija not quite able to lure out the Fly Guy. or running up the left side of the pillar after failing the slide kick for Fly Guyless. So that 420.0 Womp's exit is unfortunately not going to be going any further.
Fair enough.
And thus, once again, we are back to lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's a place to be. It's anytime Mario's on the screen, I know I'm happy. So, lobby or not, ooh, Trey, I'm the middle.
We had Wes earlier on in the stream talking about how he's a lobbyist.
That's what that means. I've always wondered.
Yeah, that's definitely what it means. Yeah, hopefully we can get a good run out of Trey and Ouija though, because and Slip. I mean, 15:05 is still a very respectable performance for this kind of event. So even if Slip isn't quite able to pull out that 14, you can't be too upset.
No, I mean
15:05 would be able to win most competitions.
That's true.
But of
Unless
course,
you're going
this
against
isn't
these six.
Unless, yeah, unfortunately, this isn't most competitions. This is the best of the best. Honestly, the only way that you could ever possibly top this kind of roster is to get all 7 of the runners that have a 14.
I mean, that sounds pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
We've got what, 4 of them? 3, 4? Yeah, 4 of them. We'd need, if we wanted to get all 7, we'd need Arki, Kano, and Dowski to join this roster.
That sounds amazing. That would be unreal.
It would unquestionably be the most incredible 16 event. Though I feel like the odds of pulling that one off are fairly low, since last I checked, Arki did try and come back and then sort of disappeared after a couple of days. And Dowski's currently on a streaming hiatus.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, Pace is coming up. Pace 2022. And that has Cheese, Simply, Puncation, Liam, Blue Bob, Ouija, Cali. That is an insane lineup, too.
Absolutely. No, Callie actually is a very good runner, accomplished on pretty much every category at this point. The 3 main ones especially. He's just barely shy of the 139 mark in 120 star, having got a 140.05 the other day.
Wow.
And in 70 star as well, rocking a 48.15, which was done actually on a slower route than what most people do for that kind of time. Typically in 70 star, once you're sitting around that time, you would do a trick called Island Hop, which makes it so that you don't have to re-enter Bob-omb Battlefield after doing Dark World. But what Callie did was he actually opted out of that strategy, out of that strat in his personal best, which costs upwards of 8 seconds to opt out of. And then on top of that, there's another thing that you can do as well in 70 star, which is called CCM 17. And with CCM 17, what happens is typically, and you do this on 120 star naturally, of course, is you'll race the penguin in Cool Mountain, combining it with the 100 coin star. However, it was found out that actually you can save about 6 to 7 seconds by doing secrets in Shifting Sandland. So doing Pillarless twice, and then instead of doing the penguin race, you do the slide star with the 100 coin star in Cool Mountain.
Interesting.
So most people around that level will do both. Of those routing improvements, which save upwards of around about 15 seconds. Callie opted out of both of them and got a 48.15, putting him 25th on the leaderboard in 70 star.
Wow. That is incredible.
Had
40
he done both of those routing changes and done them right, cleanly and all that, he'd be looking at possibly, honestly, a 47 outright.
Yeah.
Which it goes to show just how ridiculous, like Callie is one of those guys that even in 16 star, I believe he's got a 1537, and he very rarely touches this category. He's one of those guys that could very comfortably probably drop down into that top 20 alongside the likes of Flixer and Cheese and the rest of these runners if he so wanted.
That is the threshold for 20. Is the dropping below that 48. We did get a donation. There's some talk in chat here. We're heading towards the last hour. 7 to 8 will be the last hour if unless we hit that 1500. So if you want to see more Mario, now is the time. And I know I definitely do. And 1,000 people here. At least some of us have to. And apparently Mandapuff does. $5. Go Speed Racers, go. Thank you, Mandapuff.
Yeah, going to a very good cause with Urban Arts.
That's
So
true.
definitely get those donations in because we're coming up on that last hour, and if you guys can't quite hit that, then these guys are going to be finishing earlier than they need to. So here's an idea. How about why don't you guys donate what you predict the final winning time is going to be?
Ooh.
Whether you think that's going to be a 14:58.
That's a good
from
bet.
Tag, perhaps maybe a 14:50 from Sweegie again, like it double down.
I mean, if nothing changes, or for third person gets a 14:58, you get double points because you were right twice.
Yeah. So yeah, why not? So maybe donate something around your prediction for the winning time.
And if you can't do the double digits in the dollar column, maybe you want 1.45, and then in the comments put the last digit.
We're absolutely not asking you to donate $1,500.
Oh, I mean that's the ideal situation, right?
Yeah, that's ideal.
$1,458.90, like King says.
Maybe you could try and see if you can all work together and combined donate around that much. Get that chatting coordination.
I mean, that 1458.9 is pretty close to goal. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah, it's holding strong. It's holding very strong.
All right, let's take a look where we're at. Cheese has another gold split on Dark World. Beautiful. Ooh, and immediately Louis coming in. $7. I have returned to even the dono again. God bless the GTM slides. Cheeky prey.
Thank you very much, Louis. We really appreciate the donation.
The numbers keep rising in chat, and I don't know why I find it funny, but I do. It's just adding a zero.
Eventually they'll hit 1 billion, and then they'll realize that they've gone too far.
And we'll circle back around.
Yeah, and then they'll say 14 cents.
I mean, I'd take it. Just saying.
Yeah, we'll take it. Every donation counts.
That's true. She is into SSL now. Does he not have a Womp split? I haven't seen it split any time. It has that dash.
No, okay, so that happens when the previous run, when the run that you're comparing against, skipped that split. So she's skipped the Womp split in that run, and as such, whenever he gets through Womps, the split instead goes where the comparison would have been. There's a dash in its place. Yeah, so in place of the delta, we get the dash. But we get segment time.
Another dono. Horror this time. 14.39. Wow, that is a prediction. Sweegie, just do it. Horror. Going above
Shia LaBeouf.
He is making they are making the call here that we're going to see the sub 40 today.
Yeah, or actually, Horror's actually a pretty accomplished runner in his own right within the Mario 64 community as well. Being a 70-star runner primarily who has also hit that 48-minute threshold with a 48:55. He's also actually a friend of mine as well.
That is so impressive. I am just some people say I'm easily impressed. I just think this community is incredible with all the scores that they get and then coming and watching on events like this.
And yet another donor from Drop Mania, $14.42. New world record today, maybe.
Ooh.
We'll have to see. I think that's a pretty fair prediction, honestly.
That's a good prediction right there. 1441 is a top tier prediction, especially if you're hoping for world record. The 39 that is bold. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
The sub 40, but
very bold.
I like it. I like the really thinking people are going to be pushing here, and I think there's a chance that happens.
Absolutely. But
someone's got to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Something's coming. Something is coming.
Let's see where
he's lost his run.
That is super unfortunate.
But in his place, we do have Trebordo going into SSL, shifting Sandland, or as many runners like to call it, shifting Sagland, because so many runs die there.
Or is that not it? Another thing to note, Green Sweetie out of practice. No longer in the batting cages. Stepped up to the plate. This is big. Keep your eye over in the corner. And on
He's
Trey.
He's going to get a 14-29 and tie his sum of best.
It's a good chance. I really hope we see another PB here very, very soon, because...
Oh, Gumba.
What's that?
Oh,
what did I miss?
He got Suigi rolled out into a Goomba after getting the Suki elevators at the start.
Oh, well, after all of that practice, he never practiced fighting that one Goomba.
Yep.
That's where they get
However, yeah, we're going to have Trebordo coming out of SSL in a second. Looking pretty good so far.
Very nice. Ooh, Pilot. Really? 14.00. 14.0x for the win? Question mark? Just kidding. Love to see more of these great 16-star runners. And shout out to the casters and Urban Arts. Well, shout outs to you, Pilot. Thank you for the donation. And that's going to be the biggest flex in the world. Somebody, maybe as much as getting the 14.0x, is calling it in donation form.
Oh, and Trey missing the ground pound for the Boil the Bully. And now having to do Bully the Bully's star.
The obvious
pretty significant time loss, unfortunately.
I casually struggled with those bullies so hard. Learn the speed run. So easy.
And the thing is, as well, is that star as well, even for speedrunners, tends to be a bit of an issue. Like I've met a lot of people who run this game, and they might have times downwards of 50, 51, even some 49 level runners will still struggle with that star. Even I've had some issues with it before. I've got a 48.
Yeah, you're very, very good. That is undeniable. Top 20 in all three categories. Exceptional.
I actually, subtle, slight, shameless self-promo on my part, but I actually pulled out a 1-star personal best yesterday after GSA stream ended because I was inspired to do runs. Got myself 15th in Emulator 1-star, coming down from 19th.
7:45?
7:43 was my final time.
Wow.
I missed a throw and Bowser in the sky.
Wow, so you even have more you can build on that. Let's get some hype for Zeus.
That run was kind of funny because I lost like 8 seconds on LBLJ and then was top 3 pace, I believe, into BLJs on emulator.
You know, the saddest part for me about you continuing to get better and better and drive up those leaderboards is that means you're going to be on the screen instead of here with me.
I'll still be in I'll still be casting.
You'll do
I'll still
both.
do more casting. I'll just do both. I'll commentate my own run.
The first world record set by the commentator.
Commentator wins an event while commentating.
Trey at plus
That'd
19
be
at
the
moment.
biggest flex.
Truly.
Yeah, when are we gonna get West Dog winning an event? Like seriously, when are we gonna get West Dog winning an event while he's commentating?
Absolute legends. Let's see. Some of the best possible times still 15:07 on Trey's side. So he can bring down his event PB here. 15:37. Trying to break away from Ouija. Still very, very possible. And 15:10 is his official PB, so still able to better that technically.
Yeah, Trebordo and Ouija desperately trying to separate from each other, but they just seem to be conjoined at the hip. But still not as much as Flixer and Cheese, who consistently end up being tied. You would think that they were conjoined twins at this point.
I would love for one of them to break away from that and kind of separate, and then the other to get it like within a minute.
Yeah.
Within a run or two, like ties the same exact record.
And currently, Flixer isn't quite doing anything at the moment, but we've got Cheese doing runs, and he's out of Womps, and it looks like he's resetting because of poor castle movement.
Yeah,
Which is
it's
fair
not
enough.
Not the first castle we've seen cause the reset, and guaranteed won't be the last.
Is that? I want to say that's the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen Trebordo rub that wall when trying to go around it to grab Mips.
Yeah.
That's
I know
going
it's
to be a couple seconds.
He did have some Mips grabs earlier, and one of them was so clean. Both doors were just near instant. So looking, you know, it's a stark difference between the two. But that consistency is going to continue to improve as runs continue, as he continues to play.
Absolutely. Of course, Trey still very much so on event PB pace. If he can hold it together for a little bit longer, we can see him separate from Ouija. Possibly separate himself from Flixer and Cheese as well.
Or tie them as well.
If he ties them, if we get a 3-way tie for 4th,
that's a $3 donation train. We got okay. Heading into Fire Sea. And they make that pole glitch look so good every time.
It's hard. It's hard. It's not an easy thing to pick up. Like, even like at this level, obviously, you know, it's not that insane. It's just kind of it's just, you know, your everyday thing, but pole glitch is not an easy thing to do consistently.
Not just 3 years ago, they weren't doing it at all. There's maybe one person doing it, and that was it. Now it's every runner does it. No question.
It is honestly insane how much just a year or two can change the used strats. Everything that becomes RTA viable suddenly is completely different in the span of a year.
That's true. And it's runners at this level who are doing that. First casters most of the time, and then runners who just wanna push things to a new limit and do crazy strats in their world record runs. The amount of strats that Green Suigi did in world record yesterday, compared to a year ago, 2 years ago, it's incredible. He would have been considered
It
insane
really
to go for
is.
any one of them.
Absolutely. It is honestly just ridiculous. I mean, and you get guys like Sweegie pulling out Salt Flip in Dark World.
You know?
And also Long Jump Cannonless every now and then. Like, no one else goes for those things except Ouija.
That's true.
Pretty much anything that Sweegie goes for, you can almost guarantee Ouija also attempts.
That's when the top two do things like that and push each other in that way, it really drives a category so fast. People trading the star back and forth, the record back and forth. It's fantastic. We've seen it many a time. Puncation and Cheese famously in 2015, just trading that back and forth, pushing their own times down each other's. Amazing.
So yeah, Trey Bordeaux unfortunately is not going to be able to get an improvement and will lose the run here in Bowser in the Sky as a result of those BLJs. But there is still time. There is undoubtedly still time. And speaking of the Salt Flip that we mentioned earlier, there is Green Sweegie down there pulling it off again. Making it look effortless, getting the double firsties and grabbing the star. As Cheese also exits Bowser in the Dark World.
This Bits has been dastardly here today for all of these runners. We watched Green Squeegee spend almost 2 hours just practicing Bits. Ouija was as well, just as of a little while ago. And Trey's voided out now, is that 2 or 3 times on this attempt alone? It's brutal.
Absolutely. Yeah, for the time being, there's not a huge amount of stuff happening at the moment. Trey obviously doing the rounds of his Bowser in the Sky practice. Cheese on Womps. Green Sweegie's about to head into Womps. Ouija's starting up runs again, it seems. And Tag is doing practice, and Slippery Nip went to the Shadow Realm.
I mean, we're heading into the last hour here, if that's how things go. So it's going to be very interesting as we see people, these runners start to stick to runs a little more, stop practicing and get some runs in, and hopefully put the pedal to the metal. This is it. This is their last chances.
I mean, of course, there's this whole situation of like, you know, they've done their practice. They have to make it pay off. I mean, they put in quite a lot of time. I mean, I think the perfect example of this is Green Sweegie. I mean, yesterday he practiced for, 4 hours before doing runs?
Yeah,
Something like that.
It was a very long time. I know I was there for the first couple hours, and he practiced the whole time I was there. But
I think he started doing runs. I think he started doing runs somewhere around. It was when I first jumped in comms.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was when I was with Wes or Electric, but it took him a while.
It did. He did that today too. He took time in the beginning and just did some practicing, and
we see it pay off
every time. It's incredible.
I mean, yeah, he did it at Double Down, and of course that resulted in a 1450. He's done it again in this event. We've gotten a 1501 and now a 1458, which was very nearly a 144x until the backwards long jumps claimed that possibility.
In these this circuit that's been going on, only 2 people have ever done sub 50. And sub 15, and that's Sweegie and Tag. And Sweegie's done it twice.
Yeah, it is incredible. And so yeah, we're heading into pretty much the last hour at this point. Unless you guys can get those donos in. We've only got about 450 odd. Only about $450 odd left. You've got about an hour to get those donos in. If you want to get these guys one more hour to perform, Trey Bordo will be wanting that, Ouija will be wanting that, Cheese will be wanting that hour.
Yeah, we saw these guys run that whole hour, that whole extra hour. Afterwards, and then
they've all been incredibly close to pulling out a big one. Most notably, of course, Trey Bordo, he's gone into Bowser in the Sky multiple times now, on pace to jumping from 7th all the way up to 4th.
Yeah.
Getting that last hour could be the difference, and it would all be because of you.
Every
Be
one
sure
of the
to
guys,
get those in.
every one of the guys here is able to beat a 14:59.9. I truly believe that, and that's somebody very good chance of doing so. And the more time, the more opportunity there. I know Cooking Cat was saying earlier that they think Slip's going to get world record at some point. People aren't going to be expecting him to get it again. I mean, I know I fully do. I think I called that day one that I fully expect him to take that back at some point soon.
It's going to be hard, though. It's going to be very hard. I mean, Slip absolutely could have got the world record before that 43, but at this point, it's hard to say whether or not anyone can take that from Sweegie, aside from, of course, Ouija, were he to grind it.
Yeah. I mean, he gets it he's got it once a year since 2020, so he's overdue by my count.
Yeah, we just have to see how things will play out.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're here for, and that's the most exciting part of this. See how everyone does, and get to cheer them on and say, I was there when that happened. Which is wildly exciting, just like you and I and probably a lot of the people in chat were there yesterday when Tag got the sub 15. Who in chat was here yesterday for the 15? The 14.5x.
Right, we got a donation here from Wayne Bird. $37.19. I think we see a 14.55 before the end of the day.
Ooh.
That's a pretty safe prediction, I'd say.
That's a
Very
really
safe.
really fair one, and I that's hype. I'm excited for that.
Absolutely. And with that donation, we're going to go to a short break. That'll be me for the day in commentary. I believe I'll be getting replaced by the one and only Collins, I'd say one of the best commentators in the Mario 64 community. We'll be back with you soon.
See you guys there.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Yo, everybody, what is up? We're back. Here's some 16-star action hosted by Urban Arts and GSA. Super stoked for this one. Pretty hype event so far. I'm Collins VG here with Meter. How's it going, Meter? What's been going on? What are you thinking? How's the event been? I haven't been around yet, but what are your thoughts?
It's been so hype. Really happy to have you here, of course. And right from the beginning, you start out the day after a world record the night before, only 2 hours after the event. That is a hype way to start. And then you got another sub 15. You have people improving their times. You have 3 ties on the board. One of them's been retimed, but man, it has been absolutely fierce competition yet again. But what do you expect? Look who's up there.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm really stoked. Obviously, world record in 16 stars, like, insane. I mean, doesn't happen super frequently, so that's something to be, excited about. But also, like, tag with his 14 finally, after seemingly all this time, which hasn't really been that long. But with a 1458.9, pretty incredible stuff. And then Luigi with just a couple frames behind, like 3 frames behind. I mean, man, it's just pretty nuts. And then, I mean, what do we have for? So we did retime Flixer and Cheese. Do we know who Flixer came out on top there?
Oh, did we? I have not seen the retime on that yet. Right now,
yeah, I'm not sure either. Yeah, I mean, we could not have gotten it.
Fair enough.
But anyway, I mean, that's still insane. It's cool to see everybody consistently performing too. Like, these times that we're seeing are, besides, I would say, like, VG and Trey right now, like, fairly comparable to where everyone was at beforehand. In the last LTA 16-star event we did a couple weeks ago. So kind of just shows the consistency that these guys have. It's pretty wild. So hopefully we get a couple good runs going, another hour to go. I think we have about $400 to raise until we can unlock the next hour, or the last hour, I should say. So if you're interested in doing that, ! Donate in the chat. Help out some of your favorite runners, get another extra hour to move up the leaderboard, make them some money.
Yeah, we hit that 1100 just before break, and then as soon as you got in, Dr. Ravioli just made a donation for $5, asking, can the commentators do their best Mario BLJ sounds as impressions? It's like that's like a
yeah, that was We'll say that I did it too at the same time. It was perfect. It was great.
It was so perfect that they overlapped each other. That was,
it was amazing.
And that was about how long it took for Green Suigi to do his BLJs yesterday.
Oh yeah,
pretty much instant.
I haven't seen the run yet, but I really would like to, because I mean, we're thinking like 14 3x, is not seemingly super far off, which is pretty wild. So I'm kind of curious to see where the time loss is and what Suigi can do to kind of, bring it down a little bit more. I don't know. It's been getting pretty crazy here, really optimized and stuff. So very, very exciting stuff here.
It has. I won't spoil it for you. I went through and literally took notes because I knew right out the gate we were going to talk about it right off the top. And it's a very good run. And then right after it, he watches it and comments on it as well. So it's really good and amazing for driving the time down again.
Pretty sick stuff. I love watching them commentate it too. That's kind of what got me into this whole speedrunning thing, is watching all the commentary and stuff. I thought it was really interesting, watching GDQs and whatnot. So see the runners go through and kind of critique themselves and runs and whatnot is actually super fun. So definitely we'll have to check it out.
Understanding their mentality too, and when they're explaining little things that happened or didn't happen or why they did a thing is always really nice, and seeing how critical they are of themselves. Most of the time at this tier, they're going real hard on themselves for any little tiny thing.
Yep, 100%. You can kind of see Trey there a little bit frustrated. Lots of ground pounds out of nowhere. Coming out plus, looks like 5, excuse me. I can't really see it on my glasses on. But we're in the red coming out of a Womps here. But hey, at least we're in the basement. First run so far that I've seen out of the basement. Into the basement, out of lobby. So we'll see what Trey does with this here, going for this pillarless attempt. He's going to go ahead and grab the big bomb. Nice Tama jump. Angle looks really solid. That should be no problem for Trey whatsoever. Right into the hole. Looking excellent.
Wrapping it up. Beautifully done. You know, he's got the plus there, but 15:37 is his current time, and he's running against a 15:10. So he's got 20-something seconds a wiggle room there.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough sell when you're, you know, at 16 star. But unfortunately, Fly Guy not going to cooperate with him. But looks like Trey's going to keep this one going. Going to slide kick across the gap here, and that's going to take to death. It's actually a really tough backup. Unfortunately, there Trey's going to have to take the reset, but all good. We have a couple other runs that are just a little bit in here. We're got a couple Dark World. Looks like Ouija's coming out of Dark World here just a bit. As soon as we hit this throw, at least hopefully, Slip cruising through as well. Same with Cheese.
Tag running a pretty sick sub 30. Getting some practice in HMSP.
Yeah, the timer on during practice is just it's the meta. I don't know. Everybody does it.
Reminds you how long you've been practicing for. That can be nice.
I mean, you're like, these guys like are putting in, I mean, hundreds of hours practicing. It's quite insane. I mean, like when I was playing this game, like, and I wasn't even that good, like the amount of practice I put in, I thought was a lot. But I mean, just imagine getting to where these guys are at. You know,
1652 ain't bad. That's top 250. It's a good time.
That was my worst category. Wait, you know my PB? Oh
For 16 star, yeah. You got three top 10 times as well in other games.
Yeah, I do actually. Wow, you did your research. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, of course. I'm a massive fan of everybody involved in all this stuff. So,
sweet.
I'm majorly nerding out.
That's hella cool. Hell yeah, man! Glad to have you. That's tight. Let's see what we got here. Fortunately, yeah, lots of resets here, but we'll see what Slip's up to heading into Womps here. Hoping to get that Fabled 4, the 420 or below exit. We'll see what he's able to do here, but I mean, hey, this whole stage super optimized, lots going on. You have obviously double jump Owlus, you got Assault class. I mean, single jump Wild Blue. It's all tough, but Cheese making that one look easy, and let's see what Slip's able to do here, and able to grab the Assault class no problem. So this run can continue.
That's what we like to see. We've seen both Slippery and Ouija getting good green splits heading into basement. So I fully anticipate he can do that again right here, and hopefully get a good run moving forward.
Fortunately, with a little ground pound there, but all good from Slip there. Frame 0 wall kick, unfortunate. See what he does with the double jump Alice, and that looks good. So probably about 2 or 3 seconds lost there, just to some movement, but no big deal. This run can continue. Looks like Cheese is gonna end his run here. I believe was what probably was a missed salt cannon list, but I mean, so it goes. That's kind of part of the process.
Two of the biggest people that I'm keeping my eye on right now. Trying all of them, but especially Cheese and Green Suigi. Cheese known for the clutches at the end, and we're in the final stretch here. Unless we can get some donations flowing, and Green Suigi spent a couple more hours just a little bit ago practicing again. So he usually pops off within an hour of that, and we're in that time frame right now.
I mean, Cheese is just known for the clutch gene, you know. It's just one of those things where I don't know. It's one of the consistencies, the guarantees in life, you know. What is it like? Tax, death, and Cheese clutching out a a really solid run towards the end of a live event. But this is how he is.
I mean, the weird thing for me is seeing that everybody has their shirts on today. I don't know if that was a mandate or if that's just waiting for the hype moment to make that situation change.
It's pretty funny. Slip there with an excellent Fly Guy list. No buffer kicks on the pyramid at all. Just able to jump dive right on there. Looks like Cheese's setup is a bit different. I don't know exactly where he is right now. I think I heard he was going to Canada at some point last time I talked to him. But you got to consider too, that has a little bit to do with the the gameplay. We were kind of talking about that at the last live event. Totally different mentality going into it. when it's not a setup that you are familiar with, and that's I think where we kind of saw Slip struggle just a bit, but you can kind of see that on his own setup, he's doing quite a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, 15:05 is a very good time. Right now, he can still 14:44 is the best possible time. And I know in the last event at Double Down ended with a 15:17, so surely disappointing for him to come in above, where he knows he can play at, and big opportunity now to prove that's not every event.
Absolutely. I mean, we're getting to the point where it's so tight between first and third place that, I mean, can you even really fault yourself? At this point, you're like, man, I missed a dustless rollout, and I lost, however much time. That happened 3 times. Now I lost, however many seconds, and it's like, at a certain point, I would just, me personally, call it hand RNG. Like my hand RNG wasn't perfect that run. And that's whatever. That's how it goes. But I mean, when you're 14:58, and at 14:58, a higher 14:58 by some frames, it's like, yeah, I guess you could say that it's your fault. But at the same time, it's like we're so tight that you can't really fault yourself necessarily for getting any placing in any event like this is amazing, first through third, but. I mean, hey, you're still, if you're Flixer, Cheese, Ouija, like all these guys, like you're still like, 15:30, 15:3x is just an incredible time. So can you really be super upset with yourself? I mean, the answer for like normal people is no, but like, for these guys who are like just actually built different, of course they're going to be upset with how they perform, but it's still really, really good.
That's super well phrased in so many ways. Well, the biggest one being hand RNG. I absolutely love that. Louis 895 with a donation $4 saying, just want to bring my total to 20. Let's get more donations in, everyone. GTM slide. Is we have a little bit of time left here. We got 40 minutes. We got time. If we get some donations flowing here, we can definitely add that hour. And if you have a favorite runner, pop that in with the donation, and they will know you were part of getting them that extra hour.
I mean, hey, it comes in handy, right? I think with last time, I think Cheese ended up pulling out a PB pretty quickly, or within that last hour, and I know someone else did too. It may have been Trey. I'm not exactly certain, but definitely that last hour comes in quite handy.
And I mean, Green Suigi just a couple hours after the event pulled out world record, so it's when these guys are warmed up, it can happen at any time.
Oh, sure thing. I see some star rotation memes in the chat. I love that. It's been a while. Probably my favorite Mario meme of all time. It's pretty old school, but definitely one of my favorite Mario videos ever. So I appreciate it.
Nice triple box jump.
Yeah, Slip's doing great here. I mean, we're on a sub, probably like a sub 10:05 exit here, presuming everything else goes well. So, definitely a run to keep your eye on as we are here. He's first up in the order of the cameras. So let's see what he's able to do with this last star here. Presumably rolling rocks. I haven't really paid super close attention, but we'll go ahead and guess that's probably what it is. Either that or... Oh! No, it's emergency exit. Oh!
Ooh, interesting.
Man.
Well, there's that 10-10.
Yeah, that was really terrifying way to almost miss the star. He missed the rollout, so it seems like he just was like a couple frames after the rollout, just went right underneath the star. Could have popped back out on the other side and fallen off the edge, but he knew better and actually presumably just went neutral there and it was fine. But I mean, 10-10, not a bad exit whatsoever. It's actually fantastic. So Flip on definitely a good pace here. Gonna have some problems with Mips though. He's through the door. Not too bad.
Mips has given a few people some trouble here today. Mips and, what's coming up right now, front sub.
Yep, front sub. We got the DDD clip, and looks like he's going to go for it here. Slip gets it, no problem. So not too bad there. We'll see how front sub treats him. Definitely, 16 star is, in my opinion, like from when I was doing it, of course not at the highest level like these guys are. To me, it was almost just like get to Mips and then the game starts. Like the run really truly starts. Like that latter half, it really picks up. So as soon as you get into DDD, you're like, okay, now this is like a make or break. Because you can get runs in the basement all day. Just a matter of like clutching it out at the end with 16 star that makes it so exciting, makes it so fun to play.
Yeah. I mean, that's where a lot of the real metal happens, especially when you think about the final stage being bits. That is one heck of a stage to have to go out on. I think Chip Clip, the only one who doesn't do that in this group is Cheese. I don't know that I've seen him do Chip Clip all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as a large of a time save in 120, and you got to consider it's 70 as well, right? You got to consider that's where Cheese is spending quite a bit of his time right now, specifically with 70. So that's probably why he's not doing it. But oh man, so Slip saved that at the end. So he actually got the pole glitch no problem, but missed the triple jump. He backed up with a couple side flip wall kicks and managed to make a 0 cycle without any issue. Didn't get the ultimate fire C like he probably would have wanted, but that's okay going in here. It's going to be really tough to clutch this one out. You're going to have an actually perfect ending in order to perhaps advance into first or second. I mean, we have like 4 seconds to play with, and he's gonna miss ultimate, so it might even be kind of impossible what we have going here, but we will see very shortly.
We got another donation here. Drop Mania, $5 says, I predict Cheese is gonna PB again. Let's go, everybody. Let's get some more donations in. Thank you, Drop Mania. Definitely agree with the sentiment there.
Okay, so this is where it comes down to right here for your slippery nip. 1457.4 BPT. Now, do I think it's going to happen? I don't know.
Oh.
Sure, yeah, no, my copium is being puffed right now. Oh, looks like he's going with a different setup now.
Interesting. Right on through.
So that's curious. He usually would push on the far side wall, but actually decided to go to the closer one. I wonder if he finds that to be faster, more consistent. I'd be kind of curious to find that out. And perfect second catch right into the pipe with a 1502 BPT. So unfortunately not possible to get first or second here, but it is possible to get an event PB, which really is important because you still have Ouija kind of just sitting there waiting for that really good run. It gets the task long jump, no problem, but unfortunately he's going to miss the cycle because he missed the rollout. Hate to see that. And it's like, oh, and he's just going to...
Harsh. I mean, you said it. There was not a lot of wiggle room, and he slid down that unpopped staircase. It's brutal. Let's take a quick break here and come right back and finish out this event, or preferably let's get some donations rolling in, and we'll read them when we get back.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? There we go. Everybody get it in.
All four.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome back. Here we are. Some 16-star action brought to you by GSA, Twitch, Urban Arts. You know it. Pretty incredible stuff going on so far. Tag still with a 14:58, and Suigi trailing behind just by a couple frames here. Unfortunately, Trey Bordeaux having some issues with the fly guy yet again. All good though. Gonna go for this backup one more time, but he's not gonna get it this time. Unfortunate. But anyway, as we reset here. Okay. I think we got something got a little something here. You want to go ahead, Peter?
Sure. We got a donation from Moody J1, $50. Hey, I just got here. I want to watch another hour. I 100% agree with you. And there's a real easy way to make that happen. And that's !donate.
Absolutely. Give those runners extra hour, just a couple hundred more to go, and we can make that happen. So very, very exciting stuff here. Almost as exciting as Cheese going into this Dark World throw. Will we see a Bowser dance? I'm not sure. No, unfortunate.
And to me, it seemed like yesterday, every time somebody donated, and I know this is a meme, but he literally was dancing every time a donation came in. It was absolutely wild.
So like a cool crowd control idea.
Make Bowser dance. That is a really cool idea. And take that over to Smash Bros. Too.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's better than the alternative where it's like they like make Mario burn and fall off the stage. Kind of funny, but yeah. So we're gonna see a lot of resets here. Unfortunately, just towards the end of the event, this is where it really counts. This last like half an hour or so. You want to get a good run going in hopefully 14-15 minutes, and it's really important to only take those kind of runs that are definitely going to make it. And unfortunately, their Cheese is going to have to reset. It's not worth the time loss for Mystic Salt Class, so we're going to see another one. Said unfortunately, but we always have somebody kind of just chilling in Dark World, and looks like it happens to be Ouija this time around.
Yeah, if somebody's not in lobby, they're in Dark World, or vice versa. There's pretty much guaranteed with 7 people running that someone's in one of those 2 spots.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about these events, actually, is that there's always something to catch with your eye. Like, there will always be something to kind of watch and kind of just check up on with this many runners, as opposed to, like, I love the traditional race format. I'd love to bring it back a little bit for sure, or at least, kind of commentate it again.
Yeah.
But there is one of those things. It's one of those things where sometimes it's not the most exciting thing in the world, especially if the race is kind of a blowout. It's tough to really stay active and sort of motivated to watch. Yeah. When you're just watching a blowout, it's hard for everybody. It's hard for the commentators, for the runners, for the viewers. So that's what I love about these LTAs, is that you always got something.
That's very true, and I mean, this is anything but a blowout. This is as far away from that as you can get. You got 3 different people in tie position, less than a second from each other. That's insane.
It's me, Mario.
Just
Louis,
it's funny how that works out.
It is. Louis in chat saying next charity stream should be donate to make things happen during their runs. Hey, we can do that this stream with the magic of the internet. It's donate to make Mario keep moving for an extra 60 minutes. Crowd control. That's how it works, right?
All right, looks like we got Flixer heading out of Dark World here. See how he does in Womps. Everybody else is just staring at Lakitu, staring at that intro cutscene, and man, I love it. Love that intro cutscene. Gives you a nice little break before you hop right back into the action. And I'm gonna try not to start a fight in the comment section by saying that. So
it's the right amount of time to be able to take a breath, but not so long that you're frustrated by it.
Yeah.
It's pretty near the sweet spot. Yeah, it's wild. This is close to a 5-person sync at the same time. That's
wonderful. Oh yeah. Nice. Thought Cheese was going to lose control of that BLJ for just a second there. It was a little bit slower than he's probably used to, but at least managing to save it. You can lose a second there and be okay. Unfortunately, I believe that's Slip having some issues in going into CCM by mistake. Oh, not Slip. Sorry, that was yeah, that was Tamichi.
Yeah, he got tired of the 16-star route. Wanted to give somewhere another little try. Spent a lot of time in LLL. Time to cool off. Maybe so. Oh, goodness.
That angle, I saw that angle, and it looked pretty far to the right. Unfortunately, it was confirmed by Cheese falling off the edge there, not catching the platform or the geometry like he wanted to. So we're just going to have to kind of stick with Flixer here and watch Flixer go for this last star here in Womp's Fortress. Going to go for the single jump, Wild Blue. I remember when that wasn't, like, that was considered really difficult. Like, not even, it wasn't the meta at all. Like, literally at all. And now it's just like, it's standard, which is super funny to me.
Yeah, 2019 was a big one. My introduction to GSA was watching the 2019 16-star season 1. And that was super hype, but the strategies now are completely different. Like, everything has changed to everything that was just breaking out then. If you go back and rewatch it, it's wild. They're like, well, we'll never use TAS long jump.
Yeah,
no, that's standard now.
Yep.
It's not even the hardest trick anymore.
That's how it is. This game's ever evolving, always changing. Flixer gonna go for the medium bomb Tama here. And unfortunately gonna miss it and have to reset. If he had gotten that one off, I would have been pretty hyped up. That's probably one of the more difficult backups.
Furthest than I've ever gotten on a Tama. Or any plus for that matter.
Yeah, I'd say, like, I think it was, I was talking to Okami about it like years ago when I think I first started to learn it. Like, I may have had like a 54, like a 53 and 70 star or something, and I started to learn it. And I asked him, like, how long it took him approximately. And he said he was in an event or something, and he went around and just asking people how long it took them to learn Pillarless, just the standard, like, normal Pillarless. And he said it was, like, an average of, like, 8 hours for, like, everybody he asked. So, like, it's, like, it looks simple, but, like, it's frame perfect, like, twice. You think about it. Grab the bomb is frame perfect. To get into the pyramid, you have to hit A and Z on the same frame. So, like, it's a tough trick, and the camera angles are wonky. Having to hold neutral. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's it. That's the one I was gonna say. You can't touch that stick when you're in the air.
You got to take your thumb off the stick, like, straight up. Like, that was like, I didn't really realize that for a while, and I'd be like, why am I just moving ever so slightly? I'm like, no, I gotta, like, literally take my thumb off the entire stick and not even touch it for that little part of the trick. It's super funny. But yeah, Lunar said 8 hours. Yeah, I feel like it's 8 hours. I feel like everybody has, like, you got to put in a solid day doing Pillarless before you get it once, and then you'll get it like a lot more consistently. You figure it out once and you're like, oh, that makes a lot more sense.
I literally was getting LBLJ somewhat consistently and still couldn't get plus, and I felt very silly about that because everyone I talked to said that LBLJ was way harder. It wasn't for me. I struggled more with Owlist than LBLJ.
Owlist is, to quote Cheese, one of the hardest tricks in the game, and it's my favorite quote by Cheese because he was talking to Clint Stevens and, like, DMs, like, Clint Stevens messaged him and it was like, hey, Cheese, I'm having a lot of trouble with Owlist. Like, can you help me out? Like, can you come watch, or can I send you a video? And Cheese was just like, yeah, Owlist is one of the hardest tricks in the game. That's, like, all he said. And Clint Stevens like, what the hell, man? Like, you didn't even answer if you could help me out. He's just like, yeah, it's pretty hard. You're totally right. But I think Clint has since figured it out.
Fair enough. And it was all because of Cheese.
Yeah, right?
Oh, wow. How about this run? Ouija looking green.
Yeah, Ouija, I don't want to draw too much attention to it. We got a lot to go, but it does look pretty promising, and that's kind of what you expect out of Ouija, is when he is on a run, it's like fantastic. Like, he doesn't take anything that's not, that's less than perfect, I should say. This angle looks a little bit different. Okay, there was a really nice save there. Oh, and really unfortunate there. He's gonna.
Oh my god.
Thought he could have saved it. But unfortunately, no. Like I said, that angle is just a little too far to the right, and sometimes it's just how it goes.
Tag and Cheese synced up, and Tag in heavy green as well. Honestly, I know we're here and we don't see that very often. I honestly have never seen that one. Maybe I haven't not watched enough Mario.
Yeah, that's it was like that really in between, like on the corner of the pyramid. So sometimes you'll see people when they take that right angle, that too far to the right, they'll actually go up the other side of the pyramid, and that's relatively easy to kind of like gauge where you are, so you can hit A and Z and actually get into the pyramid. But like where Ouija was, it was like that slight in between. So Mario kind of turned to the right at the last, or the left at the last second, and shot him right, and then the bomb actually exploded him and just like pushed him right out of the top of the pyramid, the triangle portion. You can actually clip into the pyramid and not see Mario, and you can still get into the actual hole itself. Sometimes you'll ledge grab there, sometimes you'll have to find it, but Ouija just got a little bit unlucky and happened to get pushed out of the top, which was just too bad. It's a run ender for sure.
Ooh, Cheese failing the plus himself.
He's gonna end this one.
Little travel. He's taking a good view. Everything this cell has to offer.
Oh, there it is.
The Electman calling Cheese versus Tag race. Well, I think the race just ended. And Louis calling out $336 left. Only 19 minutes left. Come on, troops, chuck $1 in the pot. Yeah, I mean, 1,100 people here. $1 each. We'll be there instantly. Get another hour. Who would you be most excited to see run for an additional hour?
I think Tag is just on a roll. I think that it could happen for Tag any moment, to just continue to lower his time down. I mean, he's come up on the scene really, really fast, really quick, seemingly kind of out of nowhere, at least to me. And I think he has potential to be one of the greatest ever, honestly. 14 is obviously no joke, so he kind of solidified himself in that, sort of tier. But I mean, got to consider this: we're in LLL, and he's played within 2 seconds of some of the best. So something to kind of think about.
Yeah, and you're definitely right there. Both he solidified himself being one of the only people to ever get a sub 15 as it stands right now, and on top of that, doing so in a tournament live, against the other best in the world.
Yep,
that's incredible.
I mean, if he's really able to take this first place victory, like, I mean, it's fantastic, but just and nothing against the other guys, right? But it's just a testament to how good Tag is, how well and how much he can hang with the literal best. I mean, it kind of puts him up toward the best, right? Like, we kind of consider this stuff as like a general gauge of where people are at playing at the moment. So Tag's able to win this event. It kind of puts him in a pretty good spot. Now, obviously, Suigi, I don't think anyone can really argue he's the go to 16 star, but Tag is definitely working his way up there. Who knows where he'll be at in a couple years.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, Suigi at any time could pop off a 3x. It is entirely possible. He said himself last night, he knows it's possible at some point if he wants to grind. It's just, does he want to grind? And I think that's the same for Slippery, Ouija. Anybody on here could get a sub 15, but I think those guys, good chance of a 3x at some point if they keep up the grind.
Absolutely.
Oh, we got 2 donations here. One from Anonymous for $5. It says $5 train, and another Anonymous for $10. So that's a doubling up on the $5 train. Just a bit of time left here, just about 15 minutes, just under. So get them in. And let's extend that. I know some people were saying Tag's last run is always the best one, and KJN 30's predicting Ouija's gonna 1438 if an hour's added, and they're from the future, so they know.
Definitely possible here. I mean, this tag run is a thing of beauty right now. I don't want to jinx it too much, but got the C up slide, no problem. So see what else this has to offer. Gonna go for box triple if I had to take a guess here. He is.
Well done.
I'm just kind of out of his. Oh wow. Okay, that's fine.
Good save.
Yeah. Added
Sorry.
a couple lag frames, you know, whatever from the dust, but it's all good. It's all good.
The tag hype starting to build in chat. You love to see it. We got Slippery hanging out in lobby. Some resets happening and a lot of womps. 3 of them in womps right now, and Green Suiji about to head that way. Yeehaw. 10:05.
Yeah, that's to put it in perspective, right? Suiji's exit last night with his world record was a 10:02. So
Yeah.
pretty incredible. I mean, to play within 4 seconds of your summit best, about halfway into the run, is just kind of wild.
It is. KJN 30. $5 next world record. It's going to be Ouija 1438 within the next month, or maybe even an hour if it's added. Pause champ.
Fantastic stuff here. A little bit slow MIPS clip, MIPS clip there for tag, but you know, still managed to get it no problem. So nicely done there with the clip, and we'll see how front stuff goes.
Elixir with some practice here.
Interesting strategy.
Yeah. The really giving him some trouble and hoping to nail that down before moving forward.
Nicely done.
Well done. That has not been a freebie here today. It's been a bane for many a person.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh. Trade going for a backup. Backup talent.
Moment of truth here for tag. Gotta get this pole glitch. We see an ultimate fire C cycle here. We are in the money, folks. This could be a potentially incredible, potentially last run here for tag. And he's well on his way to this ultimate cycle pace. No
Strong
problem
tag.
there.
You don't. Tag didn't want to go for the long jump, backwards long jump here in fire C.
Come on, man. Wow.
Fake world record.
Tag is on. Obviously, we can all see best pace ever, but this is something to be excited about for sure.
Absolutely. I don't want it to end in 10 minutes.
And that's throw hits. I'm hanging out in the moment. I'm here in the moment. I'm ready. Let's see some BLJs. Let's get like what does Suiji have, like a 46 BLJ segment? Let's see that. Let's see a 44. Let's see a 42. Whatever. Never the fastest one.
The BLJs he did, yes, in the world record are insane.
Yeah. All right. Tag 609. Going to BLJs here with a BPT of 1449. This could potentially put him in second place if he plays his cards right here. So we'll see how these BLJs go.
When you're talking in the world, in the tournament, I mean, he's already in first. Don't even need an improvement. Has the opportunity.
Oh man, you hate to see that. That's so unfortunate.
It is.
That's how easy it goes, though. That's how easy it goes. It truly does. It's so easy, so quick. Lots of hype, but I mean, that was an excellent attempt there by Tag. Just goes to show that he really, truly does have potential, you know, to push that time even you know, farther down. 4x is definitely possible.
And he's close. And you get, you know, I want to see him get on another run like that again. Big opportunity to do so. We all have the power. Get those donations in. Let's get him another chance. And we can see him drop 10 seconds off of his personal PB.
And of course, I mean, it wouldn't be an event without Cheese being literally minus 15 on the last like 5 minutes of the event.
Yeah,
so
this tracks.
yeah, this is about average, average Cheese, typical Cheese things, and we'll see what he's able to do this run.
If we go home without seeing Cheese look at the camera and scream in a happy rage, I'm gonna be very sad.
Wow, Cheese is going for the C-up slide too. Nice. Boulder RNG there.
Wonderful.
Wow, nicely done.
Just waiting, sandbagging all tournament.
He just really thrives in competition, and like, the pressure of competition. Like, you can tell it really drives him and motivates him to perform better when the clock's ticking down. And
yeah, and I mean, let's take a look. Apple Juice with $10. Apple Juice is feeling it too. Wants to see what's being talked about now. Cheese completely ripping his shirt. I think he's talked about that's a major possibility if he breaks his own PB.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible.
Only 300 left. That is in no way insurmountable. That is very, very reachable.
Nicely done there by Cheese.
Nice old school. I don't know what that's technically called for emergency exit, but I call it. How I do it.
There's just right side, left side. Right side actually has potential to be faster, but left side is able to be done faster, more easily. So that's kind of the difference there. But Cheese with a sliding nips grab. We don't see him go for punch grab, and I don't really blame him. This isn't really his forte, but he's still on an excellent pace here. Let's see. He's able to do that. Nips clip looks pretty good to me. All the way through the door. We're minus, oh my goodness, 14, 16? I can't really see. Wow. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a gold.
Even looking at his best possible time, none of his segments are at the tier that Cheese is used to playing at. The top 3 tier as it stands right now, as he's grinding out in these tournaments. So he still has room to improve on times, even that we can't see.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely has a lot of goal potential here in 16 star.
Exactly.
Summon best is a 1457, so can definitely go down. But let's see how this front sub goes for the Clutch Master. Oh, wow.
Well,
that's okay.
It's,
that's a couple seconds lost, but, worse things have happened. We're still minus 14. And this we're going against his event PB here, so this isn't like necessarily PB pace. But
still a big green there. 1532, and his PB is a 1513.
Oh, that's unfortunate for the block there. He's gonna go for this potentially back to poverty pole glitch, but the cycle's already gone anyway at this point for 0 cycles, so not really a big deal. He's probably still gonna chill and wait just a little bit.
We got 4 restarts.
Oh,
and
wow.
Dark World. Ooh.
Wow.
I have never seen Cheese do that.
That's really unfair.
I'm sure he has, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, that's just... Game's not fair. Not fair. It's not fair at all.
These runners will be able to, any run that they start, they will be able to finish once time is called. Which could give another extremely hype moment where these guys are trying to get some sort of a solid run in the works. Slippery doing just that right now.
Got about 4 minutes here till the end of regulation, unless, of course, we raise that extra money. Feel free to donate, ! Donate, if you'd like to, for Urban Arts. Fantastic organization. But this is counting down here. We got another 4 minutes to go so we can no longer reset. So let's see what these guys are able to do with these runs.
Yeah, this is, you said earlier, Cheese really thrives under the competition. I think all of these guys are that way, and that's why end of competitions can be very, very hype for these types of events.
You're gonna see just reset for no reason here. You're gonna, they're gonna miss a rollout. They'll miss a dustless rollout, and they're gonna reset because we are very, 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 very low on time.
Right, she's going upstairs, which is going to finish up this run pretty much no matter what. I wonder if he'll take a reset before the hour's up, or if he'll finish this out, guaranteed. It looks like he's probably going to finish, but maybe he's just practicing the LJs.
I wouldn't be super upset if I were Cheese at this point, right? Like, especially after his last performance. You can't win them all, especially in a category that you're not super familiar with at this point. So, it's nice Bowser dance there from Ouija. Love to see that.
I mean, you're a 20-time world record holder in between 120 star and 70 star, 17 times in 120, and the 3 and 70. Yeah, no matter your performance, your legacy is in stone.
Yeah, I think Cheese is well solidified as the greatest of all time in this game, and I don't really think it's a question. Just in terms of just accomplishments and everything that he's done is just. I don't really think it's a question personally.
I might have an argument for Punkation. I'm just saying.
I'm tell me you said that.
Please do. I am a big stan there, but I have some. I'm crunching some numbers, and I'll come back. I'll come back at the next event with some actual numbers that make a case one way or the other, and then it'll be up to you guys to decide.
Yeah, very curious. I do think Punke is pretty underrated, especially nowadays. Just like people kind of forgetting what he's done and like what he's capable of.
He's got more total world records than Cheese. That's all I'm saying. Cheese has 20, and he has 22.
See, it's so funny to me because people will not even know that, right? Like they won't even they don't really think of Punk. I mean, well then again, a lot of Punke's records, Cheese has come back the next day and bopped him, right?
Yeah,
so it's
true.
like
The total months held. Cheese, I do believe, edges out in that. Having over 80 months held between the two categories in that first place.
In a game as competitive as Super Mario 64, that's just insane.
It is. It very much is. So, it comes down to that age-old question. But here we are, 7:59 Eastern. Going to see any final resets at this point.
One more to go here. Potentially.
Go ahead.
Potentially able to maybe get another hour here if we're lucky, but time is winding down. This might be the last of the resets that we're going to see. If they're going to get them in, I would definitely try in the next 30 seconds here.
AJN asking what Suiji's comparing to. Medium is what Mickey's saying. Yeah, I do believe he does do that, doesn't he? He goes off of a balance, I think is what someone else called it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, you can compare against whatever you want. The only thing that matters is the time at the end of the run, But it is nice to kind of switch up the splits and kind of be able to see. I think it definitely does a lot for your mental well-being for sure. When you're just kind of able to see time save in different areas and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, looks like we are at the 8 o'clock mark. So unfortunately, not going to get the extra hour in here, but that's okay. We still have a couple more runs to finish out here, and this is it for these guys. This is the run. We have everybody either in intro or in the middle of a run, so this is it. If they want to finish it out, this is the one. So this just in. Someone, if we can continue to donate. If we hit the goal by the end of the last run, before the last run is over, excuse me, we can kind of revive the runners in a sense and be able to continue out the rest of the hour. So that is an option. We are still there. So just pray these guys don't reset and that we get some extra money here and hit this goal.
Slippery's out on Lakitu. So if Slippery was your favorite, now is the time to get the donations in and bring him back to life. Now is the time also to start a 120 run, as Louis is saying. Green Suigi only +1 right now.
Yep. So it looks like we have Suigi. Sorry, looks like we have Suigi and Trey out for the time being. But so well done to both those guys. Or sorry, excuse me, Slippery Nip and Trey are out. So congrats to those guys. Really well done. Really well played. So unless they get revived here, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We've got a nice little Ouija run going here. So let's pay attention.
0.1 seconds between Ouija and Trick Board. Oh, that is incredible. Oh, Flicks are kind of doing some jumps and dives. Looks like they may have called it as well.
Yep. Another one bites the dust, unfortunately. But if you can count on one person to continue the run until it's absolutely dead, it's going to be Cheese. Cheese is going to play until he literally cannot anymore.
Oh, man. The punch. And,
Ouija. Wow, what a backup.
Holy cow.
Unbelievable. That was one of those things where I mentioned you had to hit A and Z on the same frame. Looks like Ouija missed it and didn't go through. Didn't clip into the top of the pyramid, but instead went over it. And then once you hit the top, I mean, who knows where you're going?
Beautiful backup and save, though.
Oh, sorry, this is Suigi. I apologize. This is not Ouija. This is my bad.
She's calling it. That's enough moving the Mario today. So, Green Suigi, tag 609, and last two on here. Looks like Ouija actually still having a run. Ooh, and Shy Guy being a bully.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
Do apologize for that error. I actually am staring at my iPhone. It doesn't want to turn to the side, give me the full screen, so I quite literally have like a YouTube video approximately sized open window here for these races. So chances of me reading the names pretty low, but
no worries. It's we're all human. This is exemplified right here.
Not me. I'm built different. That wasn't a mistake. It's actually Milo that's wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
Goodness gracious. Called out.
I don't have rotation locked, but it won't go. I don't get it, but it's all good. All good. All right.
So Ouija at +4. Well, bouncing up a little bit from that now, but regardless, keeping the run moving. Green Suigi, ooh, double burn, and Tag taking the death.
Oh, unfortunate.
Honey Syrup saying it was high RNG.
That's actually so true. So true, bestie. So true.
That's really good.
All right, looks like Tag is going to keep this one going. Hoping and praying that maybe he'll get revived here.
If your runner is out or in the red splits, now's the time. If we have a big donation here, angel investors, make it happen. We will revive all of the Marios and get ourselves another 55.
Excellent. These are two great runs to be able to kind of watch towards the end here. It's very, very, obviously world record isn't on the table, right? But we're still, at least for Suigi here, looks like his Oh yeah, looks like sorry, I'm looking at tag screen. That everything just switched up on me real quick. But I mean, no record capable. But hey, like we're still possible here for Suigi to go ahead and take first place. And of course, Ouija has a lot of time to work with as well. He definitely is able to potentially, even get second, or third, excuse me, with this run. So really looking forward to it.
Imagine getting bopped out a third in the last run. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I feel like that did happen in the 120 LTA with the last run. I think Cheese beat Punk A in the anime plot armor arc. And Benji did that too to D whatever, I believe. Or he went from not man, I can't remember what place he was started in, but he got to like second with like a world record pace run like on the actual last run of the day. So I mean, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
Absolute legends. Luigi heading into HMC. Green Luigi heading back in, and Tag wrapping up with Volcano. I think he must have side hop left after this.
That's a great question.
Trying to keep track of which stars all three have.
That's the one thing is you only have two eyes, when it comes to these events, and sometimes you miss out on a couple things. It's just a matter of where your perspective is at, so no worries there. But nice MIPS grab there from Green Suigi. We are +2 on these splits, with what, mind you, is an incredible ending. Oh, unfortunate. Went for the punch. The MIPS kind of... The name, the specific strat escapes me, but it's when they actually just punch the door and grab MIPS at the same time. It actually gives them a little bit of speed to go through the door. So,
I believe others have just called it door punch or something like that, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
It's either very literal with door punch or named after an obscure runner, or
yeah,
or one of the best like Kano.
Could just be punch grab. I think it's punch grab.
Ah, there it is. L Foxy's blue. I believe saying it first.
That was not me. I'm just kidding. I read it. Thanks.
Named after Mr. Door Punch. Oh yeah, punch grab is when you're first grabbing. Good call. My apologies.
Yeah, you're right. It's
man,
been a
I'm
long
so glad
day.
chat's here.
It's been a long day, man. It's all good.
Having chat here to fact check is very, very nice.
Oh, that's the best way to get an answer in Mario, right? You not actually ask the question, but just say the wrong answer, and trust me, people will let you know that you were wrong. That's for sure.
Well, I am very appreciative because I'm wrong a significant amount of the time. Enough to remain humbled.
Actually, it actually saves 6 frames, not 5.
I learned.
it's always somebody. Nice side flip grab there from Suigi. Punch clip, I think they call it. Man, I don't remember. All right. It's like we're headed into BLJs here. I'm excited to see what Suigi can do. Suigi's known for having really the best BLJs out of anybody.
I mean, for sure, especially after what we saw last night. It was incredible.
Imagine the nerves going into a world record pace with BLJs like that.
Yeah. He was shaken, according to him, and then as soon as he got the world record, he said, "I think my body knows." So he was not shaking anymore. He let it all out. Wow. Are you kidding me?
No! Unfortunate.
What was it twice?
Looks like that'll be first place for unfortunately slipping through his fingers there with that mistake, but no worries. We still have Ouija's run. Ouija potentially able to hop up the leaderboard here. Quite a bit, mind you. He's in 6th place right now. Has potential to, I would say, even grab 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's extremely reasonable.
Yeah, 1455 BPT going into BLJs here. Definitely possible. Look at this ending by Suiji, absolutely cracked.
Jeez,
Oh, jinxed it.
Well, that wall came out of nowhere.
Yeah, true.
Snagging 3rd would be super hype. Oh, nice grab.
Fortunately, the first BLJ not connecting for Ouija, but he's got to finish this one out. He can advance in the leaderboard. Definitely 4th, absolutely on the table here for Ouija if he can manage to pull this ending or just put something together. A 1509 BPT going into bits. You know, provided this is an average bits for him, hits all the throws, that's 4th place.
Nothing to sneeze at all. Move up 2 spots.
Absolutely not.
Very good.
But, I mean, hey, let's not forget that Suiji just finished with a 1506. Come on. He quite literally just, you know, could have theoretically gotten 3rd place, you know, so pretty wild. Had a little struggle there with right side, but going with a nice backup to the left here. Nice side flip to get onto that last elevator. Gooma's in a nice spot, so we're just hoping Ouija can hit these throws and advance 2 places.
Big chance. Let's get some hype.
This is a bit nerve-wracking, though. You got to think, too. You miss 1 throw, and that's potentially, you know, an issue. So there's going to be 1. He's playing a little safer with these spins, you can tell. Which, hey, like, why not? Like, you know, get a couple extra bucks. He's going to miss that one, I believe. Yep.
Oh, I could have seen that going either way, but...
Yep. So he's still able at this point. He's got to hit this throw, and he's going to get it. It's going to be close because Flixer with a 1532.7. It's going to be very close. I would say maybe in a 1532. We might have to get a retime.
3-way tie? 3-way tie hype? Oh my god, 3-way tie hype.
3-way tie. What a way to end it.
Oh my goodness gracious. We've seen ties all tournament long. This is
incredible.
The right way.
Absolutely. And you know, if you're going based off the auto split, Ouija should have snagged 4th place there, but we don't know for a fact until we get that retime going. But what a way to end it. Ouija clutching it out there for potentially what is 4th or 5th place or 6th. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see, and we'll wait for a retime here. But excellent ending, and what a way to end the event. What a blast.
And hats off to these runners, and especially Tag coming in first, getting BB, breaking the 15 barrier, all in the same event. What a reward for doing the best you've ever done live in an event like this.
All right, so looks like Cheese and Ouija tied to the 10th of a second, so we're going to retime to the 100th. So just stick around. We will let you know shortly of what happened here, but that's quite possibly... All right, actually, it looks like we're going to maybe have to hit you back with this a little bit later, but this has definitely been a really close one, and what an event. What a huge turnout. We definitely appreciate all you guys donating and being here and being active and really helping out Urban Arts and all our sponsors. So appreciated. And man, what a crazy couple days for 16 Star. Love to see it. And yeah, looks like we're gonna about call it here. So keep your eyes peeled for the next couple events we got going, and definitely check back in on Twitter maybe later to see who ended up snagging that 4th, 5th, and 6th place spot. So yeah, we'll see you guys over the weekend for this 120 event. And thanks so much. And hey, Meter, thanks so much for all all the insight there, and nice work with you, my friend.
Thank you to everyone for welcoming me into this community. Absolutely humbled and appreciative, and thanks, Colin.
Sure. All right, everybody. Well, that's been it for us. We'll catch you guys soon and see you later this weekend. Have a good one, guys.